Jessie could hear the back door banging lightly, randomly, in the October breeze blowing around the house. The jam always swelled in the fall, and you really had to give the door a yank to shut it. This time they had forgotten. She thought of telling Gerald to go back and shut the door before they got too involved, or that banging would drive her nuts. Then she thought how ridiculous that would be, given the current circumstances. It would ruin the whole mood. What mood? A good question, that. And as Gerald turned the hollow barrel of the key in the second lock, as she heard the minute click from above her left ear, she realized that for her, at least, the mood wasn't worth preserving. That was why she had noted the unlatched door in the first place, of course. For her, the sexual turn-on of the bondage games hadn't lasted long. The same could not be said of Gerald, however. He was only wearing a pair of jockey shorts now, and she didn't have to look as high as his face to see that his interest continued unabated. This is stupid, she thought. But stupid wasn't the whole story, either. It was also a little scary. She didn't like to admit it, but there it was. Gerald, why don't we just forget this? He hesitated for a moment, frowning a little, then went on across the room to the dresser which stood to the left of the bathroom door. His face cleared as he went. She watched him from where she lay on the bed, her arms raised and splayed out, making her look a little like Fay Ray, chained up and waiting for the great ape in King Kong. Her wrists had been secured to the mahogany bedposts with 2 sets of handcuffs. The chains gave each hand about 6 inches worth of movement. Not much. He put the keys on top of the dresser. 2 minute clicks. Her ears seemed in exceptionally fine working order for a Wednesday afternoon, and then turned back to her. Over his head, sun ripples from the lake danced and wavered on the bedroom's high white ceiling. What do you say? This has lost a lot of its charm for me. And it never had that much to begin with, she did not add. He grinned. He had a heavy pink-skinned face below a narrow widow's peak of hair as black as a crow's wing, and that grin of his had always done something to her that she didn't much care for. She couldn't quite put her finger on what that something was, but, oh, sure you can. It makes him look stupid. You can practically see his IQ going down 10 points for every inch that grin spreads. At its maximum width, your killer corporate lawyer of a husband looks like a janitor on work release from the local mental institution. That was cruel, but not entirely inaccurate. But how did you tell your husband of almost 20 years that every time he grinned he looked like he was suffering from light mental retardation? The answer was simple, of course. You didn't. His smile was a different matter entirely. He had a lovely smile. She guessed it was that smile, so warm and good-humored, which had persuaded her to go out with him in the first place. It had reminded her of her father's smile when he told his family amusing things about his day as he sipped a before-dinner gin and tonic. This wasn't the smile, though. This was the grin. A version of it he seemed to save just for these sessions. She had an idea that to Gerald, who was on the inside of it, the grin felt wolfish, piratical maybe. From her angle, however, lying here with her arms raised above her head and nothing on but a pair of bikini panties, it only looked stupid. No, retarded. He was, after all, no devil-may-care adventurer like the ones in the men's magazines, over which he had spent the furious ejaculations of his lonely, overweight puberty. He was an attorney, with a pink, too-large face spreading below a widow's peak which was narrowing relentlessly toward total baldness. Just an attorney with a hard-on poking the front of his undershorts out of shape, and only moderately out of shape at that. The size of his erection wasn't the important thing, though. The important thing was the grin. It hadn't changed a bit, and that meant Gerald hadn't taken her seriously. She was supposed to protest. After all, that was the game. Gerald, I mean it. The grin widened. A few more of his small, inoffensive attorney's teeth came into view. His IQ tumbled another 20 or 30 points, and he still wasn't hearing her. Are you sure of that? She was. She couldn't read him like a book. She supposed it took a lot more than 17 years of marriage to get to that point, but she thought she usually had a pretty good idea of what was going through his head. She thought something would be seriously out of whack if she didn't. If that's the truth, Toots, how come he can't read you? How come he can't see this isn't just a new scene in the same old sex farce? Now it was her turn to frown slightly. She had always heard voices inside her head. She guessed everyone did, although people usually didn't talk about them any more than they talked about their bowel functions. And most of them were old friends, as comfortable as bedroom slippers. This one, however, was new, and there was nothing comfortable about it. It was a strong voice, one that sounded young and vigorous. It also sounded impatient. Now it spoke again, answering its own question. It isn't that he can't read you. It's just that sometimes, Toots, he doesn't want to. Gerald, really, I don't feel like it. Bring the keys back and unlock me. We'll do something else. I'll get on top if you want, or you can just lie there with your hands behind your head and I'll do you, the other way. Are you sure you want to do that? The new voice asked. Are you really sure you want to have any sex with this man? Jessie closed her eyes, as if she could make the voice shut up by doing that. When she opened them again, Gerald was standing at the foot of the bed, the front of his shorts jutting like the prow of a ship. Well, some kid's toy boat, maybe. His grin had widened further, exposing the last few teeth, the ones with the gold fillings, on both sides. She didn't just dislike that dumb grin, she realized. She despised it. I will let you up. If you're very, very good. Can you be very, very good, Jessie? Corny, the no-bullshit voice commented. Trey corny. He hooked his thumbs into the waistband of his underpants like some absurd gunslinger. The jockeys went down pretty fast once they got past his not inconsiderable love handles. And there it was, exposed. Not the formidable engine of love she had first encountered as a teenager in the pages of Fanny Hill, but something meek and pink and circumcised. 5 inches of completely unremarkable erection. 2 or 3 years ago, on one of her infrequent trips to Boston, she had seen a movie called The Belly of an Architect. She thought, right, and now I'm looking at the penis of an attorney. She had to bite the insides of her cheeks to keep from laughing. Laughing at this point would be impolitic. An idea came to her then, and it killed any urge she'd had to laugh. It was this. He didn't know she was serious, because for him, Jessie Mayhoot Burlingame, wife of Gerald, sister of Mattie and Will, daughter of Tom and Sally, mother of no one, was really not here at all. She had ceased to be here when the keys made their small, steely clicks in the locks of the handcuffs. The men's adventure magazines of Gerald's teenage years had been replaced by a pile of skin magazines in the bottom drawer of his desk, magazines in which women wearing pearls and nothing else knelt on bearskin rugs, while men with sexual equipment that made Gerald's look strictly H.O. scale by comparison took them from behind. In the backs of these magazines, between the Talk Dirty to Me phone ads with their 900 numbers, were ads for inflatable women which were supposed to be anatomically correct, a bizarre concept if Jessie had ever encountered one. She thought of those air-filled dollies now, their pink skins, lineless cartoon bodies, and featureless faces, with a kind of revelatory amazement. It wasn't horror, not quite, but an intense light flashed on inside her, and the landscape it disclosed was certainly more frightening than this stupid game, or the fact that this time they were playing it in the summer house by the lake, long after the summer had run away for another year. But none of it had affected her hearing in the slightest. Now it was a chainsaw she heard, snarling away in the woods at some considerable distance, as much as 5 miles, maybe. Closer by, out on the main body of Kashwakamok Lake, a loon, tardy in starting its annual run south, lifted its crazed cry into the blue October air. Closer still, somewhere here on the north shore, a dog barked. It was an ugly, ratcheting sound, but Jessie found it oddly comforting. It meant that someone else was up here, midweek in October or no. Otherwise, there was just the sound of the door, loose as an old tooth in a rotted gum, slapping at the swollen jamb. She felt that if she had to listen to that for long, it would drive her crazy. Gerald, now naked save for his spectacles, knelt on the bed and began crawling up toward her. His eyes were still gleaming. She had an idea it was that gleam which had kept her playing the game long after her initial curiosity had been satisfied. It had been years since she'd seen that much heat in Gerald's gaze when he looked at her. She wasn't bad-looking. She'd managed to keep the weight off and still had most of her figure. But Gerald's interest in her had waned just the same. She had an idea that the booze was partly to blame for that. He drank a hell of a lot more now than when they'd first been married. But she knew the booze wasn't all of it. What was the old saw about familiarity breeding contempt? That wasn't supposed to hold true for men and women in love, at least according to the romantic poets she'd read in English Lit 101. But in the years since college, she had discovered there were certain facts of life about which John Keats and Percy Shelley had never written. But of course they had both died younger than she and Gerald were now. And all of that didn't matter much right here and right now. What maybe did was that she had gone on with the game longer than she had really wanted to, because she had liked that hot little gleam in Gerald's eyes. It made her feel young and pretty and desirable. But if you really thought it was you he was seeing when he got that look in his eye, you were misled, Toots. Or maybe you misled yourself. And maybe now you have to decide, really, really decide, if you intend to continue putting up with this humiliation. Because isn't that pretty much how you feel? Humiliated? She sighed. Yes, it pretty much was. Gerald, I do mean it. She spoke louder now, and for the first time the gleam in his eyes flickered a little. Good. He could hear her after all, it seemed. So maybe things were still okay. Not great. It had been a long time since things had been what you could call great. But okay. Then the gleam reappeared, and a moment later the idiot grin followed. I'll teach you, me proud beauty, he said. He actually said that, pronouncing beauty the way the landlord in a bad Victorian melodrama might say it. Let him do it, then. Just let him do it, and it will be done. This was a voice she was much more familiar with, and she intended to follow its advice. She didn't know if Gloria Steinem would approve and didn't care. The advice had the attractiveness of the completely practical. Let him do it, and it would be done. Q.E.D. Then his hand, his soft, short-fingered hand, its flesh as pink as that which capped his penis, reached out and grasped her breast, and something inside her suddenly popped like an overstrained tendon. She bucked her hips and backed sharply upward, flinging his hand off. Quit it, Gerald. Unlock these stupid handcuffs and let me up. This stopped being fun around last March while there was still snow on the ground. I don't feel sexy. I feel ridiculous. This time he heard her all the way down. She could see it in the way the gleam in his eyes went out all at once, like candle flames in a strong gust of wind. She guessed that the two words which had finally gotten through to him were stupid and ridiculous. He had been a fat kid with thick glasses, a kid who hadn't had a date until he was 18, the year after he went on a strict diet and began to work out in an effort to strangle the engirdling flab before it could strangle him. By the time he was a sophomore in college, Gerald's life was what he described as more or less under control. As if life, his life anyway, had been a bucking bronco he had been ordered to tame. But she knew his high school years had been a horror show that had left him with a deep legacy of contempt for himself and suspicion of others. His success as a corporate lawyer and marriage to her, she believed that had also played a part, perhaps even the crucial one, had further restored his confidence and self-respect, but she supposed that some nightmares never completely ended. In a deep part of his mind, the bullies were still giving Gerald wedgies in study hall, still laughing at Gerald's inability to do anything but girly push-ups and phys ed. And there were words, stupid and ridiculous, for instance, that brought all that back as if high school had been yesterday, or so she suspected. Psychologists could be incredibly stupid about some things, almost willfully stupid it often seemed to her. But about the horrible persistence of some memories she thought they were bang on. Some memories battened onto a person's mind like evil leeches, and certain words, stupid and ridiculous, for example, could bring them instantly back to squirming, feverish life. She waited to feel a pang of shame at hitting below the belt like this, and was pleased, or maybe it was relief she felt, when no pang came. I guess maybe I'm just tired of pretending, she thought. And this idea led to another. She might have her own sexual agenda, and if she did, this business with the handcuffs was definitely not on it. They made her feel demeaned. The whole idea made her feel demeaned. Oh, a certain uneasy excitement had accompanied the first few experiments, the ones with the scarves. And on a couple of occasions she'd had multiple orgasms, and that was a rarity for her. All the same, there had been side effects she didn't care for, and that feeling of being somehow demeaned was only one of them. She'd had her own nightmares following each of those early sessions of Gerald's game. She awoke from them sweaty and gasping, her hands thrust deeply into the fork of her crotch and rolled into tight little balls. She only remembered one of these dreams, and that memory was distant, blurred. She had been playing croquet without any clothes on, and all at once the sun had gone out. Then a hand had touched her, and a horrible, scary voice had spoken out of the darkness. "Do you love me, pumpkin?" it had asked. And the most horrible thing about that voice had been its familiarity. "Never mind all that, Jessie. Those are things you can consider another day. Right now, the only important thing is getting him to let you loose." Yes, because this wasn't their game. This game was all his. She had gone on playing it simply because Gerald wanted her to, and that was no longer good enough. The loon voiced its lonely cry out on the lake again. Gerald's dopey grin of anticipation had been replaced by a look of sulky displeasure. "You broke my toy, you bitch," the look said. Jessie found herself remembering the last time she'd gotten a good look at that expression. In August, Gerald had come to her with a glossy brochure, had pointed out what he wanted, and she had said yes, of course, he could buy a Porsche if he wanted a Porsche. They could certainly afford a Porsche. But she thought he might do better to buy a membership at the Forest Avenue Health Club, as he had been threatening to do for the past 2 years. "You don't have a Porsche body just now," she had said, knowing she wasn't being very diplomatic, but feeling that this really wasn't the time for diplomacy. Also, he had exasperated her to the point where she hadn't cared a whole hell of a lot for his feelings. This had been happening more and more frequently to her lately, and it dismayed her, but she didn't know what to do about it. "Just what is that supposed to mean?" he had asked stiffly. She didn't bother to answer. She had learned that when Gerald asked such questions, they were almost always rhetorical. The important message lay in the simple subtext. "You're upsetting me, Jessie. You're not playing the game." But on that occasion, perhaps in an unknowing tune-up for this one, she had elected to ignore the subtext and answer the question. "It means that you're still going to be 46 this winter, whether you own a Porsche or not, Gerald, and you're still going to be 30 pounds overweight." Cruel, yes, but she could have been downright gratuitous, could have passed on the image which had flashed before her eyes when she had looked at the photograph of the sports car on the front of the glossy brochure Gerald had handed her. In that blink of an instant, she had seen a chubby little kid with a pink face and a widow's peak stuck in the inner tube he'd brought to the old swimming hole. Gerald had snatched the brochure out of her hand and had stalked away without another word. The subject of the Porsche had not been raised since, but she had often seen it in his resentful, "we-are-not-amused" stare. She was seeing an even hotter version of that stare right now. "You said it sounded like fun. Those were your exact words. It sounds like fun." Had she said that? She supposed she had. But it had been a mistake. A little goof, that was all, a little slip on the old banana peel, sure. But how did you tell your husband that when he had his lower lip pooched out like baby Huey getting ready to do a tantrum? She didn't know, so she dropped her gaze, and saw something she didn't like at all. Gerald's version of Mr. Happy hadn't wilted a bit. Apparently, Mr. Happy hadn't heard about the change of plans. "Gerald, I just don't feel like it." "Well, that's a hell of a note, isn't it? I mean, I took the whole day off work, and if we spend the night, that means tomorrow morning off as well." He brooded over this for a moment and then repeated, "You said it sounded like fun." She began to fan out her excuses like a tired old poker hand. "Yes, but now I have a headache. Yes, but I'm having these really shitty premenstrual cramps. Yes, but I'm a woman and therefore entitled to change my mind. Yes, but now that we're actually out here in the big lonely, you frighten me, you big, bad, beautiful brute of a man, you..." The lies that fed either his misconceptions or his ego, the two were frequently interchangeable. But before she could pick a card, any card, the new voice spoke up. It was the first time it had spoken out loud, and Jessie was fascinated to find that it sounded the same in the air as it did inside her head. Strong, dry, decisive, in control. It also sounded curiously familiar. "You're right. I guess I did say that. But what really sounded like fun was breaking away with you the way we used to, before you got your name up on the door with the rest of the Type A's. I thought maybe we could bounce the bed springs a little, then sit on the deck and dig the quiet. Maybe play some Scrabble after the sun went down. Is that an actionable offense, Gerald? What do you think? Tell me, because I really want to know." "But you said..." For the last 5 minutes she had been telling him in various ways that she wanted out of these goddamn handcuffs, and he still hadn't let her out of them. Suddenly her impatience boiled over into fury. "My God, Gerald! This stopped being fun for me almost as soon as we started, and if you weren't as thick as a brick you would have realized it. Your mouth, your smart, sarcastic mouth. Sometimes I get so tired. Gerald, when you get your head really set on something, Sweet and Low doesn't come close to reaching you. And whose fault is that? I don't like you when you're like this, Jessie. When you're like this, I don't like you a bit." This was going from bad to worse to horrible, and the scariest part was how fast it was happening. Suddenly she felt very tired, and a line from an old Paul Simon song occurred to her. "I don't want no more of this crazy love." Right on, Paul. You may be short, but you ain't dumb. I know you don't. And it's okay that you don't, because right now the subject is these handcuffs, not how much you do or don't like me when I tell you I've changed my mind about something. I want out of these cuffs. Are you hearing me? No, she realized with dawning dismay. He really wasn't. Gerald was still one turn back. "You are just so goddamned inconsistent, so goddamn sarcastic. I love you, Jess, but I hate the goddamn lip on you. I always have." He wiped the palm of his left hand across his pouting rosebud of a mouth, and then looked sadly at her. Poor put-upon Gerald, saddled with a woman who had gotten him out here in the forest primeval, and then reneged on her sexual obligations. Poor put-upon Gerald, who showed no sign whatever of getting the handcuff keys off the bureau by the bathroom door. Her unease had changed into something else. While her back was turned, as it were, it had become a mixture of anger and fear she could remember feeling only once before. When she was 12 or so, her brother Will had goosed her at a birthday party. All her friends had seen, and they had all laughed. "Har, har, pretty funny, Signor, I think." It hadn't been funny to her, though. Will had been laughing hardest of all. So hard he was actually doubled over with one hand planted above each knee, his hair hanging in his face. This had been a year or so after the advent of the Beatles and the Stones and the Searchers and all the rest, and Will had had a lot of hair to hang. It had apparently blocked his view of Jessie because he had no idea of how angry she was. And he was, under ordinary circumstances, very much aware of her turns of mood and temper. He'd gone on laughing until that froth of emotion so filled her that she understood she would have to do something with it or simply explode. So she had doubled up one small fist and had punched her well-loved brother in the mouth when he finally raised his head to look at her. The blow had knocked him over like a bowling pin, and he had cried really hard. Later she had tried to tell herself that he had cried more out of surprise than pain, but she had known, even at 12, that that wasn't so. She had hurt him plenty. His lower lip had split in one place, his upper lip in two, and she had hurt him plenty. And why? Because he had done something stupid? Because he'd only been 9 himself, 9 that day. And at that age all kids were stupid. It was practically a national law. No, it hadn't been his stupidity. It had been her fear. Fear that if she didn't do something with that ugly green froth of anger and embarrassment, it would put out the sun, cause her to explode. The truth, first encountered on that day, was this. There was a well inside her. The water in that well was poisoned, and when he goosed her, William had sent a bucket down there, one which had come up filled with scum and squirming gluck. She had hated him for that, and she supposed it was really her hate which had caused her to strike out. That deep stuff had scared her. Now, all these years later, she was discovering it still did. But it still infuriated her as well. You won't put out the sun, she thought, without the slightest idea of what this meant. Be damned if you will. I don't want to argue the fine points, Gerald. Just get the keys to these fucking things and unlock me. And then he said something which so astounded her that at first she couldn't grasp it. What if I won't? What registered first was the change in his tone. He usually spoke in a bluff, gruff, hearty sort of voice. I'm in charge here, and it's a pretty lucky thing for all of us, isn't it? That tone proclaimed. But purring voice with which she was not familiar. The gleam had returned to his eyes. That hot little gleam which had turned her on like a bank of floodlights once upon a time. She couldn't see it very well. His eyes were squinted down to puffy slits behind his gold-rimmed spectacles. But it was there. Yes, indeed. Then there was the strange case of Mr. Happy. Mr. Happy hadn't wilted a bit. Seemed, in fact, to be standing taller than at any time she could remember, although that was probably just her imagination. Do you think so, Toots? I don't. She processed all this information before finally returning to the last thing he'd said, that amazing question. What if I won't? This time she got past the tone to the sense of the words, and as she came to fully understand them, she felt her rage and fear crank up a notch. Somewhere inside, that bucket was going down its shaft again for another slimy dip. A scumload of water filled with microbes almost as poisonous as swamp copperheads. The kitchen door banged against its jamb, and the dog began to bark in the woods again, sounding closer than ever now. It was a splintery, desperate sound. Listening to something like that for too long would undoubtedly give you a migraine. Listen, Gerald, she heard her strong new voice saying. She was aware that this voice could have picked a better time to break its silence. She was, after all, out here on the deserted north shore of Kashwakamak Lake, handcuffed to the bedposts, and wearing only a skimpy pair of nylon panties. But she still found herself admiring it. Almost against her will, she found herself admiring it. Are you listening yet? I know you don't do much of that these days, when it's me doing the talking. But this time it's really important that you hear me. So, are you finally listening? He was kneeling on the bed, looking at her as if she were some previously undiscovered species of bug. His cheeks, in which complex networks of tiny scarlet threads squirmed, she thought of them as Gerald's liquor brands, were flushed almost purple. A similar swath crossed his forehead. Its color was so dark, its shape so definite, that it looked like a birthmark. Yes, he said, and in his new purring voice the word came out, yes. I'm listening, Jessie. I most certainly am. Good. Then you'll walk over to the bureau and get those keys. You'll unlock this one. She rattled her right wrist against the headboard. And then you'll unlock this one. She rattled the left wrist in similar fashion. If you do this right away, we can have a little, normal, painless, mutual orgasm sex before returning to our normal, painless lives in Portland. Pointless, she thought. You left that one out. Normal, painless, pointless lives in Portland. Perhaps that was so, Or perhaps it was just a little over-dramatization. Being handcuffed to the bed brought that out in a person she was discovering. But it was probably just as well she'd left that one out in any case. It suggested that the new no-bullshit voice wasn't so indiscreet after all. Then, as if to contradict this idea, she heard that voice, which was after all her voice, begin to rise in the unmistakable beats and pulses of rage. But if you continue screwing around and teasing me, I'll go straight to my sister's from here, find out who did her divorce, and call her. I'm not joking. I do not want to play this game. Now something really incredible was happening. Something she never would have suspected in a million years. His grin was resurfacing. It was coming up like a sub which has finally reached friendly waters after a long and dangerous voyage. That wasn't the really incredible thing, though. The really incredible thing was that the grin no longer made Gerald look harmlessly retarded. It now made him look like a dangerous lunatic. His hand stole out again, caressed her left breast, then squeezed it painfully. He finished this unpleasant bit of business by pinching her nipple, a thing he had never done before. "Ow, Gerald, that hurts!" He gave a solemn, appreciative nod that went very strangely with his horrible grin. "That's good, Jessie. The whole thing, I mean. You could be an actress, or a call girl, one of the really high-priced ones." He hesitated, then added, "That's supposed to be a compliment." "What in God's name are you talking about?" Except she was pretty sure she knew. Jessie suddenly realized that she was really afraid now. Something bad was loose in the bedroom. It was spinning around and around like a black top. But she was also still angry, as angry as she had been on the day Will had goosed her. Gerald actually laughed. "What am I talking about? For a minute there you had me believing it. That's what I'm talking about." He dropped a hand onto her right thigh. When he spoke again, his voice was brisk and weirdly businesslike. "Now, do you want to spread them for me, or do I have to do it? Is that part of the game, too?" "Let me up!" "Yes, eventually." His other hand shot out. This time it was her right breast he pinched, and this time the pinch was so hard it fired off nerves in little white sparkles all the way down her side to her hip. "For now, spread those lovely legs, me proud beauty." She took a closer look at him and saw a terrible thing. He knew. He knew she wasn't kidding about not wanting to go on with it. He knew, but he had chosen not to know he knew. Could a person do that? "You bet," the no-bullshit voice said. "If you're a hot-shot shyster in the biggest corporate law firm north of Boston and south of Montreal, I guess you can know whatever you want to know and not know whatever you don't want to know. I think you're in big trouble here, honey. The kind of trouble that ends marriages. Better grit your teeth and squint your eyes, because I think one bitch of a vaccination shot is on the way." That grin. That ugly, mean-spirited grin. Pretending ignorance, and doing it so hard that later on he would be able to pass a lie detector test on the subject. "I thought it was all part of the game," he would say, all hurt and wide-eyed. "I really did." And if she persisted, driving at him with her anger, he would eventually fall back to the oldest defense of them all, and then slip into it, like a lizard into a crack in a rock. You liked it. You know you did. Why don't you admit it? Pretending into ignorance. Knowing, but planning to go ahead anyway. He'd handcuffed her to the bedposts, had done it with her own cooperation. And now, oh shit, let's not gild the lily. Now he meant to rape her. Actually rape her, while the door banged and the dog barked and the chainsaw snarled and the loon yodeled out there on the lake. He really meant to do it. Yes, sir, boys. Hi-yuck, hi-yuck, hi-yuck. You ain't really had pussy until you've had pussy that's jumping around underneath you like a hen on a hot griddle. And if she did go to Maddie's when this exercise in humiliation was over, he would continue to insist that rape had been the furthest thing from his mind. He placed his pink hands against her thighs and began spreading her legs. She did not resist much, for the moment at least. She was too horrified and amazed by what was going on here to resist much. And that's exactly the right attitude. The more familiar voice inside her spoke up. Just lie there quietly and let him shoot his squirt. After all, what's the big deal? He's done it at least 1,000 times before, and you never once turned green. In case you forgot, it's been quite a few years since you were a blushing virgin. And what would happen if she didn't listen and obey the counsel of that voice? What was the alternative? As if in answer, a horrid picture rose in her mind. It was herself she saw, testifying in divorce court. She didn't know if there were still such things as divorce courts in Maine, but that in no way dimmed the vividness of the vision. She saw herself dressed in her conservative pink Donna Karan suit, with her peach silk blouse beneath it. Her knees and ankles were primly together. Her small clutch bag, the white one, was in her lap. She saw herself telling a judge who looked like the late Harry Reasoner that yes, it was quite true she had accompanied Gerald to the summer house of her own free will. Yes, she had allowed him to tether her to the bedpost with 2 sets of Krieg handcuffs, also of her own free will. And yes, as a matter of fact, they had played such games before, although never at the place on the lake. Yes, Judge, yes, yes. Hey. Gerald continued to spread her legs. Jessie heard herself telling the judge, who looked like Harry Reasoner, about how they had started with silk scarves, and how she had allowed the game to go on, progressing from scarves to ropes to handcuffs, even though she had quickly tired of the whole thing. Had, in fact, become disgusted by it. So disgusted, in fact, that she had allowed Gerald to drive her the 63 miles from Portland to Kashwakamak Lake on a weekday in October. So revolted, she had once again allowed him to chain her up like a dog. So bored with the whole thing that she had been wearing nothing but a pair of nylon panties so wispy you could have read the New York Times classified section through them. The judge would believe it all and sympathize with her most deeply. Of course he would. Who wouldn't? She could see herself sitting there on the witness stand and saying, "So there I was, handcuffed to the bedpost and wearing nothing but some underwear from Victoria's Secret and a smile, but I changed my mind at the last minute and Gerald knew it, and that makes it rape." Yes, sir, that would do her all right. Bet your boots. She came out of this appalling fantasy to find Gerald yanking at her panties. He was kneeling between her legs, his face so studious that you might have been tempted to believe it was the bar exam he was planning to take instead of his unwilling wife. There was a runner of white spittle coursing down his chin from the center of his plump lower lip. Let him do it, Jessie. Let him shoot his squirt. It's that stuff in his balls that's making him crazy, and you know it. It makes them all crazy. When he gets rid of it, you'll be able to talk to him again. You'll be able to deal with him. So don't make a fuss. Just lie there and wait until he's got it out of his system. Good advice. And she supposed she would have followed it if not for the new presence inside her. This unnamed newcomer clearly thought that Jessie's usual source of advice, the voice she had over the years come to think of as Goodwife Burlingame, was a wimp of the highest order. Jessie still might have let things run their more or less normal course, but 2 things happened simultaneously. The first was her realization that although her wrists were cuffed to the bedposts, her feet and legs were free. At the same moment she realized this, the runner of drool fell off Gerald's chin. It dangled for a moment, elongating, and then fell on her midriff, just above the navel. Something about the sensation was familiar, and she was swept by a horribly intense sensation of déjà vu. The room seemed to darken around her, as if the windows in the skylight had been replaced with panes of smoked glass. "It's his spunk," she thought, although she knew perfectly well it wasn't. "It's his goddamn spunk." Her response was not so much directed at Gerald as at that hateful feeling that came flooding up from the bottom of her mind. In a very real sense, she acted with no thought at all, but only lashed out with the instinctive, panicky revulsion of a woman who realizes the trapped thing fluttering in her hair is a bat. She drew back her legs, her rising right knee barely missing the promontory of his chin, and then drove her bare feet out again like pistons. The sole and instep of her right drove deep into the bowl of his belly. The heel of her left smashed into the stiff root of his penis and the testicles hanging below it like pale, ripe fruit. He rocked backward, his butt coming down on his plump calves. He tilted his head up toward the skylight and the white ceiling with its reflected patterns of sun ripples, and voiced a high, wheezy scream. The loon on the lake cried out again just then, in hellish counterpoint. To Jessie it sounded like one male commiserating with another. Gerald's eyes weren't slitted now. They weren't gleaming either. They were wide open. They were as blue as today's flawless sky. The thought of seeing that sky over the autumn-empty lake had been the deciding factor when Gerald had called from the office and said he'd had a postponement, and would she like to go up to the summer place, at least for the day and maybe overnight. And the expression in them was an agonized glare she could hardly look at. Cords of tendon stood out on the sides of his neck. Jessie thought, I haven't seen those since the rainy summer when he pretty much gave up gardening and made J.W. Dant his hobby instead. His scream began to fade. It was as if someone with a special remote Gerald control were turning down his volume. That wasn't it, of course. He had been screaming for an extraordinarily long time, perhaps as long as 30 seconds, and he was just running out of breath. I must have hurt him badly, she thought. The red spots on his cheeks and the swath across his forehead were now turning purple. You did, the good wife's dismayed voice cried. You really, really did. Yup, damn good shot, wasn't it? The new voice mused. You kicked your husband in the balls, the good wife screamed. What in God's name gives you the right to do something like that? What gives you the right to even joke about it? She knew the answer to that one, or thought she did. She'd done it because her husband had intended to commit rape and pass it off later as a missed signal between two essentially harmonious marriage partners who had been playing a harmless sex game. It was the game's fault, he would have said, shrugging. The game's, not mine. We don't have to play it again, Jess, if you don't want to. Knowing, of course, that nothing he could offer would ever cause her to hold her wrists up for the handcuffs again. No. This had been a case of last time pays for all. Gerald had known it, and had intended to make the most of it. That black thing she had sensed in the room had spun out of control, just as she feared it might. Gerald still appeared to be screaming, although no sound at all, at least none that she could hear, was now coming out of his pursed, agonized mouth. His face had become so congested with blood that it actually appeared to be black in places. She could see his jugular vein, or maybe it was his carotid artery, if that mattered at a time like this, pulsing furiously beneath the carefully shaved skin of his throat. Whichever one it was, it looked ready to explode, and a nasty jolt of terror stabbed Jessie. Gerald? Her voice sounded thin and uncertain. Gerald, are you all right? It was a stupid question, of course, incredibly stupid, but it was a lot easier to ask than the ones that were really on her mind. Gerald, how badly are you hurt? Gerald, do you think you might die? Of course he's not going to die, the good wife said nervously. You hurt him, indeed you have, and you ought to be sorry, but he's not going to die. Nobody's going to die around here. Gerald's pursed, puckered mouth continued to quiver soundlessly, but he didn't answer her question. One of his hands had gone to his belly. The other had cupped his wounded testes. Now they both rose slowly and settled just above his left nipple. They settled like a pair of pudgy pink birds too tired to fly farther. Jessie could see the shape of a bare foot, her bare foot, rising on her husband's round stomach. It was a bright, accusatory red against his pink flesh. He was exhaling, or trying to, sending out a dour fog that smelled like rotting onions. That's tidal breath, she thought. The bottom 10% of our lungs is reserved for tidal breath. Isn't that what they taught us in high school biology? Yes, I think so. Tidal breath, the fabled last gasp of drowners and chokers. Once you expel that, you either faint or... "Gerald!" she cried in a sharp, scolding voice. "Gerald, breathe!" His eyes bulged from their sockets like blue marbles stuck in an unlovely clod of Play-Doh, and he did manage to drag in a single small sip of air. He used it to speak a final word to her, this man who had sometimes seemed made of words. Heart. That was all. "Gerald!" Now she sounded shocked as well as scolding. An old maid schoolteacher who has caught the second-grade flirt pulling up her skirt to show the boys the bunnies on her underpants. "Gerald, stop fooling around and breathe, goddammit!" Gerald didn't. Instead, his eyes rolled back in their sockets, disclosing yellowish whites that looked like the whites of bloody eggs. His tongue blew out of his mouth with a noisome farting sound. A stream of cloudy, orange-tinted urine arced out of his deflated penis, and her knees and thighs were doused with feverishly hot droplets. Jessie voiced a long, piercing shriek. This time she was unaware of yanking against the handcuffs, of using them to draw herself as far back from him as possible, awkwardly curling her legs beneath her as she did so. "Stop it, Gerald! Just stop it before you fall off the bed!" Too late. Even if he was still hearing her, which her rational mind doubted, it was too late. His bowed back arched the top half of his body beyond the edge of the bed, and gravity took over. Gerald Burlingame, with whom Jessie had once eaten creamsicles in bed, fell over backward with his knees up and his head down, like a clumsy kid trying to impress his friends during free swim at the YMCA pool. The sound of his skull meeting the hardwood bedroom floor made her shriek again. It sounded like some enormous egg being cracked against the lip of a stone bowl. She would have given anything not to have heard that. Then there was silence, broken only by the distant roar of a chainsaw. A large gray rose was opening in the air before Jessie's wide eyes. The petals spread and spread, and when they closed around her again like the dusty wings of huge, colorless moths, blocking out everything for a while, the only clear feeling she had was one of gratitude. She seemed to be in a long, cold hall filled with white fog, a hall that was canted severely to one side, like the halls people were always walking down in movies like A Nightmare on Elm Street and TV shows like The Twilight Zone. She was naked, and the cold was really getting to her, making her muscles ache, particularly those of her back and neck and shoulders. "I've got to get out of here or I'll be sick," she thought. "I'm already getting cramps from the fog and the damp," although she knew it was not the fog and the damp. Also, something's wrong with Gerald. I can't remember exactly what it is, but I think he might be sick. Although she knew that sick wasn't exactly the right word. But, and this was odd, another part of her really didn't want to escape the tilted, foggy corridor at all. This part suggested that she'd be a lot better off staying here, that if she left she'd be sorry, so she did stay for a while. What finally got her going again was a barking dog. It was an exceedingly ugly bark, bottom-heavy but breaking to shrill bits in its upper registers. Each time the animal let go with it, it sounded as if it were puking up a throat full of sharp splinters. She had heard that bark before, although it might be better, quite a bit better, actually, if she managed not to remember when, or where, or what had been happening at the time. But at least it got her moving, left foot, right foot, hay foot, straw foot. And suddenly it occurred to her that she could see through the fog better if she opened her eyes. So she did. It wasn't some spooky Twilight Zone hallway she saw. but the master bedroom of their summer house on the north end of Kashwakamak Lake, the area that was known as Notch Bay. She guessed the reason she had felt cold was because she was wearing nothing but a pair of bikini underpants, and her neck and shoulders hurt because she was handcuffed to the bedposts, and her bottom had slid down the bed when she fainted. No tilted corridor, no foggy damp. Only the dog was real, still barking its fool head off. It now sounded quite close to the house. If Gerald heard that... The thought of Gerald made her twitch, and the twitch sent complex spiral sparkles of feeling through her cramped biceps and triceps. These tingles faded away to nothing at her elbows, and Jessie realized with soupy, just-waking-up dismay that her forearms were mostly without feeling, and her hands might as well have been gloves stuffed with congealed mashed potatoes. This is going to hurt, she thought. And then everything came back to her, especially the image of Gerald doing his header off the side of the bed. Her husband was on the floor, either dead or unconscious, and she was lying up here on the bed thinking about what a drag it was that her lower arms and hands had gone to sleep. How selfish and self-centered could you get? If he's dead, it's his own damned fault, the no-bullshit voice said. It tried to add a few other home truths as well, but Jessie gagged it. In her still not quite conscious state, she had a clearer sightline into the deeper archives of her memory banks, and she suddenly realized whose voice, slightly nasal, clipped, always on the verge of a sarcasm-tinged laugh, that was. It belonged to her college roommate, Ruth Neary. Now that Jessie knew, she found she wasn't a bit surprised. Ruth had always been extremely generous with pieces of her mind, and her advice had often scandalized her 19-year-old wet-behind-the-ears roommate from Falmouth Foreside, which had undoubtedly been the idea, or part of it. Ruth's heart had always been in the right place, and Jessie had never doubted that Ruth actually believed 60% of the things she said, and had actually done 40% of the things she claimed to have done. When it came to things sexual, the percentage was probably even higher. Ruth Neary, the first woman Jessie had ever known who absolutely refused to shave her legs and her armpits. Ruth, who had once filled an unpleasant floor counselor's pillowcase with strawberry-scented foam douche. Ruth, who went to every student rally and attended every experimental student play on general principles. If all else fails, Tootsie, some good-looking guy will probably take his clothes off, she had told an amazed but fascinated Jessie after coming back from a student effort titled The Son of Noah's Parrot. I mean, it doesn't always happen, but it usually does. I think that's really what student-written and produced plays are for, so guys and girls can take off their clothes and make out in public. She hadn't thought of Ruth in years, and now Ruth was inside her head, handing out little nuggets of wisdom just as she had in the days of yore. Well, why not? Who was more qualified to advise the mentally confused and emotionally disturbed than Ruth Neary, who had gone on from the University of New Hampshire to 3 marriages, 2 suicide attempts, and 4 drug and alcohol rehabs. Good old Ruth. Just another shining example of how well the erstwhile love generation was making the transition to middle age. Jesus, just what I need. Dear Abby from hell, she said, and the thick, slurry quality of her voice frightened her more than the lack of feeling in her hands and lower arms. She tried to yank herself back up to the mostly sitting position she had managed just before Gerald's little diving exhibition. Had that horrible egg-cracking sound been part of her dream? She prayed that it had been, and thoughts of Ruth were swallowed by a sudden burst of panic when she did not move at all. Those tingling spirals of sensation spun through her muscles again, but nothing else happened. Her arms just went on hanging above and slightly behind her, as moveless and feelingless as stove lengths of rock maple. The muzzy feeling in her head disappeared. Panic beat the hell out of smelling salt, she was discovering, and her heart kicked into a higher gear, but that was all. A vivid image culled from some long-ago history test flickered behind her eyes for a moment. A circle of laughing, pointing people standing around a young woman with her head and hands in stocks. The woman was bent over like a hag in a fairy tale, and her hair hung in her face like a penitent's shroud. Her name is Goodwife Burlingame, and she's being punished for hurting her husband, she thought. They're punishing the good wife because they can't get a hold of the one who's really responsible for hurting him, the one who sounds like my old college roommate. But was hurting the right word? Was it not likely that she was now sharing this bedroom with a dead man? Was it not also likely that, dog or no dog, the Notch Bay end of the lake was entirely deserted? That if she started to scream, she would be answered only by the loon? Only that and nothing more? It was mostly that thought, with its strange echo of Poe's The Raven, that brought her to a sudden realization of just what was going on here, what she had gotten herself into, and full-fledged, mindless terror suddenly fell on her. For 20 seconds or so, if asked how long that panic attack lasted, she would have guessed at least 3 minutes and probably closer to 5. She was totally in its grip. A thin rod of rational consciousness remained deep inside her, but it was helpless. Only a dismayed spectator watching the woman writhe on the bed with her hair flying as she whipped her head from side to side in a gesture of negation, hearing her hoarse, frightened screams. A deep, glassy pain at the base of her neck, just above the place where her left shoulder started, put a stop to it. It was a muscle cramp, a bad one, what the jocks call a Charlie horse. Moaning, Jessie let her head fall back against the separated mahogany slats which formed the headboard of the bed. The muscle she had strained was frozen in a strenuous flexed position, and it felt as hard as a rock. The fact that her exertion had forced pins and needles of feeling all the way down her forearms to the palms of her hands meant little next to that terrible pain, and she found that leaning back against the headboard was only putting more pressure on the overstrained muscle. Moving instinctively, without any thought at all, Jessie planted her heels against the mattress, raised her buttocks, and shoved with her feet. Her elbows bent, and the pressure on her shoulders and upper arms eased. A moment later, the Charlie horse in her deltoid muscle began to let go. She let out her breath in a long, harsh sigh of relief. The wind, it had progressed quite a bit beyond the breeze stage, she noticed, gusted outside, sighing through the pines on the slope between the house and the lake. Just off the kitchen, which was in another universe as far as Jessie was concerned, the door she and Gerald had neglected to pull shut banged against the swollen jamb. 1 time, 2 time, 3 time, 4. These were the only sounds, only these and nothing more. The dog had quit barking, at least for the time being, and the chainsaw had quit roaring. Even the loon seemed to be on its coffee break. The image of the lake loon taking a coffee break, maybe floating in the water cooler and chatting up a few of the lady loons, caused a dusty croaking sound in her throat. Under less unpleasant circumstances, that sound might have been termed a chuckle. It dissolved the last of her panic, leaving her still afraid, but at least in charge of her thoughts and actions once more. It also left her with an unpleasant metallic taste on her tongue. That's adrenaline, toots, or whatever glandular secretion your body dumps when you sprout claws and start climbing the walls. If anyone ever asks you what panic is, now you can tell them. An emotional blank spot that leaves you feeling as if you've been sucking on a mouthful of pennies. Her forearms were buzzing, and the tingles of sensation had at last spread into her fingers as well. Jessie rolled her hands open and closed several times, wincing as she did so. She could hear the faint sound of the handcuff chains rattling against the bedposts, and took a moment to wonder if she and Gerald had been mad. It certainly seemed so now, although she had no doubt that thousands of people all over the world played similar games each and every day. She had read that there were even sexual free spirits who hung themselves in their closets and then beat off as the blood supply to their brains slowly decreased to nothing. Such news only served to increase her belief that men were not so much gifted with penises as cursed with them. But if it had been only a game, only that and nothing more, why had Gerald felt it necessary to buy real handcuffs? That was sort of an interesting question, wasn't it? Maybe. But I don't think it's the really important question just now, Jessie, do you? Ruth Neary asked from inside her head. It was really quite amazing how many different tracks the human mind could work on at the same time. On one of these she now found herself wondering what had become of Ruth, whom she had last seen 10 years ago. It had been at least 3 years since Jessie had heard from her. The last communication had been a postcard showing a young man in an ornate red velvet suit with a ruff at the neck. The young man's mouth was open, and his long tongue had been protruding suggestively. "Some day my prince will tongue," the card had said. New Age wit, Jessie remembered thinking at the time. The Victorians had Anthony Trollope. The Lost Generation had H.L. Mencken. We got stuck with dirty greeting cards and bumper sticker witticisms like, "As a matter of fact, I do own the road." The card had borne a blurry Arizona postmark, and the information that Ruth had joined a lesbian commune. Jessie hadn't been terribly surprised at the news, had even mused that perhaps her old friend, who could be wildly irritating and surprisingly wistfully sweet, sometimes in the same breath, had finally found the hole in the great game board of life which had been drilled to accept her own oddly shaped peg. She had put Ruth's card in the top left drawer of her desk, the only one where she kept various odd lots of correspondence which would probably never be answered, and that had been the last time she'd thought about her old roomie until now. Ruth Neary, who lusted to own a Harley-Davidson barn burner, but who had never been able to master any standard transmission, even the one on Jessie's tame old Ford Pinto. Ruth, who often got lost on the UNH campus, even after 3 years there. Ruth, who always cried when she forgot she was cooking something on the hot plate and burned it to a crisp. She did that last so often, it was really a miracle she had never set their room or the whole dorm on fire. How odd that the confident, no-bullshit voice in her head should turn out to be Ruth's. The dog began to bark again. It sounded no closer, but it sounded no further away either. Its owner wasn't hunting birds, that was for sure. No hunter would have anything to do with such a canine blabbermouth. And if dog and master were out for a simple afternoon walk, how come the barks had been coming from the same place for the last 5 minutes or so? "Because you were right before," her mind whispered. "There is no master." This voice wasn't Ruth's or Goodwife Burlingame's, and it certainly wasn't what she thought of as her own voice, whatever that was. It was very young and very scared. And like Ruth's voice, it was strangely familiar. "It's just a stray out there on its own. It won't help you, Jessie. It won't help us." But that was maybe too gloomy an assessment. After all, she didn't know the dog was a stray, did she? Not for sure. And until she did, she refused to believe it. "If you don't like it, sue me," she said in a low, hoarse voice. Meanwhile, there was the question of Gerald. In her panic and subsequent pain, he had kind of slipped her mind. "Gerald?" Her voice sounded dusty, not really there. She cleared her throat and tried again. "Gerald!" Nothing. Zilch. No response at all. "That doesn't mean he's dead, though, so keep your fur on, woman. Don't go off on another rip." She was keeping her fur on, thank you very much, and she had no intention whatever of going off on another rip. All the same, she felt a deep, welling dismay in her vitals, a feeling that was like some awful homesickness. Gerald's lack of response didn't mean he was dead, that was true, but it did mean he was unconscious at the very least. "And probably dead," Ruth Neary added. "I don't want to piss on your parade, Jess, really, but you don't hear him breathing, do you? I mean, you usually can hear unconscious people breathing. They take these big, snory, blubbery snatches of air, don't they?" "How the fuck would I know?" she said. But that was stupid. She knew because she had been an enthusiastic candy striper for most of her high school years, and it didn't take long for you to get a pretty good fix on what dead sounded like. It sounded like nothing at all. Ruth had known all about the time she had spent in Portland City Hospital, what Jessie herself had sometimes called the bedpan years. But this voice would have known it even if Ruth hadn't, because this voice wasn't Ruth. This voice was her. She had to keep reminding herself of that, because this voice was so weirdly its own self. "Like the voices you heard before," the young voice murmured. "The voices you heard after the dark day." But she didn't want to think about that. Never wanted to think about that. Didn't she have enough problems already? But Ruth's voice was right. Unconscious people, especially those who'd gotten unconscious as a result of a good hard rap on the head, usually did snore, which meant "He's probably dead," she said in her dusty voice. "Okay. Yeah." She leaned to the left, moving carefully, mindful of the muscle which had cramped so painfully at the base of her neck on that side. She had not quite reached the furthest extent of the chain binding her right wrist when she saw one pink, chubby arm and a half of one hand. The last 2 fingers, actually. It was his right hand. She knew this because there was no wedding ring on his 3rd finger. She could see the white crescents of his nails. Gerald had always been very vain about his hands and his nails. She had never realized just how vain until right now. It was funny how little you saw sometimes. How little you saw even after you thought you'd seen it all. "I suppose. But I'll tell you one thing, sweetie. Right now you can pull down the shades, because I don't want to see any more." No, not one thing more. But refusing to see was a luxury in which she could not, at least for the time being, indulge. Continuing to move with exaggerated care, babying her neck and shoulder, Jessie slid as far to the left as the chain would allow. It wasn't much, another 2 or 3 inches tops, but it fattened the angle enough for her to see part of Gerald's upper arm, part of his right shoulder, and a tiny bit of his head. She wasn't sure, but she thought she could also see tiny bits of blood at the edges of his thinning hair. She supposed it was at least technically possible that this last was just imagination. She hoped so. "Gerald?" she whispered. "Gerald, can you hear me? Please say you can." No answer. No movement. She could feel that deep, homesick dismay again, welling and welling like an unstaunched wound. "Gerald," she whispered again. "Why are you whispering? He's dead. The man who once surprised you with a weekend trip to Aruba of all places, and once wore your alligator shoes on his ears at a New Year's Eve party. That man is dead. So just why in the hell are you whispering?" "Gerald!" This time she screamed his name. "Gerald, wake up!" The sound of her own screaming voice almost sent her into another panicky, convulsive interlude. And the scariest part wasn't Gerald's continued failure to move or respond. It was the realization that the panic was still there, still right there, restlessly circling her conscious mind as patiently as a predator might circle the guttering campfire of a woman who has somehow wandered away from her friends and gotten lost in the deep, dark fastnesses of the woods. "You're not lost," Goodwife Burlingame said. But Jessie did not trust that voice. Its control sounded bogus, its rationality only paint-deep. "You know just where you are." Yes, she did. She was at the end of a twisting, rutted camp road which split off from Bay Lane 2 miles south of here. The camp road had been an aisle of fallen red and yellow leaves over which she and Gerald had driven, and those leaves were mute testimony to the fact that this spur, leading to the Notch Bay end of Kashwakamak, had been used little or not at all in the last 3 weeks since the leaves had first begun to turn and then to fall. This end of the lake was almost exclusively the domain of summer people, and for all Jessie knew, the spur might not have been used since Labor Day. It was a total of 5 miles, first along the spur and then along Bay Lane, before one came out on Route 117, where there were a few year-round homes. "I'm out here alone. My husband is lying dead on the floor, and I'm handcuffed to the bed. I can scream until I turn blue, and it won't do me any good. No one is going to hear. The guy with the chainsaw is probably the closest, and he's at least 4 miles away. He might even be on the other side of the lake. The dog would hear me, but the dog is almost certainly a stray. Gerald's dead, and that's a shame. I never meant to kill him if that's what I did. But at least it was relatively quick for him. It won't be quick for me. If no one in Portland starts to worry about us, and there's no real reason why anyone should, at least for a while." She shouldn't be thinking this way. It brought the panic thing closer. If she didn't get her mind out of this rut, she would soon see the panic thing's stupid, hungry red eyes. No, she absolutely shouldn't be thinking this way. The bitch of it was, once you got it started, it was very hard to stop again. But maybe it's what you deserve. The hectoring, feverish voice of Goody Burlingame suddenly spoke up. Maybe it is. Because you did kill him, Jessie. You can't kid yourself about that, because I won't let you. I'm sure he wasn't in very good shape, and I'm sure it would have happened sooner or later anyway. Heart attack at the office, or maybe in the turnpike passing lane on his way home some night. Him with a cigarette in his hand trying to light it, and a big 10-wheeler behind him honking for him to get the hell back over into the right-hand lane and make some room. But you couldn't wait for sooner or later, could you? Oh, no, not you. Not Tom Mayhood's good little girl, Jessie. You couldn't just lie there and let him shoot his squirt, could you? Cosmo girl Jessie Burlingame says, "No man chains me down." You had to kick him in the guts and the nuts, didn't you? And you had to do it while his thermostat was already well over the red line. Let's cut to the chase, dear. You murdered him. So maybe you deserve to be right here, handcuffed to this bed. Maybe... Oh, that is such bullshit, she said. It was an inexpressible relief to hear that other voice, Ruth's voice, come out of her mouth. She sometimes, well, maybe often, would be closer to the truth, hated the good wife voice, hated it and feared it. It was often foolish and flighty, she recognized that, but it was also strong, so hard to say no to. Goody was always eager to assure her she had bought the wrong dress, or that she had chosen the wrong caterer for the end of the summer party Gerald threw each year for the other partners in the firm and their wives, except it was really Jessie who threw it. Gerald was just the guy who stood around and said, "Aw, shucks," and took all the credit. Goody was the one who always insisted that she had to lose 5 pounds. That voice wouldn't let up even if her ribs were showing. "Never mind your ribs," it screamed in tones of self-righteous horror. "Look at your tits, old girl. And if they aren't enough to make you barf a keg, look at your thighs. Such bullshit," she said, trying to make it even stronger. But now she heard a minute shake in her voice, and that wasn't so good. Not so good at all. He knew I was serious. He knew it. So whose fault does that make it? But was that really true? In a way it was. She had seen him deciding to reject what he saw in her face and heard in her voice because it would spoil the game. But in another way, a much more fundamental way, she knew it wasn't true at all. Because Gerald hadn't taken her seriously about much of anything during the last 10 or 12 years of their life together. He had made what almost amounted to a second career out of not hearing what she said, unless it was about meals or where they were supposed to be at such and such a time on such and such a night, so don't forget, Gerald. The only other exceptions to the general rules of ear were unfriendly remarks about his weight or his drinking. He heard the things she had to say on those subjects, and he didn't like them. But they were dismissible as part of some mythic natural order. Fish gotta swim, birds gotta fly, wife gotta nag. So what exactly had she expected from this man? For him to say, "Yes, dear, I will free you at once, and by the way, thanks for raising my consciousness"? Yes, she suspected some naive part of her, some untouched and dewy-eyed little girl part, had expected just that. The chainsaw, which had been snarling and ripping away again for quite some time, suddenly fell silent. Dog, loon, and even the wind had also fallen silent, at least temporarily, and the quiet felt as thick and as palpable as 10 years of undisturbed dust in an empty house. She could hear no car or truck engine, not even a distant one. And now the voice which spoke belonged to no one but herself. "Oh, my God," it said. "Oh, my God, I am all alone out here. I am all alone." Jessie closed her eyes tightly. 6 years ago, she had spent an abortive 4-month period in counseling, not telling Gerald because she knew he would be sarcastic, and probably worried about what beans she might be spilling. She had stated her problem as stress, and Nora Callaghan, her therapist, had taught her a simple relaxation technique. Most people associate counting to 10 with Donald Duck trying to keep his temper, Nora had said. But what a 10 count really does is to give you a chance to reset all your emotional dials. And anybody who doesn't need an emotional reset at least once a day has probably got problems a lot more serious than yours or mine. This voice was also clear enough to raise a small, wistful smile on her face. I liked Nora. I liked her a lot. Had she, Jessie, known that at the time, she was moderately astounded to find she couldn't exactly remember, any more than she could exactly remember why she had quit going to see Nora on Tuesday afternoons. She supposed that a bunch of stuff, community chest, the Court Street homeless shelter, maybe the new library fund drive, had just come up all at once. Shit happens, as another piece of New Age vapidity passing for wisdom pointed out. Quitting had probably been for the best, anyway. If you didn't draw the line somewhere, therapy just went on until you and your therapist dotted off to that great group encounter session in the sky together. Never mind, go ahead and do the count, starting with your toes. Do it just the way she taught you. Yes, why not? 1 is for feet, 10 little toes, cute little piggies all in a row. Except that 8 were comically croggled, and her great toes looked like the heads on a pair of ball-peen hammers. 2 is for legs lovely and long. Well, not that long. She was only 5'6" after all. But Gerald had claimed they were still her best feature, at least in the old sex appeal department. She had always been amused by this claim, which seemed to be perfectly sincere on his part. He had somehow missed her knees, which were as ugly as the knobs on an apple tree, and her chubby upper thighs. 3 is my sex, what's right can't be wrong. Mildly cute. A little too cute, many might say, but not very illuminating. She raised her head a little as if to look at the object in question, but her eyes remained closed. She didn't need her eyes to see it anyway. She had been coexisting with that particular accessory for a long time. What lay between her hips was a triangle of ginger-colored, crinkly hair surrounded by an unassuming slit, with all the aesthetic beauty of a badly healed scar. This thing, this organ that was really little more than a deep fold of flesh cradled by crisscrossing belts of muscle, seemed to her an unlikely wellspring from myth, but it certainly held mythic status in the collective male mind. It was the magic veil, wasn't it? The corral where even the wildest unicorns were eventually penned. Mother McCree, what bullshit, she said, smiling a little but not opening her eyes. Except it wasn't bullshit, not entirely. That slit was the object of every man's lust, the heterosexual ones at least. But it was also frequently an object of their inexplicable scorn, distrust, and hate. You didn't hear that dark anger in all their jokes, but it was present in enough of them, and in some it was right out front, raw as a sore. What's a woman? A life support system for a cunt. "Stop it, Jessie," Goodwife Burlingame ordered. Her voice was upset and disgusted. Stop it right now. That, Jessie decided, was a damned good idea, and she turned her mind back to Nora's 10 count. 4 was for her hips, too wide, and 5 her belly, too thick. 6 was her breasts, which she thought were her best feature. Gerald, she suspected, was a bit put off by the vague tracings of blue veins beneath their smoothly sloping curves. The breasts of the gatefold girls in his magazines did not show such hints of the plumbing beneath. The magazine girls didn't have tiny hairs growing out of their areolae either. 7 was her too wide shoulders. 8 was her neck, which used to be good-looking but had grown decidedly chickeny in the last few years. 9 was her receding chin, and 10... Wait a minute! Wait just one goddamn minute here! The no-bullshit voice broke in furiously. What kind of dumb game is this? Jessie shut her eyes tighter, appalled by the depth of anger in that voice and frightened by its separateness. In its anger it didn't seem like a voice coming from the central taproot of her mind at all, but like a real interloper, an alien spirit that wanted to possess her the way the spirit of Pazuzu had possessed the little girl in The Exorcist. Don't want to answer that? Ruth Neary, alias Pazuzu, asked. Okay, maybe that one's too complicated. Let me make it really simple for you, Jess. Who turned Nora Callaghan's simple little relaxation litany into a mantra of self-hatred? No one, she thought back meekly, and knew at once that the no-bullshit voice would never accept that. So she added, the good wife, It was her. No, it wasn't. Ruth's voice returned at once. She sounded disgusted at this half-assed effort to shift the blame. Goody's a little stupid, and right now she's a lot scared, but she's a sweet enough thing at the bottom, and her intentions have always been good. The intentions of whoever re-edited Nora's list were actively evil. Jessie, don't you see that? Don't you... I don't see anything because my eyes are closed, she said in a trembling, childish voice. She almost opened them, but something told her that was apt to make the situation worse instead of better. Who was the one, Jessie? Who taught you that you were ugly and worthless? Who picked out Gerald Burlingame as your soulmate and Prince Charming, probably years before you actually met him at that Republican Party mixer? Who decided he wasn't only what you needed, but exactly what you deserved? With a tremendous effort, Jessie swept this voice, all the voices she fervently hoped, out of her mind. She began the mantra again, this time speaking it aloud. 1 is my toes, all in a row. 2 is my legs, lovely and long. 3 is my sex, what's right can't be wrong. 4 is my hips, curving and sweet. 5 is my stomach, where I store what I eat. She couldn't remember the rest of the rhymes, which was probably a mercy. She had a strong suspicion that Nora had womped them up herself, probably with an eye toward publication in one of the soft and yearning self-help magazines which sat on the coffee table in her waiting room, and so went on without them. 6 is my breasts. 7's my shoulders. 8's my neck. She paused to take a breath and was relieved to find her heartbeat had slowed from a gallop to a fast run. 9 is my chin, and 10 is my eyes. Eyes open wide. She suited the action to the words, and the bedroom jumped into bright existence around her, somehow new, and for the moment at least, almost as delightful as it had been to her when she and Gerald had spent their first summer in this house. Back in 1979, a year which once had the ring of science fiction and now seemed impossibly antique. Jessie looked at the gray barn-board walls, the high white ceiling with its reflected shimmers from the lake, and the 2 big windows, one on either side of the bed. The one to her left looked west, giving a view of the deck, the sloping land beyond it, and the heartbreaking bright blue of the lake. The one on her right provided a less romantic vista, the driveway and her gray dowager of a Mercedes, now 8 years old and beginning to show the first small speckles of rust along the rocker panels. Directly across the room she saw the framed batik butterfly hanging on the wall over the dresser, and remembered with a superstitious lack of surprise that it had been a 30th birthday present from Ruth. She couldn't see the tiny signature stitched in red thread from over here, but she knew it was there. Neary, 83. Another science fiction year. Not far from the butterfly, and clashing like mad, although she had never quite summoned enough nerve to point this out to her husband, Gerald's Alpha Gamma Rho beer stein hung from a chrome peg. Rho wasn't a very bright star in the fraternity universe. The other frat rats used to call it Alpha Grab-a-Ho, but Gerald wore that pin with a perverse sort of pride, and kept the stein on the wall and drank the first beer of the summer out of it each year when they came down here in June. It was the sort of ceremony that had sometimes made her wonder, long before today's festivities, if she had been mentally competent when she married Gerald. Somebody should have put a stop to it, she thought drearily. Somebody really should have, because just look how it turned out. In the chair on the other side of the bathroom door, she could see the saucy little culotte skirt and the sleeveless blouse she had worn down on this unseasonably warm fall day. Her bra hung on the bathroom doorknob, and lying across the bedspread in her legs, turning the tiny soft hairs on her upper thighs to golden wires, was a bright band of afternoon sunlight. Not the square of light that lay almost dead center on the bedspread at 1 o'clock, and not the rectangle which lay on it at 2. This was a wide band that would soon narrow to a stripe, and although a power outage had buggered the readout of the digital clock radio on the dresser, it flashed 12 a.m. over and over, as relentless as a neon bar sign. The band of light told her it was going on 4 o'clock. Before long the stripe would start to slide off the bed, and she would see shadows in the corners and under the little reading table over by the wall. And as the stripe became a string, first slipping across the floor and then climbing up the far wall, fading as it went. Those shadows would begin to creep out of their places and spread across the room like ink stains, eating the light as they grew. The sun was westering. In another hour, an hour and a half at most, it would be going down. 40 minutes or so after that, it would be dark. This thought didn't cause panic, at least not yet, but it did lay a membrane of gloom over her mind and a dank atmosphere of dread over her heart. She saw herself lying here, handcuffed to the bed with Gerald dead on the floor beside and below her. Saw them lying here in the dark long after the man with a chainsaw had gone back to his wife and kids and well-lighted home. And the dog had wandered away, and there was only that damned loon out there on the lake for company. Only that, and nothing more. Mr. and Mrs. Gerald Burlingame, spending one last long night together. Looking at the beer stein and the batik butterfly, unlikely neighbors which could only be tolerated in a one-season-a-year house such as this one, Jessie thought that it was easy to think about the past, and just as easy, although a lot less pleasant, to go wandering off into possible versions of the future. The really tough job seemed to be staying in the present, but she thought she'd better try her best to do it. This nasty situation was probably going to get a lot nastier if she didn't. She couldn't depend on some deus ex machina to help her get out of the jam she was in, and that was a bummer. But if she succeeded in doing it herself, there would be a bonus. She'd be saved the embarrassment of lying here almost starkers while some sheriff's deputy unlocked her, asked what the hell had happened, and got a nice long look at the new widow's fair white body, all at the same time. There were two other things going on as well. She would have given a lot to push them away, even temporarily, but she couldn't. She needed to go to the bathroom, and she was thirsty. Right now the need to ship was stronger than the need to receive, but it was her desire for a drink of water that worried her. It wasn't a big deal yet, but that would change if she wasn't able to shuck the cuffs and get to a faucet. It would change in ways she didn't like to think of. It'd be funny if I died of thirst 200 yards from the 9th biggest lake in Maine, she thought. And then she shook her head. This wasn't the 9th biggest lake in Maine. What had she been thinking of? That was Dark Score Lake, the one where she and her parents and her brother and sister had gone all those years ago. Back before the voices. Back before... She cut that off, hard. It had been a long time since she'd thought about Dark Score Lake, and she didn't intend to start now, handcuffs or no handcuffs. Better to think about being thirsty. What's to think about, Toots? It's psychosomatic, that's all. You're thirsty because you know you can't get up and get a drink. It's as simple as that. But it wasn't. She'd had a fight with her husband, and the 2 swift kicks she'd dealt him had started a chain reaction which finally resulted in his death. She herself was suffering the after-effects of a major hormone spill. The technical term for it was shock, and one of the commonest symptoms of shock was thirst. She should probably count herself lucky that her mouth was no drier than it was, at least so far, and maybe that's the one thing I can do something about. Gerald was the quintessential creature of habit, and one of his habits was keeping a glass of water on his side of the shelf above the headboard of the bed. She twisted her head up and to the right, and yes, there it was, a tall glass of water with a little cluster of melting ice cubes floating on top. The glass was no doubt sitting on a coaster so it wouldn't leave a ring on the shelf. That was Gerald, so considerate about the little things. Beads of condensation stood out on the glass like sweat. Looking at these, Jessie felt her first pang of real thirst. It made her lick her lips. She slid to the right as far as the chain on the left handcuff would allow. This was only 6 inches, but it brought her onto Gerald's side of the bed. The movement also exposed several dark spots on the left side of the coverlet. She stared at these vacantly for several moments before remembering how Gerald had voided his bladder in his last agony. Then she quickly turned her eyes back to the glass of water, sitting up there on a round of cardboard which probably advertised some brand of yuppie suds, Beck's or Heineken being the most likely. She reached out and up, doing it slowly, willing her reach to be long enough. It wasn't. The tips of her fingers stopped 3 inches short of the glass. The pang of thirst, a slight tightening in the throat, a slight prickle on the tongue, came and went again. If no one comes, or I can't think of a way to wiggle free by tomorrow morning, I won't even be able to look at that glass. This idea had about it a cold reasonableness that was terrifying in and of itself. But she wouldn't still be here tomorrow morning, that was the thing. The idea was totally ridiculous. Insane, as a matter of fact. Loopy. Not worth thinking about. Stop, the no-bullshit voice said. Just stop. And so she did. The thing she had to face was that the idea wasn't totally ridiculous. She refused to accept or even entertain the possibility that she could die here. That was loopy, of course. But she could be in for some long, uncomfortable hours if she didn't dust away the cobwebs on the old thinking machine and get it running. Long, uncomfortable, and maybe painful, the good wife said nervously. But the pain would be an act of atonement, wouldn't it? After all, you brought this on yourself. I hope I'm not being tiresome, but if you just let him shoot his squirt... You are being tiresome, goody, Jessie said. She couldn't remember if she had ever spoken out loud to one of the interior voices before. She wondered if she was going mad. She decided she didn't give much of a shit one way or another, at least for the time being. Jessie closed her eyes again. This time it wasn't her body she visualized in the darkness behind her lids, but this whole room. Of course she was still the centerpiece, gosh, yes, Jessie Mayhoot Burlingame. Still a shade under 40, still fairly trim at 5'6" and 125 pounds. Blue eyes, brownish red hair. She covered the gray that had begun to show up about 5 years ago with a glossy rinse, and was fairly sure Gerald had never known. Jessie Mayhoot Burlingame, who had gotten herself into this mess without quite knowing how or why. Jessie Mayhoot Burlingame, now presumably the widow of Gerald, still mother of no one, and tethered to this goddamn bed by 2 sets of police handcuffs. She made the imaging part of her mind zoom in on these last. A furrow of concentration appeared between her closed eyes. 4 cuffs in all, each pair separated by 6 inches of rubber-sleeved steel chain, each with M17, a serial number she assumed, stamped into the steel of the lock plate. She remembered Gerald telling her, back when the game was new, that each cuff had a notched take-up arm, which made the cuff adjustable. It was also possible to shorten the chains until a prisoner's hands were jammed painfully together, wrist to wrist. But Gerald had allowed her the maximum length of chain. And why the hell not, she thought now. After all, it was only a game. Right, Gerald? Yet now her earlier question occurred to her, and she wondered again if it had ever really been just a game for Gerald. What's a woman? Some other voice, a UFO voice, whispered softly from some well of darkness deep inside her. A life support system for a cunt. Go away, Jessie thought. Go away, you're not helping. But the UFO voice declined the order. Why does a woman have a mouth and a cunt? It asked instead. So she can piss and moan at the same time. Any other questions, little lady? No. Given the unsettlingly surreal quality of the answers, she had no other questions. She rotated her hands inside the cuffs. The scant flesh of her wrists dragged against the steel, making her wince, but the pain was minor and her hands turned easily enough. Gerald might or might not have believed that a woman's only purpose in life was to serve as a life support system for a cunt, but he hadn't tightened the cuffs enough to hurt. She would have balked at that even before today, of course. Or so she told herself. And none of the interior voices were mean enough to dispute her on the subject. Still, they were too tight to slip out of. Or were they? Jessie gave them an experimental tug. The cuffs slid up her wrists as her hands came down, and then the steel bracelets wedged firmly against the junctions of bone and cartilage where the wrists made their complex and marvelous alliances with her hands. She yanked harder. Now the pain was much more intense. She suddenly remembered the time Daddy had slammed the driver's side door of their old country squire station wagon on Mattie's left hand, not knowing she was sliding out on his side for a change instead of on her own. How she had screamed! It had broken some bone, Jessie couldn't remember the name of it, but she did remember Mattie proudly showing off her soft cast and saying, "I also tore my posterior ligament." That had struck Jess and Will funny, because everyone knew that your posterior was the scientific name for your sit-upon. They had laughed, more in surprise than in scorn, but Mattie had gone storming off just the same, her face as dark as a thundercloud, to tell Mummy. Posterior ligament, she thought, deliberately applying more pressure in spite of the escalating pain. Posterior ligament and radio ulnar something or other. Doesn't matter. If you can slip out of these cuffs, I think you better do it, Toots, and let some doctor worry about putting Humpty back together again later on. Slowly, steadily, she increased the pressure, willing the handcuffs to slip down and off. If they would just go a little way, 1/4 of an inch might do it, and 1/2 was almost for sure. She would be past the bulkiest ridges of bone and would have more yielding tissue to deal with. Or so she hoped. There were bones in her thumbs, of course, but she would worry about them when and if the time came. She pulled down harder, her lips parting to show her teeth in a grimace of pain and effort. The muscles on her upper arms now stood out in shallow white arcs. Sweat began to bead her brow, even the slight indentation of her philtrum below her nose. She poked out her tongue and licked off this last without being aware of it. There was a lot of pain, but the pain wasn't what caused her to stop. What did was the simple realization that she had gotten to the point of maximum pull her muscles would provide, and it hadn't moved the cuffs a whit further down than they were right now. Her brief hope of simply squeezing out of this flickered and died. "Are you sure you pulled as hard as you could, or are you maybe only kidding yourself a little because it hurts so much?" "No," she said, still not opening her eyes. "I pulled as hard as I could, really." But that other voice remained, actually more glimpsed than heard, something like a comic book question mark. There were deep white grooves in the flesh of her wrists, below the pad of the thumb, across the back of the hand, and over the delicate blue tracings of vein below, where the steel had bitten in, and her wrists continued to throb painfully, even though she had taken off all the pressure of the cuffs by raising her hands until she could grip one of the headboard slats. "Oh, boy," she said, her voice shaky and uneven. "Doesn't this just suck the big one?" Had she pulled as hard as she could? Had she really? Doesn't matter, she thought, looking up at the shimmers of reflection on the ceiling. Doesn't matter, and I'll tell you why. If I am capable of pulling harder, what happened to Mattie's left wrist when the car door slammed on it is going to happen to both of mine. Bones are going to break. Posterior ligaments are going to snap like rubber bands. And radio ulnar hoojiggies are going to explode like clay pigeons in a shooting gallery. The only thing that would change is that instead of lying here chained and thirsty, I'd be lying here chained, thirsty, and with a pair of broken wrists thrown into the bargain. They'd swell, too. What I think is this. Gerald died before he ever had a chance to climb into the saddle, but he fucked me good and proper just the same. Okay. What other options were there? None, Goodwife Burlingame said in the watery tone of a woman who is just a teardrop away from breaking down completely. Jessie waited to see if the other voice, Ruth's voice, would weigh in with an opinion. It didn't. For all she knew, Ruth was floating around in the office water cooler with the rest of the loons. In any case, her abdication left her to fend for herself. So, okay, fend, she thought. What are you going to do about the handcuffs, now that you've ascertained simply slipping out of them is impossible? What can you do? There are 2 handcuffs in each set. The young voice, the one she hadn't found a name for, spoke up hesitantly. You've tried to slip out of the ones with your hands inside them, and it didn't work. But what about the others? The ones hooked to the bedposts. Have you thought about them? Jessie pressed the back of her head into her pillow, and arched her neck so she could look at the headboard and the bedposts. The fact that she was looking at these things upside down barely registered. The bed was smaller than a king or a queen, but quite a bit larger than a twin. It had some sort of fancy name, court jester size maybe, or chief lady in waiting, but she found it harder and harder to keep track of such things as she got older. She didn't know if you called that good sense or encroaching senility. In any case, the bed on which she now found herself had been just right for screwing, but a little too small for the two of them to share comfortably through the night. For her and Gerald, that hadn't been a drawback, because they had slept in separate rooms, both here and in the Portland house, for the last 5 years. It had been her decision, not his. She had gotten tired of his snoring, which seemed to get a little worse every year. On the rare occasions when they had overnight guests down here, she and Gerald slept together, uncomfortably, in this room. But otherwise they had shared this bed only when they had sex. And his snoring hadn't been the real reason she had moved out. It had just been the most diplomatic one. The real reason had been olfactory. Jessie had first come to dislike and then actually loathe the aroma of her husband's night sweat. Even if he showered just before coming to bed, the sour smell of Scotch whiskey began to creep out of his pores by 2 the next morning. Until this year, the pattern had been increasingly perfunctory sex followed by a period of drowsing. This had actually become her favorite part of the whole business, after which he would shower and leave her. Since March, however, there had been some changes. The scarves and the handcuffs, particularly the latter, had seemed to exhaust Gerald in a way plain old missionary-style sex never had, and he often fell deeply asleep next to her, shoulder to shoulder. She didn't mind this. Most of these encounters had been matinees, and Gerald smelled like plain old sweat instead of a weak scotch and water afterwards. He didn't snore much either, come to think of it. But all those sessions, all those matinees with the scarves and the handcuffs were in the Portland house, she thought. We spent all of July and most of August down there. But on the occasions when we had sex, there weren't many, but there were some. It was just plain old pot roast and mashed potatoes kind. Tarzan on top, Jane on the bottom. We never played the game down here until today. Why was that, I wonder? Probably it had been the windows, which were too tall and oddly cut for drapes. They had never gotten around to replacing the clear glass with reflective sheets, although Gerald had continued to talk about doing that right up to, well, right up until today, Goody finished, and Jessie blessed her tact. And you're right. It probably was the windows, at least mostly. He wouldn't have liked Fred Lagland or Jamie Brooks driving in to ask on the spur of the moment if he wanted to play 9 holes of golf, and seeing him boffing Mrs. Burlingame, who just happened to be attached to the bedpost with a pair of Krieg handcuffs. Word on something like that would probably get around. Fred and Jamie are good enough fellows, I guess. A couple of middle-aged pukes, if you ask me, Ruth broke in sourly. But they're only human, and a story like that would have been too good not to talk about. And there's something else, Jessie. Jessie didn't let her finish. This wasn't a thought she wanted to hear articulated in the good wife's pleasant but hopelessly prissy voice. It was possible that Gerald had never asked her to play the game down here because he had been afraid of some crazy joker popping out of the deck. What joker? Well, she thought, let's just say that there might have been a part of Gerald that really did believe a woman was just a life support system for a cunt, and that some other part of him, one I would call Gerald's better nature, for want of a clearer term, knew it. That part could have been afraid that things might get out of control. After all, isn't that just what happened? It was a hard idea to argue with. If this didn't fit the definition of out of control, Jessie didn't know what did. She felt a moment of wistful sadness and had to restrain an urge to look back toward the place where Gerald lay. She didn't know if she had grief in her for her late husband or not, but she did know that if it was there, this wasn't the time to deal with it. Still, it was nice to remember something good about the man with whom she had spent so many years, and the memory of the way he had sometimes fallen asleep beside her after sex was a good one. She hadn't liked the scarves, and had come to loathe the handcuffs, but she had liked looking at him as he drifted off, had liked the way his lines smoothed out of his large pink face. And in a way, he was sleeping beside her again right now. Wasn't he? That idea chilled even the flesh of her upper thighs, where the narrowing patch of sun lay. She turned the thought aside, or at least tried to, and went back to studying the head of the bed. The posts were set in slightly from the sides, leaving her arms spread but not uncomfortably so, particularly with the 6 inches or so of free play afforded by the handcuffed chains. There were 4 horizontal boards running between the posts. These were also mahogany, and engraved with simple but pleasing wave shapes. Gerald had once suggested that they have their initials carved in the center board. He knew of a man in Tashmore Glen would be happy to drive over and do it, he said. But she had poured cold water on the idea. It seemed both ostentatious and strangely childish to her, like teeny-bop sweethearts carving hearts on their study hall desks. The bed shelf was set above the topmost board, just high enough to ensure that no one sitting up suddenly would bump his or her head. It held Gerald's glass of water, a couple of paperbacks left over from the summer, and on her end a little strew of cosmetics. These were also left over from the summer gone by, and she supposed they were dried out by now. A real shame, too. Nothing cheered up a handcuffed woman more reliably than a little country morning rose blusher. All the women's magazines said so. Jessie lifted her hands slowly, holding her arms out at a slight angle so her fists wouldn't fetch up on the underside of the shelf. She kept her head back, wanting to see what happened on the far end of the chains. The other cuffs were clamped to the bedposts between the 2nd and 3rd headboards. As she lifted her fisted hands, looking like a woman bench-pressing an invisible barbell, the cuffs slid along the posts until they reached the next board up. If she could pull that board off, and the one above it, she would be able to simply slip the handcuffs off the ends of the bedposts. Voila! Probably too good to be true, hon. Too easy to be true. But you might as well give it a shot. It's a way to pass the time, anyway. She wrapped her hands around the engraved horizontal board, currently barring any further upward progress for the cuffs clamped to the bedposts. She took a deep breath, held it, and yanked. One hard tug was enough to tell her that that way was also blocked. It was like trying to pull a steel retaining rod out of a concrete wall. She could not feel even a millimeter's worth of give. I could yank on that bastard for 10 years and not even move it, let alone pull it off the bedpost, she thought, and let her hands fall back to their former slack, chain-supported position above the bed. A despairing little cry escaped her. To her it sounded like the caw of a thirsty crow. "What am I going to do?" she asked the shimmers on the ceiling, and at last gave way to desperate, frightened tears. "Just what in the hell am I going to do?" As if in answer, the dog began to bark again, and this time it was so close it scared her into a scream. It sounded, in fact, as if it was right outside the east window, in the driveway. The dog wasn't in the driveway. It was even closer than that. The shadow stretching up the asphalt almost to the front bumper of the Mercedes meant it was on the back porch. That long, trailing shadow looked as if it belonged to some twisted and monstrous freak show dog, and she hated it on sight. "Don't be so damn silly," she scolded herself. "The shadow only looks that way because the sun's going down. Now open your mouth and make some noise, girl. It doesn't have to be a stray after all." True enough. There might be a master in the picture somewhere, but she didn't hold out much hope for the idea. She guessed that the dog had been drawn to the back porch by the wire-covered garbage bin just outside the door. Gerald had sometimes called this tidy little construction, with its cedar shingles on top and its double latches on the lid, their raccoon magnet. This time it had drawn a dog instead of a coon, that was all. A stray, almost certainly. An ill-fed, down-on-its-luck mutt. Still, she had to try. "Hey!" she screamed. "Hey, is anyone there? I need some help if you are." Is anyone there?" The dog stopped barking instantly. Its spidery, distorted shadow jerked, turned, started to move, and then stopped again. She and Gerald had eaten sub-sandwiches on the ride up from Portland, big, oily salami and cheese combos, and the first thing she'd done when they arrived was to gather up the scraps and wrappings and dump them into the garbage bin. The rich smell of oil and meat was probably what had drawn the dog in the first place, and it was undoubtedly the smell which kept it from bolting back to the woods at the sound of her voice. That smell was stronger than the impulses of its feral heart. "Help!" Jessie screamed. And part of her mind tried to warn her that screaming was probably a mistake, that she would only scrape her throat raw and make herself thirstier, but that rational, cautioning voice never had a chance. She had caught the stink of her own fear. It was as strong and compelling to her as the smell of the sandwich leftovers were to the dog, and it quickly carried her into a state that was not just panic, but a kind of temporary insanity. "Help me! Somebody help me! Help! Help! Help!" Her voice broke at last, and she turned her head as far to the right as it would go, her hair plastered to her cheeks and forehead in sweaty licks and tangles, her eyes bulging. The fear of being found chained up naked with her husband lying dead on the floor beside her had ceased to even be a casual factor in her thinking. This new panic attack was like some weird mental eclipse. It filtered out the bright light of reason and hope and allowed her to see the most awful possibilities of all: starvation, thirst-induced madness, convulsions, death. She was not Heather Locklear or Victoria Principal, and this was not a made-for-TV suspense movie on the USA cable network. There were no cameras, no lights, no director to call cut. This was happening, and if help didn't come, it might well go on happening until she ceased to exist as a life form. Far from worrying about the circumstances of her detention, she had reached a point where she would have welcomed Maury Povich and the entire film crew of A Current Affair with tears of gratitude. But no one answered her frantic cries. No caretaker down here to check his places by the lake. No curious local out rambling with his dog, and perhaps trying to discover which of his neighbors might be growing a little marijuana among the whispering pines. And certainly not Maury Povich. There was only that long, queerly unpleasant shadow, which made her think of some weird dog spider balancing on 4 thin and febrile legs. Jessie took a deep, shuddery breath and tried to re-establish control over her skittish mind. Her throat was hot and dry, her nose uncomfortably wet and plugged with tears. What now? She didn't know. Disappointment throbbed in her head, temporarily too large to allow anything like constructive thought. The only thing of which she was completely sure was that the dog meant nothing. It was only going to stand out there on the back porch for a while and then go away when it realized that what had drawn it was out of reach. Jessie made a low, unhappy cry and closed her eyes. Tears oozed out from beneath her lashes and spilled slowly down her cheeks. In the late afternoon sun, they looked like drops of gold. "What now?" she asked again. The wind gusted outside, making the pines whisper and the loose door bang. "What now, good wife? What now, Ruth? What now, all you assorted UFOs and hangers-on? Any of you? Any of us? Got any ideas? I'm thirsty, I need to pee, my husband is dead, and my only company is a woods dog whose idea of heaven is the leftovers of a 3-cheese Genoa salami sub from Amato's in Gorham. Pretty soon it's going to decide that the smell is as close to heaven as it's going to get, and then it will bug out. So, what now?" No answers. All the interior voices had fallen silent. That was bad. They were company, at least. But the panic had also gone, leaving only its heavy metal aftertaste. And that was good. "I'll sleep for a while," she thought, amazed to find she could actually do just that if she wanted to. "I'll sleep for a while, and when I wake up, maybe I'll have an idea. At the very least, I can get away from the fear for a while." The tiny strain lines at the corners of her closed eyes and the two more noticeable ones between her brows began to smooth out. She could feel herself beginning to drift. She let herself go toward that refuge from self-regard with feelings of relief and gratitude. When the wind gusted this time, it seemed distant, and the restless sound of the door was even further away. Bang, bang. Bang, bang. Bang. Her breathing, which had been deepening and slowing as she slipped into a doze, suddenly stopped. Her eyes sprang open. The only emotion she was aware of in that first moment of sleep-snatched-away disorientation was a kind of puzzled pique. She had almost made it, damn it all, and then that damned door. What about that damned door? Just what about it? The damned door hadn't finished its usual double bang. That was what about it. As if this thought had brought them into being, Jessie now heard the distinctive click of the dog's toenails on the floor of the entryway. The stray had come in through the unlatched door. It was in the house. Her reaction was instant and unequivocal. "You get out!" She screamed at it, unaware that her overstrained voice had taken on a hoarse foghorn quality. "Get out, motherfucker! Do you hear me? You get the hell out of my house!" She stopped, breathing fast, eyes wide. Her skin seemed woven through with copper wires carrying a low electrical charge. The top 2 or 3 layers buzzed and crawled. She was distantly aware that the hairs on the nape of her neck were standing as erect as porcupine quills. The idea of sleep had disappeared right off the map. She heard the initial startled scrabble of the dog's nails on the entry floor. Then nothing. I must have scared it away. It probably scattered right out the door again. I mean, it's got to be afraid of people and houses, a stray like that. "I don't know, Toots," Ruth's voice said. It sounded uncharacteristically doubtful. "I don't see its shadow in the driveway." "Of course you don't. It probably went right around the other side of the house and back into the woods, or down by the lake, scared to death and running like hell. Doesn't that make sense?" Ruth's voice didn't answer. Neither did Goody, although at this point Jessie would have welcomed either one of them. "I did scare it away," she said. "I'm sure I did." But still she lay there, listening as hard as she could, hearing nothing but the hushed thump of blood in her ears. At least, not yet. She hadn't scared it away. It was afraid of people and houses. Jessie had been right about that. But she had underestimated its desperate condition. Its former name, Prince, was hideously ironic now. It had encountered a great many garbage bins just like the Burlingames in its long, starving circuit of Kashwakamak Lake this fall, and it had quickly dismissed the smell of salami, cheese, and olive oil coming from this one. The aroma was tantalizing, but bitter experience had taught the former Prince that the source of it was beyond its reach. There were other smells, however. The dog got a whiff of them each time the wind lazed the back door open. These smells were fainter than the ones coming from the box, and their source was inside the house, but they were too good to ignore. The dog knew it would probably be driven off by shouting masters who chased and kicked with their strange, hard feet, but the smells were stronger than its fear. One thing might have countered its terrible hunger, but it as yet knew nothing of guns. That would change if it lived until deer season, but that was still 2 weeks away, and the shouting masters with their hard, hurtful feet were the worst thing it could imagine for now. It slipped through the door when the wind opened it and trotted into the entryway, but not too far. It was ready to beat a hasty retreat the instant danger threatened. Its ears told it that the inhabitant of this house was a bitchmaster, and she was clearly aware of the dog because she had shouted at it. But what the stray heard in the bitchmaster's raised voice was fear, not anger. After its initial backward jerk of fright, the dog stood its ground. It waited for some other master to join its cries to those of the bitchmaster or to come running, and when this didn't happen, The dog stretched its neck forward, sniffing at the slightly stale air of the house. At first it turned to the right, in the direction of the kitchen. It was from this direction that the puffs of scent dispersed by the flapping door had come. The smells were dry but pleasant. Peanut butter, rye crisp crackers, raisins, cereal. This latter smell was drifting from a box of Special K in one of the cupboards. A hungry field mouse had gnawed a hole in the bottom of the box. The dog took a step in that direction, then swung its head back the other way to make sure no master was creeping up on it. Masters most frequently shouted, but they could be sly, too. There was no one in the hallway leading down to the left, but the dog caught a much stronger scent coming from that direction, one that caused its stomach to cramp with terrible longing. The dog stared down the hall, its eyes sparkling with a mad mixture of fear and desire, its snout wrinkled backward like a rumpled throw rug, its long upper lip rising and falling in a nervous, spasmodic sneer that revealed its teeth in small white winks. A stream of anxious urine squirted from it and pattered on the floor, marking the front hall and thus the whole house as the dog's territory. This sound was too small and too brief for even Jessie's straining ears to catch. What it smelled was blood. The scent was both strong and wrong. In the end, the dog's extreme hunger tipped the scales. It must eat soon or die. The former prince began to walk slowly down the hall toward the bedroom. The smell grew stronger as it went. It was blood, all right, but it was the wrong blood. It was the blood of a master. Nevertheless, that smell, one far too rich and compelling to deny, had gotten into its small, desperate brain. The dog kept walking, and as it neared the bedroom door, it began to growl. Jessie heard the click of the dog's nails and understood it was indeed still in the house, and coming this way. She began to scream. She knew this was probably the worst thing a person could do. It went against all the advice she'd ever heard about never showing a potentially dangerous animal that you were afraid, but she couldn't help it. She had too good an idea of what was drawing the stray toward the bedroom. She pulled her legs up, using the handcuffs to yank herself back against the headboard at the same time. Her eyes never left the door to the hallway as she did this. Now she could hear the dog growling. The sound made her bowels feel loose and hot and liquid. It halted in the doorway. Here the shadows had already begun to gather, and to Jessie the dog was only a vague shape low to the floor. Not a big one, but no toy poodle or chihuahua either. 2 orange-yellow crescents of reflected sunlight marked its eyes. "Go away!" Jessie screamed at it. "Go away! Get out! You're not welcome here!" That was a ridiculous thing to say, but under the circumstances, what wasn't? "I'll be asking it to fetch me the keys from the top of the dresser before you know it," she thought. There was a movement from the hind quarters of the shadowy shape in the doorway. It had begun to wag its tail. In some sentimental girl's novel, this probably would have meant the stray had confused the voice of the woman on the bed with the voice of some beloved but long-lost master. Jessie knew better. Dogs didn't just wag their tails when they were happy. They, like cats, also wagged them when they were indecisive, still trying to evaluate a situation. The dog had barely flinched at the sound of her voice, but it didn't quite trust the dim room either. Not yet, at least. The former prince had yet to learn about guns, but it had learned a good many other hard lessons in the 6 weeks or so since the last day of August. That was when Mr. Charles Sutton, a lawyer from Braintree, Massachusetts, had turned it out in the woods to die rather than take it back home and pay a combined state and town dog tax of $70. $70 for a pooch which was nothing but a Heinz 57 was a pretty tall set of tickets, in Charles Sutton's opinion. A little too tall. He had bought a motor sailor for himself only that June, granted, a purchase that was well up in the 5-figure range. And you could claim that there was some fucked-up thinking going on if you compared the price of the boat and the price of the dog tag. Of course you could. Anybody could. But that wasn't really the point. The point was that the motor sailor had been a planned purchase. That particular acquisition had been on the old Sutland drawing board for 2 years or more. The dog, on the other hand, was just a spur-of-the-moment buy at a roadside vegetable stand in Harlow. He never would have bought it if his daughter hadn't been with him and fallen in love with the pup. "That one, Daddy," she said, pointing. "The one with a white spot on his nose. The one that's standing all by himself like a little prince." So he'd bought her the pup. No one ever said he didn't know how to make his little girl happy. But $70, maybe as much as $100 if Prince was classified as a Class B larger dog, was serious dough when you were talking about a mutt that had come without a single piece of paperwork. Too much dough, Mr. Charles Sutland had decided, as the time to close up the cottage on the lake for another year began to approach. Taking it back to Braintree in the back seat of the Saab would also be a pain in the ass. It would shed everywhere, might even puke or take a shit on the carpeting. He could buy at a Very kennel, he supposed, but those little buttes started at $29.95 and worked up from there. A dog like Prince wouldn't be happy in a kennel anyway. He would be happier running wild, with a whole north woods for his kingdom. Yes, Sutland had told himself on that last day of August, as he parked on a deserted stretch of Bay Lane, and then coaxed the dog out of the back seat. Old Prince had the heart of a happy wanderer. You only had to take a good close look at him to see that. Sutland wasn't a stupid man, and part of his mind knew this was self-serving bullshit. But part of his mind was also exalted by the idea of it. And as he got back into his car and drove off, leaving Prince standing at the side of the road and looking after him, he was whistling the theme from Born Free, occasionally bursting into a snatch of the lyrics. Born free, to follow your heart. He had slept well that night, not sparing a thought for Prince, soon to be the former Prince, who had spent the same night curled up beneath a fallen tree, shivering and wakeful and hungry, whining with fear each time an owl hooted or an animal moved in the woods. Now the dog Charles Sutland had turned out to the theme of Born Free stood in the doorway of the master bedroom of the Burlingame summer home. The Sutland cottage was on the far side of the lake, and the two families had never met, although they had exchanged casual nods at the town boat dock over the last 3 or 4 summers. Its head was down, its eyes were wide, and its hackles were up. It was unaware of its own steady growl. All of its concentration was focused on the room. It understood in some deep instinctual way that the blood smell would soon overwhelm all caution. Before that happened, it must assure itself as completely as it could that this was not a trap. It didn't want to be caught by masters with hard, hurtful feet, or by those who picked up hard pieces of the ground and threw them. "Go away!" Jessie tried to shout, but her voice came out sounding weak and trembly. She wasn't going to make the dog go away by shouting at it. The bastard somehow knew she couldn't get up off the bed and hurt it. "This can't be happening," she thought. How could it be, when just 3 hours ago I was in the passenger seat of the Mercedes with my seatbelt around me, listening to the Rainmakers on the tape player and reminding myself to see what was playing at the Mountain Valley Cinemas, just in case we decided to spend the night? How can my husband be dead when we were singing along with Bob Walkenhorst? One more summer, we sang. One more chance, one more stab at romance. We both know all the words to that one because it's a great one, and that being the case, how can Gerald possibly be dead? How can things have possibly gotten from there to here? Sorry, folks, but this just has to be a dream. It's much too absurd for reality. The stray began to advance slowly into the room, legs stiff with caution, tail drooping, eyes wide and black, lips peeled back to reveal a full complement of teeth. About such concepts as absurdity, it knew from nothing. The former prince with whom the 8-year-old Catherine Sutland had once romped joyfully, at least until she'd gotten a Cabbage Patch doll named Marnie for her birthday and temporarily lost some of her interest, was part lab and part collie, a mixed breed, but a long way from being a mongrel. When Sutland had turned it out on Bay Lane at the end of August, it had weighed 80 pounds, and its coat had been glossy and sleek with health, a not unattractive mixture of brown and black, with a distinctive white collie bib on the chest and undersnout. It now weighed a bare 40 pounds, and a hand passed down its side would have felt each straining rib, not to mention the rapid, feverish beat of its heart. Its coat was dull and bedraggled and full of burdocks. A half-healed pink scar, souvenir of a panicky scramble under a barbed wire fence, zigzagged down one haunch, and a few porcupine quills stuck out of its muzzle like crooked whiskers. It had found the porker lying dead under a log about 10 days ago, but had given up on it after the first noseful of quills. It had been hungry, but not yet desperate. Now it was both. Its last meal had been a few maggoty scraps nosed out of a discarded garbage bag in a ditch running beside Route 117, and that had been 2 days ago. The dog, which had quickly learned to bring Catherine Sutton a red rubber ball when she rolled it across the living room floor or into the hall, was now quite literally starving on its feet. Yes, but here, right here on the floor, within sight, were pounds and pounds of fresh meat and fat, and bones filled with sweet marrow. It was like a gift from the god of strays. The one-time darling of Catherine Sutton continued to advance on the corpse of Gerald Burlingame. This isn't going to happen, Jessie told herself. No way it can, so just relax. She went on telling herself this right up to the moment when the upper half of the stray's body was cut off from her view by the left side of the bed. Its tail began to wag harder than ever, and then there was a sound she recognized, the sound of a dog drinking from a puddle on a hot summer day. Except it wasn't quite like that. This sound was rougher somehow, not so much the sound of lapping as of licking. Jessie stared at the rapidly wagging tail, and her mind suddenly showed her what was hidden from her eyes by the angle of the bed. This homeless stray, with its burdock-tangled fur and its weary, wary eyes, was licking the blood out of her husband's thinning hair. No! She lifted her buttocks off the bed and swung her legs around to the left. Get away from him! Just get away! She kicked out, and one of her heels brushed across the raised knobs of the dog's spine. It pulled back instantly and raised its muzzle, its eyes so wide they showed delicate rings of white. Its teeth parted, and in the fading afternoon light the cobweb-thin strands of saliva stretched between its upper and lower incisors looked like threads of spun gold. It lunged forward at her bare foot. Jessie yanked it back with a scream, feeling the hot mist of the dog's breath on her skin but saving her toes. Jessie curled her legs under her again without being aware she was doing it, without hearing the cries of outrage from the muscles in her overstrained shoulders, without feeling her joints roll reluctantly in their bony beds. The dog looked at her a moment longer, continuing to snarl, threatening her with its eyes. "Let's have an understanding, lady," the eyes said. "You do your thing and I'll do mine. That's the understanding. Sound okay to you? It better, because if you get in my way, I'm going to fuck you up. Besides, he's dead. You know it as well as I do. And why should he go to waste when I'm starving? You do the same. I doubt if you see that now, but I believe you may come around to my way of thinking on the subject. And sooner than you think." "Get out!" she screamed. Now she sat on her heels, with her arms stretched out to either side, looking more like Fay Ray on the sacrificial jungle altar than ever. Her posture, head up, breasts thrust outward, shoulders thrown so far back they were white with strain at their furthest points, deep triangular hollows of shadow at the base of her neck, was that of an exceptionally hot pin-up in a girly magazine. The obligatory pout of sultry invitation was missing, however. The expression on her face was that of a woman who stands very near the borderline between the country of the sane and that of the mad. "Get out of here!" The dog continued to look up at her and snarl for a few moments. Then, when it had apparently assured itself that the kicks wouldn't be repeated, it dismissed her and lowered its head again, There was no lapping or licking this time. Jessie heard a loud smacking sound instead. It reminded her of the enthusiastic kisses her brother Will used to place on Grandma Joan's cheek when they went to visit. The growling continued for a few seconds, but it was now oddly muffled, as if someone had slipped a pillowcase over the stray's head. From her new sitting position, with her hair almost brushing the bottom of the shelf over her head, Jessie could see one of Gerald's plump feet, as well as his right arm and hand. The foot was shaking back and forth, as if Gerald was bopping a little to some jivey piece of music, One More Summer by the Rainmakers, for instance. She could see the dog better from her new vantage point. Its body was now visible all the way up to the place where its neck started. She would have been able to see its head, too, if it had been up. It wasn't, though. The stray's head was down, and its rear legs were stiffly braced. Suddenly there was a thick ripping sound, a snotty sound, like someone with a bad cold trying to clear his throat. She moaned. "Stop. Oh, please, can't you stop?" The dog paid no attention. Once it had sat up and begged for table scraps, its eyes appearing to laugh, its mouth appearing to grin. But those days, like its former name, were long gone and hard to find. This was now, and things were what they were. Survival was not a matter for politeness or apology. It hadn't eaten for 2 days. There was food here, and although there was also a master here who didn't want it to take the food, the days when there had been masters who laughed and patted its head and called it good dog and gave it scraps for doing its small repertoire of tricks were all gone. This master's feet were small and soft instead of hard and hurtful, and its voice said it was powerless. The former prince's growls changed to muffled pants of effort, and as Jessie watched, the rest of Gerald's body began to bop along with his foot, first just jiving back and forth, and then actually starting to slide, as if he had gotten all the way into the groove, dead or not. "Get down, Disco Gerald," Jessie thought wildly. "Never mind the chicken or the shag. Do the dog." The stray couldn't have moved him if the rug had still been down, but Jessie had made arrangements to have the floor waxed the week after Labor Day. Bill Dunn, their caretaker, had let the men from Skip's Floors and More in, and they had done a hell of a job. They had wanted the missus to fully appreciate their work the next time she happened to stop down, so they had left the bedroom rug rolled up in the entry closet, and once the stray got Disco Gerald moving on the glossy floor, he moved almost as easily as John Travolta in Saturday Night Fever. The only real problem the dog had was keeping its own traction. Its long, dirty claws helped in this regard, digging in and inscribing short, jagged marks into the glossy wax as it backed up with its teeth buried to the gum lines in Gerald's flabby upper arm. "I'm not seeing this, you know. None of this is really happening. Just a little while ago we were listening to the Rainmakers, and Gerald turned down the volume long enough to tell me he was thinking about going up to Orono for the football game this Saturday, U of M against BU. I remember him scratching the lobe of his right ear while he talked. So how can he be dead, with a dog dragging him across our bedroom floor by the arm?" Gerald's widow's peak was in disarray, probably as a result of the dog licking the blood out of it, but his glasses were still firmly in place. She could see his eyes, half open and glazed, glaring up at the fading sun ripples on the ceiling from their puffy sockets. His face was still a mask of ugly red and purple blotches, as if even death had not been able to assuage his anger at her sudden capricious— Had he seen it as capricious? Of course he had. Change of mind. "Let go of him," she told the dog. But her voice was now meek and sad and strengthless. The dog barely twitched its ears at the sound of it, and didn't pause at all. It merely went on pulling the thing with the disarrayed widow's peak and the blotchy complexion. This thing no longer looked like Disco Gerald. Not a bit. Now it was only dead Gerald, sliding across the bedroom floor with a dog's teeth buried in its flabby biceps. A frayed flap of skin hung over the dog's snout. Jessie tried to tell herself it looked like wallpaper, but wallpaper did not, at least as far as she knew, come with moles and a vaccination scar. Now she could see Gerald's pink, fleshy belly, marked only by the small caliber bullet hole that was his navel. His penis flopped and dangled in its nest of black pubic hair. His buttocks whispered along the hardwood boards with ghastly, frictionless ease. Abruptly, the suffocating atmosphere of her terror was pierced by a shaft of anger so bright it was like a stroke of heat lightning inside her head. She did more than accept this new emotion. She welcomed it. Rage might not help her get out of this nightmare situation, but she sensed it would serve as an antidote to her growing sense of shocked unreality. "You bastard," she said in a low, trembling voice. "You cowardly, slinking bastard." Although she couldn't reach anything on Gerald's side of the bed shelf, Jessie found that by rotating her left wrist inside the handcuffs so that her hand was pointing back over her shoulder, she could walk her fingers over a short stretch of the shelf on her own side. She couldn't turn her head enough to see the things she was touching. They were just beyond that hazy spot people call the corner of their eye, but it didn't really matter. She had a pretty good idea of what was up there. She patted her fingers back and forth, running their tips lightly over tubes of makeup, pushing a few farther back on the shelf, and knocking others off it. Some of these latter landed on the coverlet. Others bounced off the bed or her left thigh and landed on the floor. None of them were even close to the sort of thing she was looking for. Her fingers closed on a jar of Nivea face cream, and for a moment she allowed herself to think it might do the trick. But it was only a sample-sized jar, too small and light to hurt the dog, even if it had been made of glass instead of plastic. She dropped it back onto the shelf and resumed her blind search. At their farthest stretch, her exploring fingers encountered the rounded edge of a glass object that was by far the biggest thing she had touched. For a moment she couldn't place it, and then it came to her. The stein hanging on the wall was only one souvenir of Gerald's Alpha Grabajo days. She was touching another one. It was an ashtray, and the only reason she hadn't placed it immediately was because it belonged on Gerald's end of the shelf, next to his glass of ice water. Someone, possibly Mrs. Dahl, the cleaning lady, possibly Gerald himself, had moved it over to her side of the bed, maybe in the course of dusting the shelf, maybe to make room for something else. The reason didn't matter anyway. It was there, and right now that was enough. Jessie closed her fingers over its rounded edge, feeling 2 notches in it, cigarette parking spaces. She gripped the ashtray, drew her hand back as far as she could, then brought it forward again. Her luck was in, and she snapped her wrist down at the instant the handcuff chain snubbed tight, like a big league pitcher breaking off a curve. All of this was an act of pure impulse, the missile sought for, found and thrown, before she had time to ensure the failure of the shot, by reflecting on how unlikely it was that a woman who had gotten a D in the archery mod of her 2-year college phys ed requirement could possibly hit a dog with an ashtray, especially when the dog was 15 feet away and the hand she was throwing with happened to be handcuffed to a bedpost. Nevertheless, she did hit it. The ashtray flipped over once in its flight, briefly revealing the Alpha Gamma Rho motto. She couldn't read it from where she lay, and didn't have to. The Latin words for service, growth, and courage were inscribed around a torch. The ashtray started to flip again, but crashed into the dog's straining, bony shoulders before it could roll all the way over. The stray gave a yip of surprise and pain, and Jessie felt a moment of violent, primitive triumph. her mouth pulled wide, in an expression that felt like a grin and looked like a screech. She howled deliriously, arching her back and straightening her legs as she did. She was once again unaware of the pain in her shoulders, as cartilage stretched and joints which had long since forgotten the limberness of 21 were pressed almost to the point of dislocation. She would feel it all later, every move, jerk, and twist she had made. But for now she was transported with savage delight at the success of her shot, and felt that if she did not somehow express her triumphant delirium, she might explode. She drummed her feet on the coverlet and rocked her body from side to side, her sweaty hair flailing her cheeks and temples, the tendons in her throat standing out like fat wires. "Ha!" she cried. "I got you! Ha!" The dog jerked backwards when the ashtray struck it, and jerked again when it bounced away and shattered on the floor. Its ears flattened at the change in the bitchmaster's voice. What it heard now was not fear but triumph. Soon it would get off the bed and begin to deal out kicks with its strange hard feet. The dog knew it would be hurt again, as it had been hurt before if it stayed there. It must run. It turned its head to make sure its path of retreat was still open, and the entrancing smell of fresh blood and meat struck it once more as it did so. The dog's stomach cramped, sour and imperative with hunger, and it whined uneasily. It was caught, perfectly balanced between two opposing directives, and it squirted out a fresh trickle of anxious urine. The smell of its own water, an odor that spoke of sickness and weakness instead of strength and confidence, added to its frustration and confusion, and it began to bark again. Jessie winced back from that splintery, unpleasant sound. She would have covered her ears if she could, and the dog sensed another change in the room. Something in the bitchmaster's scent had changed. Her alpha smell was fading while it was still new and fresh, and the dog began to sense that perhaps the blow it had taken across its shoulders did not mean that other blows were coming after all. The first blow had been more startling than painful anyway. The dog took a tentative step toward the trailing arm it had dropped, toward the entrancingly thick reek of mingled blood and meat. It watched the bitchmaster carefully as it moved. Its initial assessment of the bitchmaster as either harmless, helpless, or both might have been wrong. It would have to be very careful. Jessie lay on the bed, now faintly aware of the throbbing in her shoulders, more aware that her throat really hurt now, most aware of all that, ashtray or no ashtray, the dog was still here. In the first hot rush of her triumph, it had seemed a foregone conclusion to her that it must flee, but it had somehow stood its ground. Worse, it was now advancing again, cautiously and warily, true, but advancing. She felt a swollen green sack of poison pulsing somewhere inside her, bitter stuff, hateful as hemlock. She was afraid that if that sack burst, she would choke on her own frustrated rage. "Get out or I'll kill you. I don't know how, but I promise to God I will." The dog stopped again, looking at her with a deeply uneasy eye. "That's right. You better pay attention to me," Jessie said. "You just better, because I mean it. I mean every word." Then her voice rose to a shout again, although it bled off into whispers in places as her overstrained voice began to short out. "I'll kill you. I will. I swear I will. So get out." The dog, which had once been little Catherine Sutland's prince, looked from the bitchmaster to the meat, from the meat to the bitchmaster, from the bitchmaster to the meat once more. It came to the sort of decision Catherine's father himself would have called a compromise. It leaned forward, eyes rolling up to watch Jessie carefully at the same time, and seized the torn flap of tendon, fat, and gristle that had once been Gerald Burlingame's right bicep. Growling, it yanked backward. Gerald's arm came up. His limp fingers seemed to point through the east window at the Mercedes in the driveway. "Stop it!" Jessie shrieked. Her wounded voice now broke more frequently into that upper register where shrieks became gaspy falsetto whispers.
Haven't you done enough? Just leave him alone.
The stray paid no heed. It shook its head rapidly from side to side, as it had often done when it and Kathy Sutland played tug-of-war with one of its rubber toys. This, however, was no game. Curds of foam flew from the stray's jaws as it worked, shaking the meat off the bone. Gerald's carefully manicured hand swooped wildly back and forth in the air. Now he looked like a band conductor urging his musicians to pick up their tempo. Jessie heard that thick throat-clearing sound again, and suddenly realized she had to vomit. "No, Jessie!" It was Ruth's voice, and it was full of alarm. "No, you can't do that! The smell might bring it to you. Bring it on you!" Jessie's face knotted into a stressful grimace as she struggled to bring her gorge under control. The ripping sound came again, and she caught just a glimpse of the dog. Its forepaws were once again stiff and braced, and it seemed to stand at the end of a thick, dark strip of elastic the color of a ball jar gasket, before she closed her eyes. She tried to put her hands over her face, temporarily forgetting in her distress that she was cuffed. Her hands stopped still at least 2 feet apart from each other, and the handcuff chains jingled. Jessie moaned. It was a sound that went beyond desperation and into despair. It sounded like giving up. She heard that wet, snotty ripping sound once more. It ended with another big, happy kiss smack. Jessie did not open her eyes. The stray began to back toward the hall door, its eyes never leaving the bitchmaster on the bed. In its jaws was a large, glistening chunk of Gerald Burlingame. If the master on the bed meant to try and take it back, it would make its move now. The dog could not think, at least not as human beings understand that word, but its complex network of instincts provided a very effective alternative to thought, and it knew that what it had done, and what it was about to do, constituted a kind of damnation. But it had been hungry for a long time. It had been left in the woods by a man who had gone back home whistling the theme from Born Free, and now it was starving. If the bitchmaster tried to take away its meal now, it would fight. It took one final look at her, saw she was making no move to get off her bed, and turned away. It carried the meat into the entry and settled down with it caught firmly between its paws. The wind gusted briefly, first breezing the door open and then banging it shut. The stray glanced briefly in that direction, and ascertained in its doggy, not quite thinking way that it could push the door open with its muzzle and escape quickly if the need arose. With this last piece of business taken care of, it began to eat. The urge to vomit passed slowly, but it did pass. Jessie lay on her back with her eyes pressed tightly shut, now beginning to really feel the painful throbbing in her shoulders. It came in slow peristaltic waves, and she had a dismaying idea that this was only the beginning. "I want to go to sleep," she thought. It was the child's voice again. Now it sounded shocked and frightened. It had no interest in logic, no patience for cans and can'ts. "I was almost asleep when the bad dog came, and that's what I want now, to go to sleep." She sympathized wholeheartedly. The problem was she didn't really feel sleepy anymore. She had just seen a dog tear a chunk out of her husband, and she didn't feel sleepy at all. What she felt was thirsty. Jessie opened her eyes, and the first thing she saw was Gerald, lying on his own reflection in the highly polished bedroom floor like some grotesque human atoll. His eyes were still open, still staring furiously up at the ceiling. but his glasses now hung askew with one bow sticking into his ear instead of going over it. His head was cocked at such an extreme angle that his plump left cheek lay almost against his left shoulder. Between his right shoulder and right elbow, there was nothing but a dark red smile with ragged white edges. "Dear Jesus," Jessie muttered. She looked quickly away, out the west window. Golden light, it was almost sunset light now, dazzled her, and she shut her eyes again, watching the ebb and flow of red and black as her heart pushed membranes of blood through her closed lids. After a few moments of this, she noticed that the same darting patterns repeated themselves over and over again. It was almost like looking at protozoa under a microscope, protozoa on a slide which had been tinted with a red stain. She found this repeating pattern both interesting and soothing. She supposed you didn't have to be a genius to understand the appeal such simple repeating shapes held, given the circumstances. When all the normal patterns and routines of a person's life fell apart, and with such shocking suddenness, you had to find something you could hold on to, something that was both sane and predictable. If the organized swirl of blood in the thin sheaths of skin between your eyeballs and the last sunlight of an October day was all you could find, then you took it and said thank you very much. Because if you couldn't find something to hold on to, something that made at least some sort of sense, the alien elements of the New World Order were apt to drive you quite mad. Elements like the sounds now coming from the entry, for instance. The sounds that were a filthy, starving stray eating part of the man who had taken you to see your first Bergman film, the man who had taken you to the amusement park at Old Orchard Beach, coaxed you aboard that big Viking ship that swung back and forth in the air like a pendulum, then laughed until tears squirted out of his eyes when you said you wanted to go again. The man who once made love to you in the bathtub until you were literally screaming with pleasure. The man who was now sliding down that dog's gullet in gobs and chunks. Alien elements like that. "Strange days, pretty mamma," she said. "Strange days indeed." Her speaking voice had become a dusty, painful croak. She supposed she would do well to just shut up and give it a rest. But when it was quiet in the bedroom, she could hear the panic, still there, still creeping around on the big soft pads of its feet, looking for an opening, waiting for her to let down her guard. Besides, there was no real quiet. The chainsaw guy had packed it in for the day, but the loon still voiced its occasional cry, and the wind was rising as sunset approached, banging the door more loudly and more frequently than ever. Plus, of course, the sound of the dog dining on her husband. While Gerald had been waiting to collect and pay for the sub-sandwiches at Amato's, Jessie had stepped next door to Michaud's market. The fish at Michaud's was always good, almost fresh enough to flop, as her grandmother would have said. She had bought a lovely filet of sole, thinking she would pan-broil it if they decided to stay overnight. Sole was good because Gerald, who would live on a diet of nothing but roast beef and fried chicken if left to his own devices, with the occasional order of deep-fried mushrooms thrown in for nutritional purposes, actually claimed to like sole. She had bought it without the slightest premonition that he would be eaten before he could eat. "It's a jungle out there, baby," Jessie said in her dusty, croaky voice, and realized she was now doing more than just thinking in Ruth Neary's voice. She actually sounded like Ruth, who in their college days would have lived on a diet of nothing but Dewars and Marlboros if left to her own devices. That tough, no-bullshit voice spoke up then, as if Jessie had rubbed a magic lamp. "Remember that Nick Lowe song you heard on WBLM when you were coming home from your pottery class one day last winter? The one that made you laugh?" She did. She didn't want to, but she did. It had been a Nick Lowe tune titled, "She Used to Be a Winner, Now She's Just the Doggy's Dinner." A cynically amusing pop meditation on loneliness, set to an incongruously sunny beat. Amusing as hell last winter, yes, Ruth was right about that. but not so amusing now. "Stop it, Ruth," she croaked. "If you're going to freeload in my head, at least have the decency to quit teasing me." "Teasing you? Jesus, Tootsie, I'm not teasing you. I'm trying to wake you up." "I am awake," she said querulously. On the lake, the loon cried out again, as if to back her up on that. "Partly thanks to you. No, you're not. You haven't been awake, really awake, for a long time. When something bad happens, Jess, do you know what you do? You tell yourself, oh, this is nothing to worry about. This is just a bad dream. I get them every now and then. They're no big deal. And as soon as I roll over on my back again, I'll be fine. And that's what you do, you poor sap. That's just what you do." Jessie opened her mouth to reply. Such canards should not go unanswered, dry mouth and sore throat or not. But Goodwife Burlingame had mounted the ramparts before Jessie herself could do more than begin to organize her thoughts. "How can you say such awful things? You're horrible. Go away." Ruth's no-bullshit voice uttered its cynical bark of laughter again, and Jessie thought how disquieting, how horribly disquieting it was to hear part of your mind laughing in the make-believe voice of an old acquaintance who was long gone to God knew where. Go away? You'd like that, wouldn't you, Tootsie Wootsie Pie, Daddy's little girl? Any time the truth gets too close, any time you start to suspect the dream is maybe not just a dream, you run away. That's ridiculous. Is it? Then what happened to Nora Callaghan? For a moment that shocked Goody's voice, and her own, the one that usually spoke both aloud and in her mind as I, to silence. But in that silence a strange, familiar image formed. A circle of laughing, pointing people, mostly women, standing around a young girl with her head and hands in stocks. She was hard to see because it was very dark. It should have still been full daylight, but was for some reason very dark just the same. But the girl's face would have been hidden even if the day had been bright. Her hair hung over it like a penitent's shroud, although it was hard to believe she could have done anything too horrible. She was clearly no more than 12 or so. Whatever it was she was being punished for, it couldn't be for hurting her husband. This particular daughter of Eve was too young to have even begun her monthly courses, let alone have a husband. No, that's not true. A voice from the deeper ranges of her mind suddenly spoke up. This voice was both musical yet frighteningly powerful, like the cry of a whale. She started when she was only 10.5. Maybe that was the problem. Maybe he smelled blood just like that dog out in the entry. Maybe it made him frantic. Shut up, Jessie cried. She felt suddenly frantic herself. Shut up, we don't talk about that. And speaking of smells, what's that other one? Ruth asked. Now the mental voice was harsh and eager. The voice of a prospector who has finally stumbled over a vein of ore he has long suspected but never been able to find. That mineral smell, like salt and old pennies. We don't talk about that, I said. She lay on the coverlet, her muscles tense beneath her cold skin, both her captivity and her husband's death forgotten, at least for the time being, in the face of this new threat. She could feel Ruth, or some cut-off part of her for which Ruth spoke, debating whether or not to pursue the matter. When it decided not to, not directly at least, both Jessie and Goodwife Burlingame breathed a sigh of relief. All right, let's talk about Nora instead, Ruth said. Nora, your therapist? Nora, your counselor? The one you started to go see around the time you stopped painting, because some of the paintings were scaring you. Which was also the time, coincidentally or not, when Gerald's sexual interest in you seemed to evaporate, and you started sniffing the collars of his shirts for perfume. You remember Nora, don't you?
Nora Callaghan was a prying bitch,
the good wife snarled. No, Jessie muttered. She was well-intentioned. I don't doubt that a bit. She just always wanted to go one step too far. Ask one question too many. You said you liked her a lot. Didn't I hear you say that? I want to stop thinking, Jessie said. Her voice was wavery and uncertain. I especially want to stop hearing voices and talking back to them, too. It's nuts. Well, you'd better listen just the same, Ruth said grimly. Because you can't run away from this the way you ran away from Nora. The way you ran away from me, for that matter.
I never ran away from you, Ruth.
Shocked denial, and not very convincing. She had done just that, of course. Had simply packed her bags and moved out of the cheesy but cheerful dorm suite she and Ruth shared. She hadn't done it because Ruth had started asking her too many of the wrong questions. Questions about Jessie's childhood. Questions about Dark Score Lake. Questions about what might have happened there during the summer just after Jessie started to menstruate. No, only a bad friend would have moved out for such reasons. Jessie hadn't moved out because Ruth started asking questions. She moved out because Ruth wouldn't stop asking them when Jessie asked her to do so. That, in Jessie's opinion, made Ruth a bad friend. Ruth had seen the lines Jessie had drawn in the dust, and had then deliberately stepped over them anyway, as Nora Callaghan had done years later. Besides, the idea of running away under these conditions was pretty ludicrous, wasn't it? She was, after all, handcuffed to the bed. Don't insult my intelligence, cutie pie, Ruth said. Your mind isn't handcuffed to the bed, and we both know it. You can still run if you want to. But my advice, my strong advice, is don't you do it. Because I'm the only chance you've got. If you just lie there pretending this is a bad dream you got from sleeping on your left side, you're going to die in handcuffs. Is that what you want? Is that your prize for living your whole life in handcuffs ever since...
I will not think about that!
Jessie screamed at the empty room. For a moment, Ruth was silent. But before Jessie could do more than begin to hope that she'd gone away, Ruth was back. And back at her, worrying her like a terrier worrying a rag. Come on, Jess. You'd probably like to believe you're crazy, rather than dig around in that old grave. But you're really not, you know. I'm you. The good wife's you. We're all you, as a matter of fact. I have a pretty good idea of what happened that day at Dark Score when the rest of the family was gone. And the thing I'm really curious about doesn't have a lot to do with the events per se. What I'm really curious about is this. Is there a part of you, one I don't know about, that wants to be sharing space with Gerald in that dog's guts come this time tomorrow? I only ask, because that doesn't sound like loyalty to me. That sounds like lunacy. Tears were trickling down her cheeks again, but she didn't know if she was crying because of the possibility, finally articulated, that she actually could die here, or because for the first time in at least 4 years, she had come close to thinking about that other summer place, the one on Dark Score Lake, and about what happened there on the day when the sun went out. Once upon a time, she had almost spilled that secret at a woman's consciousness group. Back in the early 70s, that had been. And of course, attending that meeting had been her roomie's idea. But Jessie had gone along willingly, at least to begin with. It had seemed harmless enough, just another act in the amazing tie-dyed carnival that was college back then. For Jessie, those first 2 years of college, particularly with someone like Ruth Neary to tour her through the games, rides, and exhibits, had been for the most part quite wonderful. A time when fearlessness seemed possible and achievement inevitable. Those were the days when no dorm room was complete without a Peter Max poster, and if you were tired of the Beatles, not that anybody was, you could slap on a little Hot Tuna or MC5. It had all been a little too bright to be real, like things seen through a fever which is not quite high enough to be life-threatening. In fact, those first 2 years had been a blast. The blast had ended with that first meeting of the Women's Consciousness Group. In there, Jessie had discovered a ghastly gray world, which seemed simultaneously to preview the adult future that lay ahead for her in the 80s, and to whisper of gloomy childhood secrets that had been buried alive in the 60s, but did not lie quiet there. There had been 20 women in the living room of the cottage attached to the New Worth Interdenominational Chapel, some perched on the old sofa, others peering out of the shadows thrown by the wings of the vast and lumpy parsonage chairs, most sitting cross-legged on the floor in a rough circle, 20 women between the ages of 18 and 40-something. They had joined hands and shared a moment of silence at the beginning of the session. When that was over, Jessie had been assaulted by ghastly stories of rape, of incest, and of physical torture. If she lived to be 100, she would never forget the calm, pretty blonde girl who had pulled up her sweater to show the old scars of cigarette burns on the undersides of her breasts. That was when the carnival ended for Jessie Mayhout. Ended? No, that wasn't right, let alone fair. It was as if she had been afforded a momentary glimpse behind the carnival, had been allowed to see the gray and empty fields of autumn that were the real truth. Nothing but empty cigarette wrappers and used condoms, and a few cheap broken prizes caught in the tall grass, waiting to either blow away or be covered by the winter snows. She saw that silent, stupid, sterile world waiting beyond the thin layer of patched canvas, which was all that separated it from the razzle-dazzle brightness of the midway, the patter of hucksters, and the glimmer-glamour of the rides, and it terrified her. To think that only this lay ahead for her, only this and nothing more, was awful. To think that it lay behind her as well, imperfectly hidden by the patched and tawdry canvas of her own doctored memories, was insupportable. After showing them the bottoms of her breasts, the pretty blonde girl had pulled her sweatshirt back down and explained that she could say nothing to her parents about what her brother's friends had done to her on the weekend her parents had gone to Montreal, because it might mean that what her brother had been doing to her off and on all during the last year would come out, and her parents would never have believed that. The blonde girl's voice was as calm as her face, her tone perfectly rational. When she finished, there was a moment of thunderstruck silence, a moment during which Jessie had felt something tearing loose inside her, and had heard 100 ghostly interior voices screaming in mingled hope and terror. And then Ruth had spoken. "Why wouldn't they believe you?" she demanded. "Jesus, Liv, they burned you with live cigarettes. I mean, you had the burns as evidence. Why wouldn't they believe you? Didn't they love you?" Yes, Jessie thought. Yes, they loved her, but... "Yes," the blonde girl said. "They loved me. They still do. But they idolized my brother Barry." Sitting beside Ruth, the heel of one not quite steady hand resting against her forehead, Jessie remembered whispering, "Besides, it would have killed her." Ruth turned to her, began, "What?" And the blonde girl, still not crying, still eerily calm, said, "Besides, finding out something like that would have killed my mother." And then Jessie had known she was going to explode if she didn't get out of there. So she had gotten up, springing out of her chair so fast she had almost knocked the ugly, bulky thing over. She had sprinted from the room, knowing they were all looking at her, not caring. What they thought didn't matter. What mattered was that the sun had gone out, the very sun itself. And if she told, her story would be disbelieved only if God was good. If God was in a bad mood, Jessie would be believed. And even if it didn't kill her mother, it would blow the family apart like a stick of dynamite in a rotten pumpkin. So she had run out of the room and through the kitchen, and would have belted right on through the back door, except the back door was locked. Ruth chased after her, calling for her to stop. Jessie, stop. She had, but only because that damned locked door made her. She'd put her face against the cold, dark glass, actually considering, yes, just for a moment she had, slamming her head right through it and cutting her throat. Anything to blot out that awful gray vision of the future ahead and the past behind. But in the end she had simply turned around and slid down to the floor, clasping her bare legs below the hem of the short skirt she'd been wearing, and putting her forehead against her upraised knees and closing her eyes. Ruth sat down beside her and put an arm around her, rocking her back and forth, crooning to her, stroking her hair, encouraging her to give it up, get rid of it, sick it up, let it go. Now, lying here in the house on the shore of Kashwakamak Lake, she wondered what had happened to the tearless, eerily calm blonde girl who had told them about her brother Barry and Barry's friends, young men who had clearly felt a woman was just a life support system for a cunt, and that branding was a perfectly just punishment for a young woman who felt more or less okay about fucking her brother, but not her brother's good buddies. More to the point, Jessie wondered what she had said to Ruth as they sat with their backs against the locked kitchen door and their arms around each other. The only thing she could remember for sure was something like, "He never burned me. He never burned me. He never hurt me at all." But there must have been more to it than that, because the questions Ruth had refused to stop asking had all pointed clearly in just one direction, toward Dark Score Lake, and the day the sun had gone out. She had finally left Ruth rather than tell, just as she had left Nora rather than tell. She had run just as fast as her legs could carry her. Jessie Mayhoot Burlingame, also known as the amazing gingerbread girl, the last wonder of a dubious age, survivor of the day the sun had gone out, now handcuffed to the bed and able to run no more. "Help me," she said to the empty bedroom. Now that she had remembered the blonde girl with the eerily calm face and voice, and the stipple of old circular scars on her otherwise lovely breast, Jessie could not get her out of her mind, nor the knowledge that it hadn't been calmness, not at all, but some fundamental disconnection from the terrible thing that had happened to her. Somehow the blonde girl's face became her face, and when Jessie spoke, she did so in the shaking, humbled voice of an atheist who has been stripped of everything but one final, long-shot prayer. "Please, help me." It wasn't God who answered, but the part of her which could apparently only speak while masquerading as Ruth Neary. The voice now sounded gentle, but not very hopeful. "I'll try. But you have to help me. I know you're willing to do painful things, but you may have to think painful thoughts, too. Are you ready for that?" "This isn't about thinking," Jessie said shakily, and thought. So that's what the good wife Burlingame sounds like out loud. It's about, well, escaping. "And you may have to muzzle her," Ruth said.
She's a valid part of you, Jessie. Of us. And not really a bad person. But she's been left to run the whole show for far too long. And in a situation like this, her way of dealing with the world is not much good. Do you want to argue the point? Jessie didn't want to argue that point or any other. She was too tired. The light falling through the west window was growing steadily hotter and redder as sunset approached. The wind gusted, sending leaves rattling along the lakeside deck, which was empty now. All the deck furniture had been stacked in the living room. The pines soft. The back door banged. The dog paused, then resumed its noisome smacking and ripping and chewing. "I'm so thirsty," she said mournfully. "Okay, then. That's where we ought to start." She turned her head the other way until she felt the last warmth of the sun on the left side of her neck, and the damp hair stuck to her cheek, and then she opened her eyes again. She found herself staring directly at Gerald's glass of water, and her throat immediately sent out a parched, imperative cry. "Let's begin this phase of operations by forgetting about the dog," Ruth said. "The dog is just doing what it has to do to get along, and you've got to do the same." "I don't know if I can forget it," Jessie said. "I think you can, Toots. I really do. If you could sweep what happened on the day the sun went out under the rug, I guess you can sweep anything under the rug." For a moment, she almost had it all, and understood she could have it all if she really wanted to. The secret of that day had never been completely sunk in her subconscious, as such secrets were in the TV soap operas and the movie melodramas. It had been buried in a shallow grave at best. There had been some selective amnesia, but of a completely voluntary sort. If she wanted to remember what had happened on the day the sun had gone out, she thought she probably could. As if this idea had been an invitation, her mind's eye suddenly saw a vision of heartbreaking clarity. A pane of glass held in a pair of barbecue tongs. A hand wearing an oven mitt was turning it this way and that in the smoke of a small sod fire. Jessie stiffened on the bed and willed the image away. "Let's get one thing straight," she thought. She supposed it was the Ruth voice she was speaking to, but wasn't completely sure. She wasn't really sure of anything anymore. "I don't want to remember. Got it? The events of that day have nothing to do with the events of this one. They're apples and oranges. It's easy enough to understand the connections. 2 lakes, 2 summer houses, 2 cases of secret, silence, hurt, harm, sexual hanky-panky. But remembering what happened in 1963 can't do a thing for me now except add to my general misery. So let's just drop that whole subject, okay? Let's just forget Dark Score Lake." "What do you say, Ruth?" she asked in a low voice, and her gaze shifted to the batik butterfly across the room. For just a moment there was another image. A little girl, somebody's sweet little pumpkin, smelling the sweet aroma of aftershave, and looking up into the sky through a piece of smoked glass. And then it was mercifully gone. She looked at the butterfly for a few moments longer, wanting to make sure those old memories were going to stay gone. And then she looked back at Gerald's glass of water. Incredibly, there were still a few slivers of ice floating on top, although the darkening room continued to hold the heat of the afternoon sun, and would for a while longer. Jessie let her gaze drip down the glass, let it embrace those chilly bubbles of condensation standing out on it. She couldn't actually see the coaster on which the glass stood. The shelf cut it off. But she didn't have to see it to visualize the dark, spreading ring of moisture forming on it, as those cool beads of condensate continued to trickle down the sides of the glass and pool around it at the bottom. Jessie's tongue slipped out and swiped across her upper lip, not imparting much moisture.
"I want a drink,"
the scared, demanding voice of the child, of somebody's sweet little pumpkin, yelled.
I want it! And I want it right now!
But she couldn't reach the glass. It was a clear-cut case of so near and yet so far. Ruth, don't give up so easy. If you could hit the goddamn dog with an ashtray, Tootsie, maybe you can get the glass. Maybe you can. Jessie raised her right hand again, straining as hard as her throbbing shoulder would allow, and still came up at least 2.5 inches short. She swallowed, grimacing at the sandpapery jerk and clench of her throat. See? She asked. Are you happy now? Ruth didn't reply, but Goody did. She spoke up softly, almost apologetically, inside Jessie's head. She said, get it, not reach it. They might not be the same thing. Goody laughed in an embarrassed, who-am-I-to-stick-my-oar-in way, and Jessie had a moment to think again, how surpassingly odd it was to feel a part of yourself laughing like that, as if it really was an entirely separate entity. If I had a few more voices, Jessie thought, we could have a goddamn bridge tournament in here. She looked at the glass a moment longer, then let herself flop back down on the pillows so she could study the underside of the shelf. It wasn't attached to the wall, she saw. It lay on 4 steel brackets that looked like upside-down capital L's. And the shelf wasn't attached to them either. She was sure of it. She remembered once when Gerald had been talking on the phone, and had absent-mindedly attempted to lean on the shelf. Her end had started to come up, levitating like the end of a seesaw, and if Gerald hadn't snatched his hand away immediately, he would have flipped the shelf like a tiddlywink. The thought of the telephone distracted her for a moment, but only a moment. It sat on a low table in front of the east window, the one with its scenic view of the driveway and the Mercedes, and it might as well have been on another planet, for all the good it could do her in her current situation. Her eyes returned to the underside of the shelf, first studying the plank itself, then scanning the L-shaped brackets again. When Gerald leaned on his end, her end had tilted. If she could exert enough pressure on her end to tilt his, the glass of water, it might slide down, she said in a hoarse, musing voice. It might slide down to my end. Of course, it might go sliding gaily right past her to shatter on the floor, and it might bang into some unseen obstacle up there and overturn before it ever got to her. But it was worth trying, wasn't it? Sure, I guess so, she thought. I mean, I was planning to fly to New York in my Lear jet, eat at 4 Seasons, dance the night away at Birdland. But with Gerald dead, I guess that would be a little tacky. And with all the good books currently out of reach, all the bad ones too, as far as that goes, I guess I might as well try for the consolation prize. All right, how was she supposed to go about it? Very carefully, she said. That's how. She used the handcuffs to pull herself up again and studied the glass some more. Not being able to actually see the surface of the shelf now struck her as a drawback. She had a pretty good idea of what was on her end, but was less sure about Gerald's and the no-man's land in the middle. Of course, it wasn't surprising. Who but someone with an eidetic memory could reel off a complete inventory of the items on a bedroom shelf? Who would ever have thought such things could matter? Well, they matter now. I'm living in a world where all the perspectives have changed. Yes, indeed. In this world, a stray dog could be scarier than Freddy Krueger. The phone was in the twilight zone. The sought-for desert oasis, goal of 1,000 grizzled foreign legionnaires in 100 desert romances, was a glass of water with a few last slivers of ice floating on top. In this new world order, the bedroom shelf had become a shipping lane as vital as the Panama Canal, and an old paperback western or mystery in the wrong place could become a lethal roadblock. "Don't you think you're exaggerating a little?" she asked herself uneasily, but in truth she did not. This would be a long odds operation under the best of circumstances, but if there was junk on the runway, forget it. A single skinny Hercule Poirot, or one of the Star Trek novels Gerald read and then dropped like used napkins, wouldn't show above the angle of the shelf, but it would be more than enough to stop or overturn the water glass. No, she wasn't exaggerating. The perspectives of this world really had changed, and enough to make her think of that science fiction movie where the hero started to shrink and went on getting smaller until he was living in his daughter's dollhouse and going in fear of the family cat. She was going to learn the new rules in a hurry, learn them and live by them. "Don't lose your courage, Jessie," Ruth's voice whispered. "Don't worry," she said. "I'm going to try. I really am. But sometimes it's good to know what you're up against. I think sometimes that makes a difference." She rotated her right wrist outward from her body as far as it would go, then raised her arm. In this position she looked like a woman's shape in a line of Egyptian pictographs. She began to patter her fingers on the shelf again, feeling for obstructions along the stretch where she hoped the glass would finish up. She touched a piece of fairly heavy-gauge paper and thumbed it for a moment, trying to think what it could be. Her first guess was a sheet from the notepad that usually hid in the clutter on the telephone table, but it wasn't thin enough for that. Her eye happened on a magazine, either Time or Newsweek. Gerald had brought both along, lying face down beside the phone. She remembered him thumbing rapidly through one of the magazines while he took off his socks and unbuttoned his shirt. The piece of paper on the shelf was probably one of those annoying blow-in subscription cards with which the newsstand copies of magazines are always loaded. Gerald often laid such cards aside for later use as bookmarks. It might be something else, but Jessie decided it didn't matter to her plans in any case. It wasn't solid enough to stop the glass or overturn it. There was nothing else up there, at least within reach of her stretching, wriggling fingers. "Okay," Jessie said. Her heart had started to pound hard. Some sadistic pirate broadcaster in her mind tried to transmit a picture of the glass tumbling off the shelf, and she immediately blocked the image out. Easy. Easy does it. Slow and easy wins the race. I hope. Holding her right hand right where it was, although bending it away from her body in that direction didn't work very well and hurt like the devil, Jessie raised her left hand, my ashtray-throwing hand, she thought with a grim glint of humor, and gripped the shelf with it well beyond the last supporting bracket on her side of the bed. Here we go, she thought, and began to exert downward pressure with her left hand. Nothing happened. I'm probably pulling too close to that last bracket to get enough leverage. The problem is the goddamn handcuff chain. I don't have enough slack to get as far out on the shelf as I need to be. Probably true. But the insight didn't change the fact that she wasn't doing a thing to the shelf with her left hand where it was. She would have to spider her fingers out a little further, if she could, that was, and hope it would be enough. It was funny book physics, simple but deadly. The irony was that she could reach under the shelf and push it up any time she liked. There was one small problem with that, however. It would tip the glass the wrong way, off Gerald's end and onto the floor. When you considered it closely, you saw that the situation really did have its amusing side. It was like an America's Funniest Home Video segment sent in from hell. Suddenly the wind dropped, and the sounds from the entry seemed very loud.
"Are you enjoying him, shithead?"
Jessie screamed. Pain ripped at her throat, but she couldn't stop.
"I hope so, because the first thing I'm going to do when I get out of these cuffs is blow your head off."
big talk, she thought. Very big talk for a woman who no longer even remembers if Gerald's old shotgun, the one that belonged to his dad, is here or in the attic of the Portland house. Nevertheless, there was a gratifying moment of silence from the shadowy world beyond the bedroom door. It was almost as if the dog was giving this threat its soberest, most thoughtful consideration. Then the smackings and chewings began again. Jessie's right wrist twanged warningly, threatening to cramp up, warning her that she had better get on with her business right away, if she actually had any business to do, that was. She leaned to the left and stretched her hand as far as the chain would allow. Then she began to put on the pressure again. At first there was nothing. She pulled harder, eyes slitted almost shut, the corners of her mouth turned down. It was the face of a child who expects a dose of bad medicine. And just before she reached the maximum downward pressure her aching arm muscles could exert, she felt a tiny shift on the shelf, a change in the uniform drag of gravity so minute that it was more intuitive than actually sensed. Wishful thinking, Jess. That's all you felt. Only that and nothing more. No. It was the input of senses which had been jacked into the stratosphere by terror, perhaps, but it wasn't wishful thinking. She let go of the shelf and just lay there for a few moments, taking long, slow breaths and letting her muscles recover. She didn't want them spasming or cramping up at the critical moment. She had quite enough problems without that, thanks. When she thought she felt as ready as she could feel, she curled her left fist loosely around the bedpost and slid it up and down until the sweat on her palm dried and the mahogany squeaked. Then she stretched out her arm and gripped the shelf again. It was time. Got to be careful, though. The shelf moved, no question about that, and it'll move more. But it's going to take all my strength to get that glass in motion. If I can do it at all, that is. And when a person gets near the end of their strength, control gets spotty. That was true, but it wasn't the kicker. The kicker was this. She had no feel for the shelf's tip point. Absolutely none at all. Jessie remembered seesawing with her sister Mattie on the playground behind Falmouth Grammar School. They had come back early from the lake one summer, and it seemed to her she had spent that whole August going up and down on those paint-peeling teeter-boards with Mattie as her partner, and how they had been able to balance perfectly whenever they felt like it. All it took was for Mattie, who weighed a little more, to move a butt's length in toward the middle. Long, hot afternoons of practice, singing jump-rope songs to each other as they went up and down, had enabled them to find each seesaw's tip point with an almost scientific exactitude. Those half a dozen warped green boards standing in a row on the sizzling hot top had seemed almost like living things to them. She felt none of that eager liveliness under her fingers now. She would simply have to try her best and hope that it was good enough. And whatever the Bible may say to the contrary, don't let your left hand forget what your right hand is supposed to be doing. Your left may be your ashtray-throwing hand, but your right had better be your glass-catching hand, Jessie. There's only a few inches of shelf where you'll have a chance to get hold of it. If it slides past that area, it won't matter if it stays up. It'll be as out of reach as it is right now. Jessie didn't think she could forget what her right hand was doing. It hurt too much. Whether or not it would be able to do what she needed it to do was another question entirely, though. She had increased the pressure on the left side of the shelf as steadily and as gradually as she could. A stinging drop of sweat ran into the corner of one eye, and she blinked it away. Somewhere the back door was banging again, but it had joined the telephone in that other universe. Here there was only the glass, the shelf, and Jessie. Part of her expected the shelf to come up all at once like a brutal jack-in-the-box, catapulting everything off, and she tried to steel herself against the possible disappointment. Worry about that if it happens, Toots. In the meantime, don't lose your concentration. I think something's happening. Something was. She could feel that minute shift again, that feel of the shelf starting to come unanchored at some point along Gerald's side. This time, Jessie didn't let up her pressure, but increased it, the muscles in her upper left arm standing out in hard little arcs that trembled with strain. She voiced a series of small, explosive grunts. That sense of the shelf coming unanchored grew steadily stronger. And suddenly, the flat circular surface of the water in Gerald's glass was a tilted plane, and she heard the last slivers of ice chatter faintly as the right end of the board actually did come up. The glass itself did not move, however, and a horrible thought occurred to her. What if some of the water trickling down the sides of the glass had seeped beneath the cardboard coaster on which it sat? What if it had formed a seal, bonding it to the shelf? No, that can't happen. The words came out in a single whispered blurt, like a tired child's rote prayer. She pulled down harder on the left end of the shelf, using all her strength. Every last horse was now running in harness. The stable was empty. Please don't let it happen. Please. Gerald's end of the shelf continued to rise, its end wavering wildly. A tube of Max Factor blush spilled off Jessie's end and landed on the floor near the place where Gerald's head had lain before the dog had come along and dragged him away from the bed. And now a new possibility, more of a probability actually, occurred to her. If she increased the angle of the shelf much more, it would simply slide down the line of L brackets, glass and all, like a toboggan going down a snowy hill. Thinking of the shelf as a seesaw could get her into trouble. It wasn't a seesaw. There was no central pivot point to which it was attached.
Slide, you bastard!
She screamed at the glass in a high, breathy voice. She had forgotten Gerald, had forgotten she was thirsty, had forgotten everything but the glass, now tilted at an angle so acute that the water was almost slopping over the rim, and she couldn't understand why it didn't simply fall over. It didn't, though. It just went on standing where it had stood all along, as if it had been glued to the spot. Slide! Suddenly, it did. Its movement ran so counter to her black imaginings that she was almost unable to understand what was happening. Later it would occur to her that the adventure of the sliding glass suggested something less than admirable about her own mindset. She had in some fashion or other been prepared for failure. It was success which left her shocked and gaping. The short, smooth journey of the glass down the shelf toward her right hand so stunned her that Jessie almost pulled harder with her left, a move that almost certainly would have overbalanced the precariously tilted shelf and sent it crashing to the floor. Then her fingers were actually touching the glass, and she screamed again. It was the wordless, delighted shriek of a woman who has just won the lottery. The shelf wavered, began to slip, then paused, as if it had a rudimentary mind of its own, and was considering whether or not it really wanted to do this. Not much time, Toots, Ruth warned. Grab the goddamn thing while the grabbing's good. Jessie tried, but the pads of her fingers only slid along the slick, wet surface of the glass. There was nothing to grab, it seemed, and she couldn't quite get enough finger surface on the thrice-damned thing to grip. Water sloshed onto her hand, and now she sensed that even if the shelf held, the glass would soon tip over. Imagination, Toots. Just the old idea that a sad little pumpkin like you can never do anything right. That wasn't far from the mark. It was certainly too close for comfort, but it wasn't on the mark. Not this time. The glass was getting ready to tip over. It really was, and she didn't have the slightest idea of what she could do to prevent that from happening. Why did she have to have such short, stubby, ugly fingers? Why? If only she could get them a little further around the glass. A nightmare image from some old TV commercial occurred to her. A smiling woman in a 50s hairdo, with a pair of blue rubber gloves on her hands. So flexible you can pick up a dime, the woman was screaming through her smile. Too bad you don't have a pair, little pumpkin, or goodwife, or whoever the hell you are. Maybe you could get that fucking glass before everything on the goddamn shelf takes the express elevator. Jessie suddenly realized the smiling, screaming woman in the Playtex rubber gloves was her mother, and a dry sob escaped her. It was like some terrible omen that did not just suggest death, but guaranteed it. "Don't give up, Jessie," Ruth yelled. "Not yet. You're close. I swear you are." She exerted the last tiny scrap of her strength on the left side of the shelf, praying incoherently that it wouldn't slide. Not yet. Oh, please, God, or whoever you are, please don't let it slide. Not now. Not yet. The board did slide, but only a little. Then it held again, perhaps temporarily snagged on a splinter or balked by a warp in the wood. The glass slid a little further into her hand, and now, crazier and crazier, it seemed to be talking too, the goddamn glass. It sounded like one of those grizzled big city cab drivers who have a perpetual hard-on against the world. "Jesus, lady, what else you want me to do? Throw myself a goddamn handle and turn into a fucking pitcher for you?" A fresh trickle of water fell on Jessie's straining right hand. Now the glass would fall. Now it was inevitable. In her mind, she could already feel the freeze as ice water doused the back of her neck. "No!" She twisted her right shoulder a little farther, opened her right hand a little wider, let the glass slide a tiny bit deeper into the straining pocket of her hand. The cup was digging cruelly into the back of that hand, sending jabs of pain all the way up to her elbow, but Jessie ignored them. The muscles of her left arm were twanging wildly now, and the shakes were communicating themselves to the tilted, unstable shelf. Another tube of makeup tumbled to the floor. The last few slivers of ice chimed faintly. Above the shelf, she could see the shadow of the glass on the wall. In the long sunset light, it looked like a grain silo blown at tilt by a strong prairie wind. More. Just a little bit more. There is no more. There better be. There's got to be. She stretched her right hand to its absolute tendon-creaking limit and felt the glass slide a tiny bit further down the shelf. Then she closed her fingers again, praying it would finally be enough, because now there really was no more. She had pushed her resources to their absolute limit. It almost wasn't. She could still feel the wet glass trying to squirm away. It had begun to seem like a live thing to her, a sentient being with a mean streak as wide as a turnpike passing lane. Its goal was to keep flirting toward her, and then squirming away until her sanity broke, and she lay here in the shadows of twilight, handcuffed and raving. "Don't let it get away, Jessie. Don't you dare let that fucking glass get away." And although there was no more, not a single foot-pound of pressure, not a single quarter-inch of stretch, she managed a little more anyway, turning her right wrist one final bit in toward the board. And this time, when she curved her fingers around the glass, it remained motionless. "I think maybe I've got it. Not for sure, but maybe. Maybe." Or maybe it was just that she had finally gotten to the wishful thinking part. She didn't care. Maybe this and maybe that, and none of the maybes mattered anymore, and that was actually a relief. The certainty was this: she couldn't hold the shelf any longer. She had only tilted it 3 or 4 inches anyway, 5 at the most, but it felt as if she had bent down and picked up the whole house by one corner. That was the certainty. She thought, everything is perspective, and the voices that describe the world to you, I suppose. They matter. The voices inside. With an incoherent prayer that the glass would remain in her hand when the shelf was no longer there to support it, she let go with her left hand. The shelf banged back onto its brackets, only slightly askew, and shifted only an inch or two down to the left. The glass did stay in her hand, and now she could see the coaster. It clung to the bottom of the glass like a flying saucer. Please, God, don't let me drop it now. Don't let me drop... A cramp knotted her left arm, making her jerk back against the headboard. Her face knotted as well, pinching inward until the lips were a white scar and the eyes were agonized slits. Wait, it will pass. It will pass. Yes, of course it would. She'd had enough muscle cramps in her life to know that. But in the meantime, oh God, it hurt. If she had been able to touch the biceps of her left arm with her right hand, she knew that the skin there would feel as if it had been stretched over a number of small, smooth stones and then sewn up again with cunning, invisible thread. It didn't feel like a Charlie horse. It felt like rigor fucking mortis. No, just a Charlie horse, Jessie. Just like the one you had earlier. Wait it out, that's all. Wait it out, and for Christ's sweet sake, don't drop that glass of water. She waited. And after an eternity or two, the muscles in her arm began to relax, and the pain began to ease. Jessie breathed out a long, harsh sigh of relief, then prepared to drink her reward. Drink, yes, Goody thought. But I think you owe yourself a little more than just a nice, cool drink, my dear. Enjoy your reward, but enjoy it with dignity. No piggy gulping. Goody, you never change, she thought. But when she raised the glass, she did so with the stately calm of a guest at a court dinner, ignoring the alkali dryness along the roof of her mouth and the bitter pulse of thirst in her throat. Because you could put Goody down all you wanted, she practically begged for it sometimes. But behaving with a little dignity under these circumstances, especially under these circumstances, wasn't such a bad idea. She had worked for the water. Why not take the time to honor herself by enjoying it? That first cold sip sliding over her lips and coiling across the hot rug of her tongue was going to taste like victory. And after the run of lousy luck she'd just been through, that would indeed be a taste to savor. Jessie brought the glass toward her mouth, concentrating on the wet sweetness just ahead, the drenching downpour. Her taste buds cramped with anticipation, her toes curled, and she could feel a furious pulse beating beneath the angle of her jaw. She realized her nipples had hardened, as they sometimes did when she was turned on. Secrets of female sexuality you never dreamed of, Gerald, she thought. Handcuff me to the bedposts and nothing happens. Show me a glass of water, though, and I turn into a raving nympho. The thought made her smile, and when the glass came to an abrupt halt still a foot away from her face, slopping water onto her bare thigh and making it ripple with goose flesh, the smile stayed on at first. She felt nothing in those first few seconds but a species of stupid amazement and... incomprehension. What was wrong? What could be wrong? You know what? One of the UFO voices said. It spoke with a calm certainty Jessie found dreadful. Yes, she supposed she did know, somewhere inside, but she didn't want to let that knowledge step into the spotlight which was her conscious mind. Some truths were simply too harsh to be acknowledged, too unfair. Unfortunately, some truths were also self-evident. As Jessie gazed at the glass, her bloodshot, puffy eyes began to fill with horrified comprehension. The chain was the reason she wasn't getting her drink. The handcuffed chain was just too fucking short. The fact had been so obvious that she had missed it completely. Jessie suddenly found herself remembering the night George Bush had been elected president. She and Gerald had been invited to a posh celebration party in the Hotel Sinesta's rooftop restaurant. Senator William Cohen was the guest of honor, and the president-elect, Lonesome George himself, was expected to make a closed-circuit television call shortly before midnight. Gerald had hired a fog-colored limo for the occasion, and it had pulled into their driveway at 7 o'clock, dead on time, but at 10 past the hour she had still been sitting on the bed in her best black dress, rummaging through her jewelry box and cursing as she hunted for a special pair of gold earrings. Gerald had poked his head impatiently into the room to see what was holding her up, listened with that "why are you girls always so darn silly" expression that she absolutely hated on his face, then said he wasn't sure, but he thought she was wearing the one she was looking for. She had been. It had made her feel small and stupid, a perfect justification for his patronizing expression. It had also made her feel like flying at him and knocking out his beautifully capped teeth with one of the sexy but exquisitely uncomfortable high-heel shoes she was wearing. What she had felt then was mild compared to what she was feeling now, however, and if anyone deserved getting their teeth knocked out, it was her. She thrust her head as far forward as she could, pooching her lips out like the heroine of some corny old black-and-white romance movie. She got so close to the glass that she could see tiny sprays of air bubbles caught in the last few slivers of ice, close enough to actually smell the minerals in the well water, or to imagine she did. But she did not get quite close enough to drink from it. When she reached the point where she could simply stretch no further, her puckered kiss-me lips were still a good 4 inches from the glass. It was almost enough, but almost, as Gerald and her father as well, now that she thought about it, had been fond of saying, only counted in horseshoes. "I don't believe it," she heard herself saying in her new hoarse Scotch and Marlborough's voice. "I just don't believe it." Anger suddenly woke inside her and screamed at her in Ruth Neary's voice to throw the glass across the room. If she could not drink from it, Ruth's voice proclaimed harshly, she would punish it. If she could not satisfy her thirst with what was in it, she would at least satisfy her mind with the sound of it shattering to 1,000 bits against the wall. Her grip on the glass tightened, and the steel chain softened to a lax arc as she threw her hand back to do just that. Unfair! It was just so unfair! The voice which stopped her was the soft, tentative voice of Goodwife Burlingame. "Maybe there's a way, Jessie. Don't give up yet. Maybe there's still a way." Ruth still wanted her to throw the glass. Nora Callaghan would undoubtedly have said that Ruth was heavily invested in the concept of payback. "Don't pay any attention to her," the good wife said. Her voice had lost its unusual tentative quality. It sounded almost excited now. "Put it back on the shelf, Jessie." "And what then?" Ruth asked. "What then, O great white guru? O goddess of Tupperware and patron saint of the Church of Shop by Mail?" Goody told her, and Ruth's voice fell silent as Jessie and all the other voices inside her listened. She put the glass back on the shelf carefully, taking care to make sure she didn't leave it hanging over the edge. Her tongue now felt like a piece of No. 5 sandpaper, and her throat actually seemed infected with thirst. It reminded her of the way she had felt in the autumn of her 10th year, when a combined case of the flu and bronchitis had kept her out of school for a month and a half. There had been long nights during that siege when she had awakened from confused, jangling nightmares she couldn't remember. Except you can, Jessie. You dreamed about the smoked glass. You dreamed about how the sun went out. You dreamed about the flat and tearful smell that was like minerals in well water. You dreamed about his hands. And she was drenched with sweat but felt too weak to reach for the pitcher of water on the bed table. She remembered lying there, wet and sticky and fever-smelling on the outside, parched and full of phantoms on the inside, lying there and thinking her real disease was not bronchitis but thirst. Now, all these years later, she felt exactly the same way. Her mind kept trying to return to the horrible moment when she had realized she wasn't going to be able to bridge the last sliver of distance between the glass and her mouth. She kept seeing the tiny sprays of air bubbles in the melting ice, kept smelling the faint aroma of minerals trapped in the aquifer far beneath the lake. These images taunted her like an unreasonable itch between the shoulder blades. Nevertheless, she made herself wait. The part of her that was Goody Burlingame said she needed to take some time in spite of the taunting images and her throbbing throat. She needed to wait for her heart to slow down, for her muscles to stop trembling, for her emotions to settle a bit. Outside, the last color was fading from the air. The world was going a solemn and melancholy gray. On the lake, the loon lifted its piercing cry into the evening gloom. "Shut your yap, Mr. Loon," Jessie said, and chuckled. It sounded like a rusty hinge. "All right, dear," the good wife said. "I think it's time to try, before it gets dark. Better dry your hands again first, though." She cupped both hands around the bedposts this time, rubbing them up and down until they produced squeaks. She held up her right hand and wiggled it in front of her eyes. They laughed when I sat down at the piano, she thought. Then carefully she reached just beyond the place where the glass stood on the edge of the shelf. She began to patter her fingers along the wood again. The handcuff chinked against the side of the glass once, and she froze, waiting for it to overturn. When it didn't, she resumed her cautious exploration. She had almost decided that what she was looking for had slid down the shelf or entirely off it, when she finally touched the corner of the blow-in card. She tweezed it between the first and second fingers of her right hand and brought it carefully up and away from the shelf and the glass. Jessie steadied her grip on the card with her thumb and looked at it curiously. It was bright purple, with noisemakers dancing tipsily along the upper edge. Confetti and streamers drifted down between the words. Newsweek was celebrating big, big savings, the card announced, and it wanted her to join the party. Newsweek's writers would keep her up to date on world events, take her behind the scenes with world leaders, and offer her in-depth coverage of arts, politics, and the sporting life. Although it did not come right out and say so, the card pretty much implied that Newsweek could help Jessie make sense of the entire cosmos. Best of all, those lovable lunatics in Newsweek's subscription department were offering a deal so amazing it could make your urine steam and your head explode. If she used this very card to subscribe to Newsweek for 3 years, she would get each issue at less than half the newsstand price. And was money a problem? Absolutely not. You would be billed later. I wonder if they have direct bed service for handcuffed ladies, Jessie thought. Maybe with George Will or Jane Bryant Quinn or one of those other pompous old poops to turn the pages for me, handcuffs make doing that so dreadfully difficult, you know. Yet below the sarcasm, she felt a species of odd nervous wonder, and she couldn't seem to stop studying the purple card with its let's have a party motif, its blanks for her name and address, and its little squares marked DICL, MC, Visa, and Amex. I've been cursing these cards all my life, especially when I have to bend over and pick one of the damn things up, or see myself as just another litterbug, without ever guessing that my sanity, maybe even my life, might depend on one someday. Her life? Was that really possible? Did she actually have to admit such a horrid idea into her calculations after all? Jessie was reluctantly coming to believe that she did. She might be here for quite a while before someone discovered her, and yes, she supposed it was just barely possible that the difference between life and death could come down to a single drink of water. The idea was surreal, but it no longer seemed patently ridiculous. Same thing as before, dear. Slow and easy wins the race. Yes, but who would ever have believed the finish line would turn out to be situated in such weird countryside? She did move slowly and carefully, however, and was relieved to discover that manipulating the blow-in card one-handed was not as difficult as she feared it might be. This was partly because it was about 6 inches by 4, almost the size of 2 playing cards laid side by side, but mostly because she wasn't trying to do anything very tricky with it. She held the card lengthwise between her first and second fingers, then used her thumb to bend the last half-inch of the long side all the way down. The fold wasn't even, but she thought it would serve. Besides, nobody was going to come along and judge her work. Brownie Crafts Hour on Thursday nights at the First Methodist Church of Falmouth was long behind her now. She pinched the purple card firmly between her first 2 fingers again and folded over another half-inch. It took her almost 3 minutes and 7 fold-overs to get to the end of the card. When she finally did, she had something that looked like a bomber joint clumsily rolled in jaunty purple paper. Or if you stretched your imagination a little, a straw. Jessie stuck it in her mouth, trying to hold the crooked folds together with her teeth. When she had it as firmly as she thought she was going to get it, she began feeling around for the glass again. Stay careful, Jessie. Don't spoil it all with impatience now. Thanks for the advice. Also, thanks for the idea. It was great. I really mean that. Now, however, I'd like you to shut up long enough for me to take my shot. Okay? When her fingertips touched the smooth surface of the glass, she slid them around it with the gentleness and caution of a young lover slipping her hand into her boyfriend's fly for the first time. Gripping the glass in its new position was a relatively simple matter. She brought it around and lifted it as far as the chain would allow. The last slivers of ice had melted, she saw. Tempest had gone fugiting merrily along, despite her feeling that it had stopped dead in its tracks around the time the dog had put in its first appearance. But she wouldn't think about the dog. In fact, she was going to work hard at believing that no dog had ever been there. You're good at unhappening things, aren't you, Tootsie Wootsie? Hey, Ruth, I'm trying to keep a grip on myself as well as the damn glass in case you hadn't noticed. If playing a few mind games helps me do that, I don't see what the big deal is. Just shut up for a while, okay? Give it a rest. Let me get on with my business. Ruth apparently had no intention of giving it a rest, however. Shut up, she marveled. Boy, how that takes me back. It's better than a Beach Boys oldie on the radio. You always did give good shut up, Jessie. Remember that night in the dorm after we came back from your first and last consciousness-raising session at Neuwirth? I don't want to remember, Ruth. I'm sure you don't. So I'll remember for both of us. How's that for a deal? You kept saying it was the girl with the scars on her breasts that had upset you. Only that and nothing more. But when I tried to tell you what you said in the kitchen, about how you and your father had been alone at your place on Darkscore Lake when the sun went out in 1963, and how he'd done something to you, you told me to shut up. When I wouldn't, you tried to slap me. When I still wouldn't, you grabbed your coat, ran out, and spent the night somewhere else, probably in Susie Timmel's little flea-bag cabin down the river, the one we used to call Susie's Les Hotel. By the end of the week, you'd found some girls who had an apartment downtown and needed another roomie. Boom. As fast as that. But then you always moved fast when you made up your mind, Jess. I'll give you that. And like I said, you always gave good shut-up. Shut! There, what did I tell you? Leave me alone. I'm pretty familiar with that one, too. You know what hurt me the most, Jessie? It wasn't the trust thing. I knew even then that it was nothing personal, that you felt you couldn't trust anyone with the story of what happened that day, including yourself. What hurt was knowing how close you came to spilling it all, there in the kitchen of the Neuwirth parsonage. We were sitting with our backs against the door and our arms around each other, and you started to talk. You said, I could never tell. It would have killed my mom, and even if it didn't, she would have left him, and I loved him. We all loved him. We all needed him. They would have blamed me, and he didn't do anything. Not really. I asked you who didn't do anything. My father, you said. We were at Dark Score Lake on the day the sun went out. You would have told me the rest. I know you would. But that was when that dumb bitch came in and asked, is she all right? As if you looked all right. You know what I mean? Jesus, sometimes I can't believe how dumb people can be. They ought to make it a law that you have to get a license, or at least a learner's permit, before you're allowed to talk. Until you pass your talker's test, you should have to be a mute. It would solve a lot of problems. But that's not the way things are. And as soon as Hart Hall's answer to Florence Nightingale came in, you closed up like a clam. There was nothing I could do to make you open up again, although God knows I tried. You should have just left me alone, Jessie returned. The glass of water was starting to shake in her hand, and the makeshift purple straw was trembling between her lips. You should have stopped meddling. It didn't concern you. Sometimes friends can't help their concern, Jessie, the voice inside said, and it was so full of kindness that Jessie was silenced. I looked it up, you know. I figured out what you must have been talking about, and I looked it up. I didn't remember anything at all about an eclipse back in the early 60s. But of course I was in Florida at the time and a lot more interested in snorkeling and the Delray lifeguard. I had the most incredible crush on him than I was in astronomical phenomena. I guess I wanted to make sure the whole thing wasn't some kind of crazy fantasy or something, maybe brought on by that girl with the horrible burns on her bazooms. It was no fantasy. There was a total solar eclipse in Maine, and your summer house on Dark Score Lake would have been right in the path of totality. July of 1963. Just a girl and her dad, watching the eclipse. You wouldn't tell me what good old Dad did to you, but I knew two things, Jessie. That he was your father, which was bad, and that you were 10 going on 11, on the childhood rim of puberty. And that was worse. Ruth, please stop. You couldn't have picked a worse time to start raking up all that old... But Ruth would not be stopped. Ruth, who had once been Jessie's roommate, had always been determined to have her say every single word of it. And the Ruth who was now Jessie's headmate apparently hadn't changed a bit. The next thing I knew, you were living off campus with 3 little sorority Susies, princesses in A-line jumpers and ship and shore blouses, each undoubtedly owning a set of those underpants with the days of the week sewn on them. I think you made a conscious decision to go into training for the Olympic dusting and floor waxing team right around then. You unhappened that night at the Neuwirth parsonage. You unhappened the tears and the hurt and the anger. You unhappened me. Oh, we still saw each other once in a while, split the occasional pizza and pitcher of Molson's down at Pat's. But our friendship was really over, wasn't it? When it came down to a choice between me and what happened to you in July of 1963, you chose the eclipse. The glass of water was trembling harder. Why now, Ruth? She asked, unaware that she was actually mouthing the words in the darkening bedroom. Why now? That's what I want to know. Given that in this incarnation you're really a part of me, why now? Why at the exact time when I can least afford being upset and distracted? The most obvious answer to that question was also the most unappetizing, because there was an enemy inside. A sad, bad bitch who liked her just the way she was, handcuffed, aching, thirsty, scared, and miserable, just fine. Who didn't want to see that condition alleviated in the slightest, who would stoop to any dirty trick to see that it wasn't. The total solar eclipse lasted just over a minute that day, Jessie, except in your mind. In there, it's still going on, isn't it? She closed her eyes and focused all her thought and will on steadying the glass in her hand. Now she spoke mentally to Ruth's voice without self-consciousness, as if she really were speaking to another person, instead of to a part of her brain that had suddenly decided this was the right time to do a little work on herself, as Nora Callaghan would have put it. Let me alone, Ruth. If you still want to discuss these things after I've taken a stab at getting a drink, okay. But for now, will you please just... Shut the fuck up, she finished in a low whisper. Yes, Ruth replied at once. I know there's something or someone inside you, trying to throw dirt in the works. And I know it sometimes uses my voice. It's a great ventriloquist, no doubt about that. But it's not me. I loved you then, and I love you now. That was why I kept trying to stay in touch with you as long as I did. Because I loved you. And I suppose because us high-riding bitches have to stick together. Jessie smiled a little, or tried to, around the makeshift straw. Now go for it, Jessie, and go hard. Jessie waited for a moment, but there was nothing else. Ruth was gone, at least for the time being. She opened her eyes again, then slowly bent her head forward, the rolled-up card jutting out of her mouth like FDR's cigarette holder. Please, God, I'm begging you, let this work. Her makeshift straw slid into the water. Jessie closed her eyes and sucked. For a moment there was nothing, and clear despair rose up in her mind. Then water filled her mouth, cool and sweet and there, surprising her into a kind of ecstasy. She would have sobbed with gratitude if her mouth hadn't been so strenuously puckered around the end of the rolled-up subscription card. As it was, she could only make a foggy hooting sound through her nose. She swallowed the water, feeling it coating her throat like liquid satin, and then began to suck again. She did this as ardently and as mindlessly as a hungry calf working at its mother's teat. Her straw was a long way from perfect, delivering only sips and slurps and rills instead of a steady stream, and most of what she was sucking into the tube was spilling out again from the imperfect seals and crooked folds. On some level she knew this, could hear water pattering to the coverlet like raindrops, but her grateful mind still fervently believed that her straw was one of the greatest inventions ever created by the mind of woman, and that this moment, this drink from her dead husband's water glass, was the apogee of her life. Don't drink it all, Jess. Save some for later. She didn't know which one of her phantom companions had spoken this time, and it didn't matter. Sometimes she was discovering it was impossible to take the mind's advice, no matter how good it was. Sometimes the body simply rose up and slapped all that good advice aside. She was discovering something else as well. Giving in to those simple physical needs could be an inexpressible relief. Jessie went on sucking through the rolled-up card, tilting the glass to keep the surface of the water brimming over the far end of the soggy, misshapen purple thing, aware in some part of her mind that the card was leaking worse than ever, and she was insane not to stop and wait for it to dry out again, but going on anyway. What finally stopped her was the realization that she was sucking nothing but air, and had been for several seconds. There was water left in Gerald's glass, but the tip of her makeshift straw would no longer quite touch it. The coverlet beneath the rolled-up blow-in card was dark with moisture. I could get what's left, though, I could. If I could turn my hand a little farther in that unnatural backward direction I needed to get hold of the miserable glass in the first place, I think I can stick my neck a little farther forward to get those last few sips of water. Think I can? I know I can. She did know it, and later on she would test the idea. But for now, the white-collar guys on the top floor, the one with all the good views, had once again wrested control away from the day laborers and shop stewards who ran the machinery. The mutiny was over. Her thirst was a long way from being entirely slaked, but her throat had quit throbbing and she felt a lot better, mentally as well as physically. Sharper in her thoughts and marginally brighter in her outlook. She found she was glad she'd left that last little bit in the glass. 2 sips of water through a leaky straw probably wouldn't spell the difference between remaining handcuffed to the bed and finding a way to wiggle out of this mess on her own, let alone between life and death. But getting those last couple of sips might occupy her mind when and if it tried to turn to its own morbid devices again. After all, night was coming. Her husband was lying dead on the floor beside her, and it looked like she was camping out. Not a pretty picture, especially when you added the hungry stray who was camping out with her. But Jessie found she was growing sleepy again just the same. She tried to think of reasons to fight her growing drowsiness, and couldn't come up with any good ones. Even the thought of waking up with her arms numb to the elbows didn't seem like a particularly big deal. She would simply move them around until the blood was flowing briskly again. It wouldn't be pleasant, but she had no doubt about her ability to do it. "Also, you might have an idea while you're asleep, dear," Goodwife Burlingame said. "That always happens in books." "Maybe you will," Jessie said. "After all, you've had the best one so far." She let herself lie down, using her shoulder blades to scrunch the pillow as far up against the head of the bed as she could. Her shoulders ached. Her arms, especially the left one, throbbed, and her stomach muscles were still fluttering with the strain of holding her upper body far enough forward to drink through the straw. But she felt strangely content just the same, at peace with herself. Content? How can you feel content? Your husband is dead, after all, and you played a part in that, Jessie. And suppose you are found. Suppose you are rescued. Have you thought about how the situation is going to look to whoever finds you? How do you suppose it's going to look to Constable Teagarden, as far as that goes? How long do you think it will take him to decide to call the state police? 30 seconds? Maybe 40? They think a little slower out here in the country, though, don't they? It might take him all of 2 minutes. She couldn't argue with any of that. It was true. Then how can you feel content, Jessie? How can you possibly feel content with things like that hanging over you? She didn't know, but she did. Her sense of tranquility was as deep as a feather bed on the night a March gale filled with sleet roars out of the northwest, and as warm as the goose-down comforter on that bed. She suspected that most of this feeling stemmed from causes which were purely physical. If you were thirsty enough, it was apparently possible to get stoned on half a glass of water. But there was a mental side as well. 10 years ago, she had reluctantly given up her job as a substitute teacher, finally giving in to the pressure of Gerald's persistent, or maybe relentless was the word she was actually looking for, logic. He was making almost $100,000 a year by then. Next to that, her $5 to $7 grand looked pretty paltry. It was, in fact, an actual annoyance at tax time, when the IRS took most of it, and then went sniffing over their financial records, wondering where the rest of it was. When she complained about their suspicious behavior, Gerald had looked at her with a mixture of love and exasperation. It wasn't quite his, "Why are you girls so silly?" expression. That one didn't start to show up regularly for another 5 or 6 years, but it was close. "They see what I'm making," he told her. "They see 2 large German cars in the garage, they look at the pictures of the place on the lake, and then they look at your tax forms and they see you're working for what they think of as chump change. They can't believe it. It looks phony to them, a cover for something. So they go snooping around looking for whatever that something else might be. They don't know you like I do, that's all." She had been unable to explain to Gerald what the substitute contract meant to her, or maybe it was that he had been unwilling to listen. Either way, it came to the same. Teaching, even on a part-time basis, filled her up in some important way, and Gerald didn't get that. Nor had he been able to get the fact that subbing formed a bridge to the life that she had lived before she'd met Gerald at that Republican mixer, when she'd been a full-time English teacher at Waterville High, a woman on her own who was working for a living, who was well-liked and respected by her colleagues, and who was beholden to no one. She had been unable to explain, or he had been unwilling to listen, how quitting teaching, even on that final part-time piecework basis, made her feel mournful and lost and somehow useless. That rudderless feeling, probably caused as much by her inability to catch pregnant as by her decision to return her contract unsigned, had departed from the surface of her mind after a year or so, but it had never entirely left the deeper ranges of her heart. She had sometimes felt like a cliché to herself. Young teacher lady weds successful lawyer, whose name goes up on the door at the tender, professionally speaking, that is, age of 30. This young, well, relatively young woman eventually steps into the foyer of that puzzle palace known as middle age, looks around, and finds she is suddenly all alone. No job, no kids, and a husband who is almost completely focused. One wouldn't want to say fixated, that might be accurate, but it would also be unkind, on climbing that fabled ladder of success. This woman, suddenly faced with 40 just beyond the next bend in the road, is exactly the sort of woman most likely to get in trouble with drugs, booze, or another man. A younger man, usually. None of that happened to this young, well, previously young woman, but Jessie still found herself with a scary amount of time on her hands. Time to garden, time to go mauling, time to take classes, the painting, the sculpture, the poetry, and she could have had an affair with a man who taught the poetry if she wanted to, and she had almost wanted to. There had also been time to do a little work on herself, which was how she had happened to meet Nora. Yet not one of those things had left her feeling the way she felt now, as though her weariness and aches were badges of valor, and her sleepiness a justly won reward. The handcuffed ladies' version of Miller time, you might say. "Hey, Jess, the way you got that water was pretty great." It was another UFO, but this time Jessie didn't mind. Just as long as Ruth didn't show up for a while. Ruth was interesting, but she was also exhausting. "A lot of people would never have even gotten the glass," her UFO fan continued. "And using the blow-in card for a straw. That was a masterstroke. So go ahead and feel good. It's allowed. A little nap is allowed, too." "But the dog," Goody said doubtfully. "That dog isn't going to bother you one damned bit. And you know why." Yes. The reason the dog wasn't going to bother her was lying nearby on the bedroom floor. Gerald was now nothing but a shadow among shadows, for which Jessie was grateful. Outside, the wind gusted again. The sound of it hissing through the pines was comforting, lulling. Jessie closed her eyes. "But be careful what you dream," Goody called after her in sudden alarm, but her voice was distant and not terribly compelling. Still, it tried again. "Be careful what you dream, Jessie. I'm serious." Yes, of course she was. The good wife was always serious, which meant she was also often tiresome. "Whatever I dream," Jessie thought, "it won't be that I'm thirsty. I haven't had many clear victories over the last 10 years, mostly one murky guerrilla engagement after another. But getting that drink of water was a clear win, wasn't it?" "Yes," the UFO voice agreed. It was a vaguely masculine voice, and she found herself wondering in a sleepy way if perhaps it was the voice of her brother Will. Will as he'd been as a child, back in the 60s. "You bet it was. It was great." 5 minutes later, Jessie was sleeping deeply, arms up and splayed in a limp V shape, wrists held loosely to the bedpost by the handcuffs, head lolling against her right shoulder, the less painful one, long, slow snores drifting from her mouth. And at some point, long after dark had fallen and a white rind of moon had risen in the east, the dog appeared in the doorway again. Like Jessie, it was calmer now that its most immediate need had been met, and the clamor in its stomach had been stilled to some extent. It gazed at her raptly for a long time, with its good ear cocked and its muzzle up, trying to decide if she was really asleep or only pretending. It decided, mostly on the basis of smell, the sweat which was now drying, the total absence of the crackling ozone stink of adrenaline, that she was asleep. There would be no kicks or shouts this time, not if it was careful not to wake her up. The dog padded softly to the heap of meat in the middle of the floor. Although its hunger was now less, The meat actually smelled better. This was because its first meal had gone a long way toward breaking down the ancient, inbred taboo against this sort of meat, although the dog did not know this and wouldn't have cared if it did. It lowered its head, first sniffing the now attractive aroma of the dead lawyer with all the delicacy of a gourmet. Then closing its teeth gently on Gerald's lower lip, it pulled, applying pressure slowly, stretching the flesh further and further. Gerald began to look as if he were deep in some monstrous pout. The lip finally tore off, revealing his bottom teeth in a big dead grin. The dog swallowed the small delicacy in a single gulp, then licked its chops. Its tail began to wag again, this time moving in slow, contented sweeps. 2 tiny spots of light danced on the ceiling high above, moonlight reflected from the fillings in 2 of Gerald's lower molars. These fillings had been done only the week before, and they were still as fresh and shiny as newly minted quarters. The dog licked its chops a second time, looking lovingly at Gerald as it did so. Then it stretched its neck forward, almost exactly as Jessie had stretched hers in order to finally plop her straw into the glass. The dog sniffed Gerald's face, but it did not just sniff. It allowed its nose to go on a kind of olfactory vacation there, first sampling the faint floor-polishy aroma of brown wax buried deep in the dead master's left ear, then the intermingled odors of sweat and prell at the hairline, then the sharp, entrancingly bitter smell of clotted blood on the crown of Gerald's head. It lingered especially long at Gerald's nose, conducting a delicate investigation into those now tideless channels with its scratched, dirty, but oh-so-sensitive muzzle. Again there was that sense of gourmandizing, a feeling that the dog was choosing among many unexpected treasures. At last it sank its sharp teeth deeply into Gerald's left cheek, clamped them together, and began to pull. On the bed, Jessie's eyes had begun to move rapidly back and forth behind her lids, and now she moaned, a high, wavering sound full of terror and recognition. The dog looked up once, its body dropping into an instinctive cringe of guilt and fear. It didn't last long. Already it had begun to see this pile of meat not as something forbidden, approachable only in the toils of hunger and approaching starvation, but as its private larder, for which it would fight, and perhaps die if challenged. Besides, it was only the bitchmaster making that sound, and the dog was now quite sure that the bitchmaster was powerless. It dipped its head down, seized Gerald Burlingame's cheek once more, and yanked backwards, shaking its head briskly from side to side as it did so. A long strip of the dead man's cheek came free with a sound like strapping tape being pulled briskly off the dispenser roll. Gerald now wore the ferocious, predatory smile of a man who has just filled a straight flush in a high-stakes poker game. Jessie moaned again. The sound was followed by a string of guttural, unintelligible sleep talk. The dog glanced up at her once more. It was sure she couldn't get off the bed and bother it, but those sounds made it uneasy just the same. The old taboo had faded, but it hadn't disappeared. Besides, its hunger was sated. What it was doing now wasn't eating, but snacking. It turned and trotted out of the room again. Most of Gerald's left cheek dangled from its mouth like the scalp of an infant. It is August 14th, 1965. A little over 2 years since the day the sun went out. It is Will's birthday. He has gone around all day solemnly telling people that he has now lived a year for each inning in a baseball game. Jessie is unable to understand why this seems like a big deal to her brother, but it clearly does, and she decides that if Will wants to compare his life to a baseball game, that's perfectly okay. For quite a while, everything that happens at her little brother's birthday party is perfectly okay. Marvin Gaye is on the record player, true, but it is not the bad song, the dangerous song. I wouldn't be doggone, Marvin sings, mock-threatening. I be long gone, baby. Actually sort of a cute song, And the truth is that the day has been a lot better than okay, at least so far. It has been, in the words of Jessie's great-aunt Catherine, finer than fiddle music. Even her dad thinks so, although he wasn't very keen on the idea of coming back to Falmouth for Will's birthday when the idea was first suggested. Jessie had heard him say, "I guess it was a pretty good idea after all," to her mom, and that makes her feel good, because it was she, Jessie Mayhoot, daughter of Tom and Sally, sister of Will and Mattie, wife of nobody, who put the idea over. She's the reason they're here instead of inland at Sunset Trails. Sunset Trails is the family camp, although after 3 generations of haphazard family expansion, it is really big enough to be called a compound, on the north end of Darkscore Lake. This year they have broken their customary 9 weeks of seclusion there, because Will wants, just once, he has told his mother and father, speaking in the tones of a nobly suffering old grandee who knows he cannot cheat the reaper much longer, to have a birthday party with his rest-of-the-year friends as well as his family. Tom Mayhoot vetoes the idea at first. He is a stockbroker who divides his time between Portland and Boston, and for years he has told his family not to believe all that propaganda about how guys who go to work wearing ties and shirts with white collars spend their days goofing off, either hanging around the water cooler or dictating lunch invitations to pretty blondes from the steno pool. "No hard-scrapple spud farmer in Aroostook County works any harder than I do," he frequently tells them. "Keeping up with the market isn't easy, and it isn't particularly glamorous either, no matter what you may have heard to the contrary." The truth is, none of them have heard anything to the contrary. All of them, his wife included most likely, although Sally would never say so, think his job sounds duller than donkey shit, and only Mattie has the vaguest idea of what it is he does. Tom insists that he needs that time on the lake to recover from the stresses of his job, and that his son will have plenty of birthdays with his friends later on. Will is turning 9 after all, not 90. Plus, Tom adds, birthday parties with your pals really aren't much fun until you're old enough to have a keg or 2. So Will's request to have his birthday at the family's year-round home on the coast would probably have been denied if not for Jessie's sudden, surprising support of the plan. And to Will it's plenty surprising. Jessie is 3 years older, and lots of times he's not sure she remembers she even has a brother. Following her initial soft-voiced suggestion that maybe it would be fun to come home, just for 2 or 3 days, of course, and have a lawn party with croquet and badminton and a barbecue and Japanese lanterns that would come on at dusk, Tom begins to warm to the idea. He is the sort of man who thinks of himself as a strong-willed son of a bitch, and is often thought of as a stubborn old goat by others. Whichever way you saw it, he has always been a tough man to move once he has set his feet and his jaw. His younger daughter is an exception to the general rule. Jessie has often found a way into her father's mind by some loophole or secret passage denied to the rest of the family. Sally believes it's just that their middle child is Tom's favorite, and Tom has fooled himself into believing that none of the others know. Mattie and Will see it in simpler terms. They believe that Jessie sucks up to their father, and that he in turn spoils her rotten. "If Daddy caught Jessie smoking," Will told his older sister the year before, after Mattie had been grounded for that very offense, "he'd probably buy her a lighter." Mattie laughed, agreed, and hugged her brother. Neither they nor her mother would have the slightest idea of the secret which lies between Tom Mayhoot and his younger daughter, like a heap of rotting meat. Jessie herself believes she is just going along with her baby brother's request, that she's sticking up for him. She has no idea, not on the surface of her mind anyway, how much she has come to hate Sunset Trails, and how eager she is to get away. She has also come to hate the lake she once passionately loved, especially its faint, flat, mineral smell. By 1965, she can hardly bear to go swimming there, even on the hottest of days. She knows her mother thinks it's her shape. Jessie began to bud early, as Sally did herself, and at the age of 12 she has most of her woman's figure. But it's not her shape. She's gotten used to that, and knows that she's a long way from being a Playboy pin-up in either of her old, faded Jansen tank suits. No, it's not her breasts, not her hips, not her can. It's that smell. Whatever reasons and motives may be swirling around beneath, Will Mayhoot's request is finally approved by the Mayhoot family's head honcho. They made the trip back to the coast yesterday, leaving early enough for Sally, eagerly assisted by both daughters, to prepare for the party. And now it's August 14th, and August 14th is surely the apotheosis of summer in Maine, a day of faded blue denim skies and fat white clouds, all of it freshened by a salt-tangy breeze. Inland, and that includes the Lakes District, where Sunset Trails has stood on the shore of Dark Score Lake since Tom Mayhoot's grandfather built the original cabin in 1923. The woods and lakes and ponds and bogs lie sweltering under temperatures in the mid-90s, and humidity just below the saturation point. But here on the seacoast it's only 80. The sea breeze is an extra bonus, rendering the humidity negligible, and sweeping away the mosquitoes and the sandflies. The lawn is filled with children, mostly Will's friends, but girls who chum with Mattie and Jessie as well. And for once, mirabile dictu, they all seem to be getting along. There hasn't been a single argument, and around 5 o'clock, as Tom raises the first martini of the day to his lips, he glances at Jessie, who is standing nearby with her croquet mallet propped on her shoulder like a sentry's rifle, and who is clearly within earshot of what sounds like a casual husband and wife conversation, but which may actually be a shrewd bank-shot compliment aimed at his daughter, then back at his wife. "I guess it was actually a pretty good idea, after all," he says. Better than good, Jessie thinks. Absolutely great and totally monster, if you want to know the truth. Even that isn't what she really means, really thinks, but it would be dangerous to say the rest out loud. It would tempt the gods. What she really thinks is that the day is flawless, a sweet and perfect peach of a day. Even the song blasting out of Mattie's portable record player, which Jessie's big sister has cheerfully carted out to the patio for this occasion, although it is ordinarily the great untouchable icon, is okay. Jessie is never really going to like Marvin Gaye, no more than she is ever going to like that faint mineral smell which rises from the lake on hot summer afternoons. But this song is okay. I'll be doggone if you ain't a pretty thing, baby. Silly, but not dangerous. It is August 14th, 1965, a day that was, a day that still is, in the mind of a dreaming woman handcuffed to a bed, in a house on the shore of a lake 40 miles south of Dark Score, but with the same mineral smell, that nasty evocative smell, on hot, still summer days. And although the 12-year-old girl she was doesn't see Will creeping up behind her as she bends over to address her croquet ball, turning her bottom into a target simply too tempting for a boy who's only lived 1 year for each inning in a baseball game to ignore, part of her mind knows he is there, and that this is the seam where the dream has been basted to the nightmare. She lines up her shot, concentrating on the wicket 6 feet away. A hard shot, but not an impossible one, and if she drives the ball through, she may well catch Carolyn after all. That would be nice, because Carolyn almost always wins at croquet. Then just as she draws her mallet back, the music coming from the record player changes. "Oh, listen, everybody," Marvin Gaye sings, sounding a lot more than just mock-threatening to Jessie this time. "Especially you girls." Chills of goose-flesh run up Jessie's tanned arms. "Is it right to be left alone when the one you love is never home? I love too hard, my friends sometimes say." Her fingers go numb, and she loses any sense of the mallet in her hands. Her wrists are tingling, as if bound by stocks. Goodies in the stocks, come and see. Goody in the stocks, come and laugh at Goody in the stocks. Unseen clamps, and her heart is suddenly full of dismay. It is the other song, the wrong song, the bad song. But I believe that a woman should be loved this way. She looks up at the little group of girls waiting for her to make her shot, and sees that Carolyn is gone. Standing there in her place is Nora Callaghan. Her hair is in braids, There's a dab of white zinc on the tip of her nose. She's wearing Carolyn's yellow sneakers and Carolyn's locket, the one with a tiny picture of Paul McCartney inside it. But those are Nora's green eyes, and they are looking at her with a deep, adult compassion. Jessie suddenly remembers that Will, undoubtedly egged on by his buddies, who were as jazzed up on Cokes and German chocolate cake as Will himself, is creeping up behind her, that he's preparing to goose her. She will overreact wildly when he does, swinging around and punching him in the mouth, perhaps not spoiling the party completely, but certainly putting a ding in its sweet perfection. She tries to let go of the mallet, wanting to straighten and turn around before any of this can happen. She wants to change the past, but the past is heavy. Trying to do that, she discovers, is like trying to pick up the house by one corner so you can look under it for things that have been lost, or forgotten, or hidden. Behind her, someone has cranked the volume on Maddie's little record player, and that terrible song blares louder than ever, triumphant and glittery and sadistic. It hurts me so inside, to be treated so unkind. Somebody, somewhere, tell her it ain't fair. She tries again to get rid of the mallet, to throw it away, but she can't do it. It's as if someone has handcuffed her to it. "Nora," she cries. "Nora, you have to help me. Stop him." It was at this point in the dream that Jessie moaned for the first time, momentarily startling the dog back from Gerald's body. Nora shakes her head slowly and gravely. "I can't help you, Jessie. You're on your own. We all are. I generally don't tell my patients that, but I think in your case it's best to be honest." "You don't understand. I can't go through this again. I can't." "Oh, don't be so silly," Nora says, suddenly impatient. She begins to turn away, as if she can no longer bear the sight of Jessie's upturned, frantic face. "You will not die. It's not poison." Jessie looks around wildly, although she remains unable to straighten up, to stop presenting that tempting target to her impending brother, and sees that her friend Tammy Ho is gone. Standing there in Tammy's white shorts and yellow halter is Ruth Neary. She's holding Tammy's red-striped croquet mallet in one hand and a Marlboro in the other. Her mouth is hooked up at the corners in her usual sardonic grin, but her eyes are grave and full of sorrow.
"Ruth, help me!"
Jessie shouts.
"You have to help me!"
Ruth takes a big drag on her cigarette, then grinds it into the grass with one of Tammy Ho's cork-soled sandals. "Jeepers creepers, Tootsie. He's going to goose you, not stick a cattle prod up your ass. You know that as well as I do. You've been through all this before. So what's the big deal?"
"It isn't just a goose. It isn't, and you know it."
"The old hooty-owl hooty-hoos to the goose," Ruth says.
"What? What does that mean?"
"It means, how can I know anything about anything?" Ruth shoots back. There is anger on the surface of her voice, deep hurt beneath. "You wouldn't tell me. You wouldn't tell anybody. You ran away. You ran like a rabbit that sees the shadow of some old hooty-owl on the grass."
"I couldn't tell!"
Jessie shrieks. Now she can see a shadow on the grass beside her, as if Ruth's words have conjured it up. It is not the shadow of an owl, however. It is the shadow of her brother. She can hear the stifled giggles of his friends, knows he is reaching out to do it, and still she cannot even straighten up, let alone move away. She is helpless to change what is going to happen, and she understands that this is the very essence of both nightmare and tragedy. Not fear, but helplessness.
"I couldn't!"
She shrieks at Ruth again.
"I couldn't, not ever! It would have killed my mom or destroyed the family or both. He said. Daddy said.
I hate to be the one to send you this particular news flash, Tootsie Wootsie, but your dear old dad will have been dead 12 years come December. Also, can't we dispense with at least a little of this melodrama? It's not as if he hung you from the clothesline by the nipples and then set your twat on fire, you know. But she doesn't want to hear this. Doesn't want to consider, even in a dream, any reappraisal of her buried past. Once the dominoes start to fall, who knows where it will all end? So she blocks her ears to what Ruth is saying and continues to fix her old college roommate with that deep, pleading stare that so often caused Ruth, whose tough cookie veneer was never more than frosting deep anyway, to laugh and give in, to do whatever it was Jessie wanted her to do.
Ruth, you have to help me. You have to.
But this time the pleading stare doesn't work.
I don't think so, Toots.
The sorority Susies are all gone. The time for shutting up is over. Running away is out of the question. And waking up is not an option. This is the mystery train, Jessie. You're the pussycat, I'm the owl. Here we go. All aboard. Fasten your seatbelt and fasten it tight. This is an E-ticket ride.
No!
But now, to Jessie's horror, the day begins to darken. It could just be the sun going behind a cloud, but she knows it isn't. The sun is going out. Soon the stars will shine in the summer afternoon sky, and the old hooty owl will hooty-hoo to the dove. The time of the eclipse has come.
No! She screams again. That was 2 years ago!
You're wrong on that one, Toots, Ruth Neary says. For you, it never ended. For you, the sun never came back out. She opens her mouth to deny that, to tell Ruth she's as guilty of wild over-dramatization as Nora, who kept shoving her toward doors she didn't want to open, who kept assuring her that the present can be improved by examining the past, as if one could improve the taste of today's dinner by slathering it with the maggoty remains of yesterday's. She wants to tell Ruth, as she told Nora on the day she walked out of Nora's office for good, that there is a big difference between living with something and being kept prisoner by it.
Don't you two goofs understand that the cult of the self is just another cult?
She wants to say. But before she can do more than open her mouth, the invasion comes. A hand between her slightly spread legs, the thumb shoving rudely at the cleft of her buttocks, the fingers pressed against the material of her shorts just above her vagina. And it is not her brother's innocent little hand this time. The hand between her legs is much bigger than Will's and not a bit innocent. The bad song is on the radio. The stars are out at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. And this, you will not die, it's not poison, is how big people goose each other. She whirls, expecting to see her father. He did something like this to her during the eclipse, a thing she supposes the whining cult of selfers, the live-in-the-pastures like Ruth and Nora would call child abuse. Whatever it was, it will be him, she's sure of that much, and she is afraid she will exact a terrible punishment for the thing he did, no matter how serious or trivial that thing was. She will raise the croquet mallet and drive it into his face, smashing his nose and knocking out his teeth, and when he falls down on the grass, the dogs will come and eat him up. Except it isn't Tom Mayhoot standing there. It's Gerald. He's naked. The penis of an attorney pokes out at her from below the soft pink bowl of his belly. He has a set of Krieg police handcuffs in each hand. He holds them out to her in the weird afternoon darkness. Unnatural starlight gleams on the cocked jaws which are stamped M17 because his source could not provide him with any F-23s. "Come on, Jess," he says, grinning. "It isn't as though you don't know the score. Besides, you liked it. That first time you came so hard you almost blew up. I don't mind telling you that was the best piece of ass I ever had in my life. So good I sometimes dream about it. And do you know why it was so good? Because you didn't have to take any of the responsibility. Almost all women like it better when the man takes over completely. It's a proven fact of female psychology. Did you come when your father molested you, Jessie? I bet you did. I bet you came so hard you almost blew up. The cult of the selfers may want to argue about these things, but we know the truth, don't we? Some women can say they want it, but some need a man to tell them they want it. You're one of the latter. But that's okay, Jessie. That's what the cuffs are for. Only they were never really handcuffs at all. They're bracelets of love. So put them on, sweetheart. Put them on. She backs up, shaking her head, not knowing if she wants to laugh or cry. The subject itself is new, but the rhetoric is all too familiar. The lawyer's tricks don't work on me, Gerald. I've been married to one too long. What we both know is that the business with the handcuffs was never about me at all. It was about you. About waking up your old booze-stunned John Thomas a little, to be blunt. So you can just save your fucked-up version of female psychology, okay? Gerald is smiling in a knowing, disconcerted way. Good try, babe. It doesn't wash, but it was still a damn good shot. The best defense is a good offense, right? I think I taught you that. Never mind, though. Right now, you've got a choice to make. Either put the bracelets on or swing that mallet and kill me again. She looks around and realizes with dawning panic and dismay that everyone at Will's party is watching her confrontation with this naked, except for his glasses, that is, overweight, sexually aroused man. And it's not just her family and her childhood friends, either. Mrs. Henderson, who will be her freshman advisor at college, is standing by the punch bowl. Bobby Hagan, who will take her to the senior prom and fuck her afterwards in the back seat of his father's Oldsmobile 88, is standing on the patio next to the blonde girl from the New Worth parsonage, the one whose parents had loved her but idolized her brother. Barry, Jessie thinks. She's Olivia, and her brother's Barry. The blonde girl is listening to Bobby Hagan but looking at Jessie, her face calm but somehow haggard. She is wearing a sweatshirt which shows R. Crumb's Mr. Natural hurrying down a city street. The words in the balloon coming out of Mr. Natural's mouth say, "Vice is nice, but incest is best." Behind Olivia, Kendall Wilson, who will hire Jessie for her first teaching job, is cutting a piece of chocolate birthday cake for Mrs. Page, her childhood piano teacher. Mrs. Page is looking remarkably lively for a woman who died of a stroke 2 years ago while picking apples at Corrett's Orchards in Alfred. Jessie thinks, this isn't like dreaming. It's like drowning. Everyone I've ever known seems to be standing here under this weird starlit afternoon sky, watching my naked husband try to put me in handcuffs, while Marvin Gaye sings, "Can I Get a Witness?" If there's any comfort to be had, it's this. Things can't possibly get any worse. Then they do. Mrs. Wirtz, her first-grade teacher, starts to laugh. Old Mr. Cobb, their gardener until he retired in 1964, laughs with her. Mattie joins in, and Ruth, and Olivia of the scarred breasts. Kendall Wilson and Bobby Hagan are bent almost double, and they're clapping each other on the back like men who have heard the granddaddy of all dirty jokes in the local barber shop. Perhaps the one whose punchline is, "A life support system for a cunt." Jessie looks down at herself and sees that now she is naked too. Written across her breasts in a shade of lipstick known as peppermint yum-yum are 3 damning words. Daddy's little girl. I have to wake up, she thinks. I'll die of shame if I don't. But she doesn't. At least not right away. She looks up and sees that Gerald's knowing, disconcerting smile has turned into a gaping wound. Suddenly the stray dog's blood-soaked snout pokes out between his teeth. The dog is also grinning, and the head that comes shoving out between its fangs, like the onset of some obscene birth, belongs to her father. His eyes, always a bright blue, are now gray and haggard above his grin. They are Olivia's eyes, she realizes, and then she realizes something else as well. The flat mineral smell of lake water, so bland and yet so horrible, is everywhere. "I love too hard," my friends sometimes say. Her father sings from inside the mouth of the dog, which is inside the mouth of the husband. But I believe that a woman should be loved that way. She casts the mallet aside and runs, screaming. As she passes the horrible creature with its bizarre chain of nested heads, Gerald snaps one of the handcuffs around her wrist. "Got you," he yells triumphantly. "Got you, me proud beauty." At first she thinks the eclipse must not have been total yet after all, because the day has begun to grow still darker. Then it occurs to her that she is probably fainting. This thought is accompanied by feelings of deep relief and gratitude. "Don't be silly, Jess. You can't faint in a dream." But she thinks she may be doing just that. And in the end it doesn't matter much whether it is a faint or only a deeper cave of sleep toward which she is fleeing, like the survivor of some cataclysm. What matters is that she is finally escaping the dream which has assaulted her in a much more fundamental way than her father's act on the deck that day. She is finally escaping. And gratitude seems like a beautifully normal response to these circumstances. She has almost made it into that comforting cave of darkness when a sound intrudes. A splintery, ugly sound like a loud spasm of coughing. She tries to flee the sound and finds she cannot. It has her like a hook, and like a hook it begins to pull her up toward the vast but fragile silver sky that separates sleep from consciousness. The former prince, who had once been the pride and joy of young Catherine Sutland, sat in the kitchen entryway for about 10 minutes after its latest foray into the bedroom. It sat with its head up, its eyes wide and unblinking. It had been existing on very short commons over the last 2 months. It had fed well this evening, gorged in fact, and it should have been feeling logy and sleepy. It had been both for a while, but now all sleepiness had departed. What replaced it was a feeling of nervousness which grew steadily worse. Something had snapped several of the hair-thin tripwires posted in that mystical zone where the dog's senses and its intuition overlapped. The bitchmaster continued to moan in the other room, and to make occasional talking noises. But her sounds were not the source of the stray's jitters. They were not what had caused it to sit up when it had been on the verge of drifting placidly off to sleep, and not the reason why its good ear was now cocked alertly forward, and its muzzle had wrinkled back far enough to show the tips of its teeth. It was something else. Something not right. Something which was possibly dangerous. As Jessie's dream peaked and then began to spiral down into darkness, the dog suddenly scrambled to its feet, unable to bear the steady sizzle in its nerves any longer. It turned, pushed open the loose back door with its snout, and jumped out into the windy dark. As it did, some strange and unidentifiable scent came to it. There was danger in that scent, almost certainly danger. The dog raced for the woods as fast as its swollen, overloaded belly would allow. When it had gained the safety of the undergrowth, it turned and squirmed a little way back toward the house. It had retreated, true enough, but a great many more alarm bells would have to go off inside before it would consider completely abandoning the wonderful supply of food it had found. Safely hidden, its thin, weary, intelligent face crisscrossed with overlapping ideograms of moonshadow, the stray began to bark, and it was this sound which eventually drew Jessie back to consciousness. During their summers on the lake in the early 60s, before William was able to do much more than paddle in the shallows with a pair of bright orange water wings attached to his back. Mattie and Jessie, always good friends despite the difference in their ages, often went down to swim at the Niedermeyers. The Niedermeyers had a float equipped with a diving platform, and it was there that Jessie began to develop the form which won her a place first on her high school swim team and then on the All-State team in 1971. What she remembered second best about diving from the board on the Niedermeyers' float, first, for then and always, was the swoop through the hot summer air toward the blue glitter of the waiting water, was how it felt to come up from the depths through conflicting layers of warm and cold. Coming up from her troubled sleep was like that. First there was a black, roaring confusion that was like being inside a thundercloud. She bumped and yawed her way through it, not having the slightest idea of who she was or when she was, let alone where she was. Then a warmer, calmer layer. She had been caught in the most awful nightmare in all of recorded history, at least in her recorded history. But a nightmare was all it had been, and now it was over. As the surface neared, however, she encountered another chilly layer, an idea that the reality waiting ahead was almost as bad as the nightmare. Maybe worse. What is it, she asked herself. What could possibly be worse than what I've just been through? She refused to think about that. The answer was within reach, but if it occurred to her, she might decide to flip over and start finning her way back down into the depths again. To do that would be to drown, and while drowning might not be the worst way to step out, not as bad as running your Harley into a rock wall, or parachuting into a cat's cradle of high-voltage wires, for instance, the idea of opening her body to that flat mineral smell, which reminded her simultaneously of copper and oysters, was insupportable. Jessie kept stroking grimly upward, telling herself that she would worry about reality when and if she actually broke the surface. The last layer she passed through was as warm and fearful as freshly spilled blood. Her arms were probably going to be deader than stumps. She just hoped she would be able to command enough movement in them to get the blood flowing again. Jessie gasped, jerked, and opened her eyes. She hadn't the slightest idea of how long she'd been asleep, and the clock radio on the dresser, stuck in its own hell of obsessive repetition, 12, 12, 12, it flashed into the darkness, as if time had stopped forever at midnight, was no help. All she knew for sure was that it was full dark, and the moon was now shining through the skylight instead of the east window. Her arms were jumping with a nervous jitter-jive of pins and needles. She usually disliked that feeling intensely, but not now. It was 1,000 times better than the muscle cramp she had expected as the price of waking her dead extremities back up. A moment or two later, she noticed a spreading dampness beneath her legs and bottom, and realized that her previous need to urinate was gone. Her body had taken care of the problem while she slept. She doubled her fists and pulled herself cautiously up a little, wincing at the pain in her wrists and the deep sobbing ache the movement caused in the backs of her hands. Most of that pain's a result of trying to slip out of the cuffs, she thought. You got nobody to blame but yourself, sweetheart. The dog had begun to bark again. Each shrill cry was like a splinter pounded into her eardrum, and she realized that sound was what had pulled her up and out of her sleep just as she had been about to dive below the nightmare. The location of the sounds told her the dog was back outside. She was glad it had left the house, but a little puzzled as well. Maybe it just hadn't been comfortable under a roof after spending such a long time outside. That idea made a certain amount of sense, as much as anything else in this situation anyway. Get it together, Jess, she advised herself in a solemn, sleep-foggy voice. And maybe, just maybe, she was doing that. The panic and unreasoning shame she'd felt in the dream were departing. The dream itself seemed to be drying out, taking on the curiously desiccated quality of an overexposed photograph. Soon, she realized, it would be gone entirely. Dreams on waking were like the empty cocoons of moths, or the split-open husks of milkweed pods, Dead shells where life had briefly swirled in furious but fragile storm systems. There had been times when this amnesia, if that's what it was, had struck her as sad. Not now. She had never in her life equated forgetting with mercy so quickly and completely. And it doesn't matter, she thought. It was just a dream after all. I mean, all those heads sticking out of heads. Dreams are supposed to be symbolic, of course. Yes, I know. And I suppose there might have been some symbolism in this one. Maybe even some truth. If nothing else, I think that now I understand why I hit Will when he goosed me that day. Nora Callaghan would undoubtedly be thrilled. She'd call it a breakthrough. Probably it is. It doesn't do a thing about getting me out of this fucking jailhouse jewelry, though. That's still my top priority. Does anyone disagree with that? Neither Ruth nor Goody replied. The UFO voices were likewise silent. The only response, in fact, came from her stomach, which was sorry as hell all this had happened, but still felt compelled to protest the cancellation of supper with a long, low rumble. Funny in a way, but apt to be less so come tomorrow. By then her thirst would have come raging back, too, and she was under no illusions about how long those last 2 sips of water would stave it off. I've got to center my concentration. I've just got to. The problem isn't food, and it isn't water, either. Right now, those things matter as little as why I punched Will in the mouth at his 9th birthday party. The problem is how I'm... Her thoughts broke off with a clean snap of a knot exploding in a hot fire. Her eyes, which had been wandering aimlessly across the darkened room, locked on the far corner, where the wind-driven shadows of the pines danced wildly in the nacreous light falling through the skylight. There was a man standing there. Terror, greater than any she had ever known, crept over her. An emotion so strong that she felt it must soon burst her heart wide open. Her bladder, which had in fact only relieved the worst of its discomfort, now voided itself in a painless gush of heat. Jessie hadn't the slightest idea of that or anything else. Her terror had blown her mind temporarily clean from wall to wall and ceiling to floor. No sound escaped her, not even the smallest squeak. She was as incapable of sound as she was of thought. The muscles of her neck, shoulders, and arms turned to something that felt like warm water, and she slid down the headboard until she hung from the handcuffs in a kind of slack swoon. She didn't black out, didn't even come close to it, but that mental emptiness and the total physical incapacity which accompanied it were worse than a blackout. When thought did attempt to return, it was at first blocked by a dark, featureless wall of fear. A man. A man in the corner. She could see his dark eyes gazing at her with fixed, idiotic attention. She could see the waxy whiteness of his narrow cheeks and high forehead, although the intruder's actual features were blurred by the diorama of shadows which went flying across them. She could see slumped shoulders and dangling ape-like arms which ended in long hands. She sensed feet somewhere in the black triangle of shadow thrown by the bureau, but that was all. She had no idea how long she lay in that horrible semi-swoon, paralyzed but aware, like a beetle stung by a trapdoor spider. It seemed like a very long time. The seconds dripped by, and she found herself unable to even close her eyes, let alone avert them from her strange guest. Her first terror of him began to abate a little, but what replaced it was somehow worse. Horror, and an unreasoning, atavistic revulsion. Jessie later thought that the wellspring of these feelings, the most powerful negative emotions she had ever experienced in her life, including those which had swept her only a short time before as she had watched the stray dog preparing to dine on Gerald, was the creature's utter stillness. It had crept in here while she slept, and now merely stood in the corner, camouflaged by the ceaseless ebb and flow of shadows over its face and body, staring at her with its strangely avid black eyes so large and rapt They reminded her of the sockets in his skull. Her visitor only stood there in the corner, merely that, and nothing more. She lay in the handcuffs with her arms stretched above her, feeling like a woman at the bottom of a deep well. Time passed, marked only by the idiot blink of the clock proclaiming it was 12, 12, 12, and at last a coherent thought stole back into her brain, one which seemed both dangerous and vastly comforting. There's no one here but you, Jessie. The man you see in the corner is a combination of shadows and imagination. No more than that. She fought her way back to a sitting position, pulling with her arms, grimacing at the pain in her overtaxed shoulders, pushing with her feet, trying to dig her bare heels into the coverlet, breathing in harsh little blurts of effort. And while doing these things, her eyes never left the hideously elongated shape in the corner. It's too tall and too thin to be a real man, Jess. You see that, don't you? It's nothing but wind, shadows, and a soupçon of moonlight. And a few leftovers from your nightmare, I imagine. Okay? It almost was. She started to relax. Then from outside the dog voiced another hysterical volley of barks. And didn't the figure in the corner, the figure that was nothing but wind, shadows, and a soupçon of moonlight, didn't that non-existent figure turn its head slightly in that direction? No, surely not. Surely that was just another trick of the wind and the dark and the shadows. That might well be. In fact, she was almost sure that part, the head-turning part, had been an illusion. But the rest of it? The figure itself? She could not quite convince herself that it was all imagination. Surely no figure which looked that much like a man could be just an illusion. Could it? Goodwife Burlingame spoke up suddenly, and although her voice was fearful, there was no hysteria in it, at least not yet. Oddly, it was the Ruth part of her which had suffered the most extreme horror at the idea she might not be alone in the room. And it was the Ruth part that was still close to gibbering. If that thing's not real, Goody said, why did the dog leave in the first place? I don't think it would have done that without a very good reason, do you? Yet she understood that Goody was deeply frightened just the same, and yearning for some explanation of the dog's departure that didn't include the shape Jessie either saw or thought she saw standing in the corner. Goody was begging her to say that her original idea, that the dog had left simply because it no longer felt comfortable in the house, was much more likely. Or maybe she thought it had left for the oldest reason of all. It had smelled another stray, this one a bitch in heat. She supposed it was even possible that the dog had been spooked by some noise, a branch knocking against an upstairs window, say. She liked that one the best, because it suggested a kind of rough justice, that the dog had also been spooked by some imaginary intruder, and its barks were intended to frighten this non-existent newcomer away from its pariah's supper. Yes, say any of those things, Goody suddenly begged her. And even if you can't believe any of them yourself, make me believe them. But she didn't think she could do that, and the reason was standing in the corner beside the bureau. There was someone there. It wasn't a hallucination made of moonlight. It wasn't a combination of wind-driven shadows and her own imagination. It wasn't a holdover from her dream, a momentary phantom glimpsed in the perceptual no-man's land between sleeping and waking. It was a monster. It's a monster, a boogie monster, come to eat me up. Man. Not a monster, but a man. Standing there motionlessly and watching her, while the wind gusted, making the house creak and the shadows dance across its strange, half-glimpsed face. This time the thought, monster, boogie monster, rose from the lower levels of her mind to the more brightly lit stage of her consciousness. She denied it again, but she could feel her terror returning just the same. The creature on the far side of the room might be a man, but even if it was, She was becoming more and more sure that there was something very wrong with its face. If only she could see it better. "You wouldn't want to," a whispery, ominous UFO voice advised her. "But I have to talk to it. I have to establish contact," Jessie thought, and immediately responded to herself in a nervous, scolding voice that felt like Ruth and Goody mixed together. "Don't think of it as an it, Jessie. Think of it as a he. Think of it as a man. Someone who's maybe lost in the woods. Someone who's as scared as you are." Good advice, perhaps. But Jessie found she couldn't think of the figure in the corner as a he, any more than she was able to think of the stray as a he. Nor did she think the creature in the shadows was either lost or frightened. What she felt coming from the corner were long, slow waves of malevolence. "That's stupid. Talk to it, Jessie. Talk to him." She tried to clear her throat and discovered there was nothing to clear. It was as dry as a desert and as smooth as soapstone. Now she could feel her heart pounding in her chest. Its beat very light, very fast, very irregular. The wind gusted. The shadows blew white and black patterns across the walls and the ceiling, making her feel like a woman trapped inside a kaleidoscope for the colorblind. For just a moment she thought she saw a nose, thin and long and white, below those black, motionless eyes. "Hooey!" At first she could manage only that one tiny whisper, which couldn't have been heard on the far side of the bed, let alone across the room. She stopped, licked her lips, and tried again. She was aware that her hands were clamped into painfully tight balls, and she forced her fingers to loosen. "Who are you?" Still a whisper, but a little better than before. The figure didn't answer, only stood there with its narrow white hands dangling by its knees. And Jessie thought, "Its knees? Knees? Not possible, Jess. When a person's hands are hanging at his sides, they stop at the upper thighs." Ruth responded, her voice so hushed and fearful Jessie almost didn't recognize it. "A normal person's hands stop at the upper thighs, isn't that what you mean? But do you think a normal person would creep into someone's house in the middle of the night, then just stand in the corner watching when he finds the lady of the manor chained to the bed? Just stand there and nothing more?" Then it did move, one leg. Or perhaps it was only the distracting motion of the shadows again, this time picked up by the lower quadrant of her vision. The combination of shadows and moonlight and wind lent a terrible ambiguity to this entire episode, and again Jessie found herself doubting the visitor's reality. The possibility that she was still sleeping occurred to her, that her dream of Will's birthday party had simply veered off in some strange new direction, but she didn't really believe it. She was awake, all right. Whether or not the leg actually did move, or even if there was a leg, Jessie's gaze was momentarily drawn downward. She thought she saw some black object sitting on the floor between the creature's feet. It was impossible to tell what it might be, because the bureau's shadow rendered that the darkest part of the room. But her mind suddenly returned to that afternoon, when she had been trying to persuade Gerald that she really meant what she was saying. The only sounds had been the wind, the banging door, the barking dog, the loon, and the thing sitting on the floor between her visitor's feet was a chainsaw. Jessie was instantly sure of this. Her visitor had been using it earlier, but not to cut firewood. It was people he had been cutting up, and the dog had run because it had smelled the approach of this madman, who had come up the lake path swinging his blood-spattered still saw in one gloved hand. "Stop it!" Goody shouted angrily. "Stop this foolishness right this minute and get a grip on yourself." But she discovered she couldn't stop it, because this was no dream, and also because she had become increasingly sure that the figure standing in the corner, as silent as Frankenstein's monster before the lightning bolts, was real. But even if it was, it hadn't spent the afternoon turning people into pork chops with a chainsaw. Of course not. That was nothing but a movie-inspired variation of the simple, gruesome summer camp tales that seemed so funny when you were gathered around the fire, roasting marshmallows with the rest of the girls, and so awful later on, when you lay shivering in your sleeping bag, believing that each snapping twig signaled the approach of the Lakeview Man, that legendary brain-blasted survivor of the Korean War. The thing standing in the corner wasn't the Lakeview Man, and it wasn't a chainsaw murderer either. There was something on the floor. At least she was pretty sure there was, and Jessie supposed it could be a chainsaw. But it could also be a suitcase, a backpack, a salesman's sample case. Or my imagination. Yes. Even though she was looking right at it, whatever it was, she knew she couldn't rule out the possibility of imagination. Yet in some perverse way, this only reinforced the idea that the creature itself was real, and it was becoming harder and harder to dismiss the feeling of malevolence which came crawling out of the tangle of black shadows and powdery moonlight, like a constant low snarl. "It hates me," she thought. "Whatever it is, it hates me. It must. Why else would it just stand there and not help me?" She looked back up at that half-seen face, at the eyes which seemed to glitter with such feverish avidity in their round black sockets, and she began to weep. "Please, is there someone there?" Her voice was humble, choked with tears. "If there is, won't you please help me? Do you see these handcuffs? The keys are right there beside you on the top of the bureau." Nothing. No movement. No response. It only stood there, if it was there at all, that was, looking out at her from behind its feral mask of shadows. "If you didn't want me to tell anyone I saw you, I wouldn't," she tried again. Her voice wavered, blurred, swooped, and slid. "I sure wouldn't. And I'd be so grateful." It watched her. Only that and nothing more. Jessie felt the tears rolling slowly down her cheeks. "You're scaring me, you know," she said. "Won't you say something? Can't you talk? If you're really there, can't you please talk to me?" A thin, terrible hysteria seized her then, and flew away with some valuable, irreplaceable part of her, caught firmly in its scrawny talons. She wept, and pleaded with the fearful figure standing motionless in the corner of the bedroom. She remained conscious throughout, but sometimes wavered into that curious blank place reserved for those whose terror had become so great it approaches rapture. She would hear herself asking the figure in a hoarse, weepy voice to please let her out of the handcuffs, to please, oh please let her out of the handcuffs, and then she would drop back into that weird blank spot. She knew her mouth was still moving because she could feel it. She could also hear the sounds that were coming out of it. But while she was in the blank place, these sounds were not words, but only loose, blabbering torrents of sound. She could also hear the wind blowing and the dog barking, aware but not knowing, hearing but not understanding, losing everything in her horror of the half-seen shape, the awful visitor, the uninvited guest. She could not cease her contemplation of its narrow, misshapen head, its white cheeks, its slumped shoulders, But more and more it was the creature's hands to which her eyes were drawn. Those dangling, long-fingered hands that ended much further down on the legs than normal hands had any right to do. Some unknown length of time would pass in this blank fashion. 12, 12, 12, the clock on the dresser reported. No help there. And then she would come back a little, would start thinking thoughts instead of experiencing only an endless rush of incoherent images, would start hearing her lips speaking words instead of just babbling sounds. But she had moved on while she was in that blank space. Her words now had nothing to do with the handcuffs or the keys on the dresser. What she heard instead was the thin, screamy whisper of a woman reduced to begging for an answer. Any answer.
"What are you?" she sobbed. "A man? A devil? What in God's name are you?"
The wind gusted. The door banged. Before her the figure's face seemed to change, seemed to wrinkle upward in a grin. There was something horribly familiar about that grin, and Jessie felt the core of her sanity, which had borne this assault with remarkable strength until now, at last begin to waver.
"Daddy," she whispered. "Daddy, is that you?"
"Don't be silly," the good wife cried. But Jessie could now feel even that sustaining voice wavering toward hysteria. "Don't be a goose, Jessie. Your father has been dead since 1980. Instead of helping, it made things worse. Much worse. Tom Mayhoot had been interred in the family crypt in Falmouth, and that was less than 100 miles from here. Jessie's burning, terrified mind insisted upon showing her a hunched figure, its clothes and rotted shoes caked with blue-green mold, slinking across moon-drenched fields and hurrying through tracts of scruffy woods between suburban housing developments. She saw gravity working on the decayed muscles of its arms as it came, gradually stretching them until the hands were swinging beside the knees. It was her father. It was the man who delighted her with rides on his shoulders at 3, who had comforted her at the age of 6 when a capering circus clown frightened her into tears, who had told her bedtime stories until she was 8, old enough, he said, to read them on her own. Her father, who had cobbled together homemade filters on the afternoon of the eclipse, and held her on his lap as the moment of totality approached. Her father, who had said, "Don't worry about anything. Don't worry. And don't look around." But she had thought maybe he was worried, because his voice had been all thick and shaky, hardly like his usual voice at all. In the corner, the thing's grin seemed to widen, and suddenly the room was filled with that smell, that flat smell that was half metallic and half organic, a smell that reminded her of oysters and cream, and how your hand smelled after you'd been clutching a fistful of pennies, and the way the air smelled just before a thunderstorm.
"Daddy, is it you?"
she asked the shadowy thing in the corner. And from somewhere came the distant cry of the loon. Jessie could feel the tears trickling slowly down her cheeks. And now something exceedingly odd was happening, something she never would have expected in 1,000 years. As she became increasingly sure that it was her father, that it was Tom Mayhoot standing in the corner, 12 years gone in death or not, her terror began to leave her. She had drawn her legs up, but now she let them slip back down and fall open. As she did, a fragment of her dream recurred. Daddy's little girl printed across her breasts in peppermint yum-yum lipstick. "All right. Go ahead," she told the shape. Her voice was a little hoarse, but otherwise steady. "It's why you came back, isn't it? So go ahead. How could I stop you anyway? Just promise you'll unlock me afterward. that you'll unlock me and let me go." The figure made no response of any kind. It only stood within its surreal jackstraws of moonlight and shadow, grinning at her. And as the seconds passed, 12, 12, 12, the clock of the dresser said, seeming to suggest that the whole idea of time passing was an illusion, that time had in fact frozen solid, Jessie began to think she had been right in the first place, that there was really no one in here with her at all. She had begun to feel like a weather vane, in the grip of those prankish, contradictory gusts of wind that sometimes blow just before a severe thunderstorm or a tornado. "Your father cannot come back from the dead," Goodwife Burlingame said in a voice that strove to be firm, but failed miserably. Still, Jessie saluted her effort. Come hell or high water, the goodwife stayed right in there and kept pitching. "This isn't a horror movie or an episode of The Twilight Zone, Jess. This is real life." But another part of her, a part which was perhaps the home of those few voices inside which were the real UFOs, not just the wiretaps her subconscious had patched into her conscious mind at some point, insisted that there was a darker truth here, something that trailed from the heels of logic like an irrational, and perhaps supernatural, shadow. This voice insisted that things changed in the dark. Things especially changed in the dark, it said, when a person was alone. When that happened, the locks fell off the cage which held the imagination, and anything, any things, might be set free. "It can be your daddy," this essentially alien part of her whispered. And with a chill of fear, Jessie recognized it as the voice of madness and reason mingled together. "It can be. Never doubt it. People are almost always safe from ghosts and ghouls and the living dead in daylight, and they're usually safe from them at night, if they're with others. But when a person is alone in the dark, all bets are off. Men and women alone in the dark are like open doors, Jessie. And if they call out or scream for help, who knows what dread things may answer? Who knows what some men and women have seen in the hour of their solitary deaths? Is it so hard to believe that some of them may have died of fear, no matter what the words on the death certificate say?" "I don't believe that," she said in a blurry, wavering voice. She spoke louder, striving for a firmness she didn't feel. "You're not my father. I don't think you're anyone. I think you're only made of moonlight." As if in answer, the figure bent forward in a kind of mocking bow, and for one moment its face, a face which seemed too real to doubt, slipped out of the shadows. Jessie uttered a rusty shriek as the pallid rays falling through the skylight painted its features with tawdry carnival gilt. It wasn't her father. Compared with the evil and the lunacy she saw in the face of her visitor, she would have welcomed her father, even after 12 years in a cold coffin. Red-rimmed, hideously sparkling eyes regarded her from deep eye sockets wrapped in wrinkles. Thin lips twitched upward in a dry grin, revealing discolored molars and jagged canines which seemed almost as long as the stray dog's fangs. One of its white hands lifted the object she had half seen and half intuited sitting by its feet in the darkness. At first she thought it had taken Gerald's briefcase from the room he used as a study down here, but when the creature lifted the box-shaped thing into the light, she saw it was a lot bigger than Gerald's briefcase and much older. It looked like the sort of old-fashioned sample case traveling salesmen had once carried. "Please," she whispered in a strengthless, wheezing little voice. "Whatever you are, please don't hurt me. You don't have to let me go if you don't want to, that's all right. But please don't hurt me." Its grin grew, and she saw tiny twinkles far back in its mouth. Her visitor apparently had gold teeth, or gold fillings in there, just like Gerald. It seemed to laugh soundlessly, as if gratified by her terror. Then its long fingers were unsnapping the catches of its bag. I am dreaming, I think. Now it does feel like a dream. Oh, thank God it does. And holding it open to her. The case was full of bones and jewelry. She saw finger bones and rings and teeth and bracelets and ulnae and pendants. She saw a diamond big enough to choke a rhino, glittering milky trapezoids of moonlight from within the stiff, delicate curves of an infant's rib cage. She saw these things and wanted them to be a dream, yes, wanted them to be. But if it was like no dream she'd ever had before. It was the situation, handcuffed to the bed while a half-seen maniac silently showed off his treasures, that was dreamlike. The feeling, however, the feeling was reality. There was no getting around it. The feeling was reality. The thing standing in the corner held the open case out for her inspection, one hand supporting the bottom. It plunged its other hand into the tangle of bones and jewelry and stirred it, producing a tenebrous click and rustle that sounded like dirt-clogged castanets. It stared at her as it did this. The somehow unformed features of its strange face wrinkled upward in amusement, its mouth gawping in that silent grin, its slumped shoulders rising and falling in strangled chuffs of laughter. "No!" Jessie screamed, but no sound came out. Suddenly she felt someone, most likely the good wife, and boy had she ever underestimated the intestinal fortitude of that lady, running for the switches which governed the circuit breakers in her head. Goody had seen tendrils of smoke starting to seep out through the cracks in the closed doors of those panels, had understood what they meant, and was making a final, desperate effort to shut down the machinery before the motors overheated and the bearings froze. The grinning figure across the room reached deeper into the case and held out a handful of bones and gold to Jessie in the moonlight. There was an intolerably bright flash inside her head, and then the lights went out. She did not faint prettily, like the heroine in a florid stage play, but was snapped brutally backward, like a condemned murderer who has been strapped into the hot seat and has just gotten his first jolt of the juice. All the same, it was an end to the horror, and for the time being, that was enough. Jessie Burlingame went into the darkness without a murmur of protest. She struggled briefly back to consciousness some time later, aware of only two things. The moon had made it around to the west windows, and she was terribly afraid. Of what she at first didn't know. Then it came to her. Daddy had been here, was perhaps here still. The creature hadn't looked like him, that was true, but that was only because Daddy had been wearing his eclipse face. Jessie struggled up, pushing with her feet so hard she shoved the coverlet down beneath her. She wasn't able to do much with her arms, however. The jittering pins and needles had stolen away while she'd been unconscious, and they had no more feeling than a couple of chair legs. She stared into the corner by the bureau with wide, moon-silvered eyes. The wind had died, and the shadows were, at least for the time being, still. There was nothing in the corner. Her dark visitor had gone. Maybe not, Jess. Maybe he's just changed location. Maybe he's hiding under the bed. How's that for a thought? If he is, he could reach up at any second and put one of his hands on your hip. The wind stirred, only a puff, not a gust, and the back door banged weakly. Those were the only sounds. The dog had fallen silent, and it was this more than anything else which convinced her that the stranger was gone. She had the house to herself. Jessie's gaze dropped to the large, dark blob on the floor. Correction, she thought. There's Gerald. Can't forget about him. She put her head back and closed her eyes, aware of a steady, low pulse in her throat, not wanting to wake up enough for that pulse to transform itself into what it really was, thirst. She didn't know if she could go from black unconsciousness to ordinary sleep or not, but she knew that was what she wanted, more than anything else, except perhaps for someone to drive down here and rescue her. She wanted to sleep. There was no one here, Jessie. You know that, don't you? It was absurdity of absurdities, Ruth's voice. Tough-talking Ruth, whose stated motto, cribbed from a Nancy Sinatra song, was, "One of these days these boots are gonna walk all over you." Ruth, who had been reduced to a pile of quivering jelly by the shape in the moonlight. "Go ahead, Toots," Ruth said. "Make fun of me all you want. Maybe I even deserve it. But don't kid yourself. There was no one here. Your imagination put on a little slideshow, that's all. That's all there was to it." "You're wrong, Ruth," Goody responded calmly. "Someone was here all right, and Jessie and I both know who it was. It didn't exactly look like Daddy, but that was only because he had his eclipse face on. The face wasn't the important part, though, or how tall he looked. He might have had on boots with special high heels, or maybe he was wearing shoes with lifts in them. For all I know, he could have been on stilts." "Stilts!" Ruth cried, amazed. "Oh, dear God, now I've heard everything. Never mind the fact that the man died before Reagan's Inauguration Day tux got back from the cleaners. Tom Mayhew was so clumsy he should have had walking downstairs insurance. Stilts? Oh, babe, you have got to be putting me on." "That part doesn't matter," Goody said with a kind of serene stubbornness. "It was him. I'd know that smell anywhere. That thick, blood-warm smell. Not the smell of oysters or pennies. Not even the smell of blood. The smell of—" The thought broke up and drifted away. Jessie slept. She ended up alone with her father at Sunset Trails on the afternoon of July 20th, 1963, for two reasons. One was a cover for the other. The cover was her claim that she was still a little frightened of Mrs. Gillette, even though it had been at least 5 years, and probably closer to 6, since the incident of the cookie and the slapped hand. The real reason was simple and uncomplicated. It was her daddy she wanted to be with during such a special, once-in-a-lifetime event. Her mother had suspected as much, and being moved around like a chess piece by her husband and her 10-year-old daughter hadn't pleased her, but by then the matter was practically a fait accompli. Jessie had gone to her daddy first. She was still 4 months away from her 11th birthday, but that didn't make her a fool. What Sally Mayhew suspected was true. Jessie had launched a conscious, carefully thought-out campaign which would allow her to spend the day of the eclipse with her father. Much later, Jessie would think that this was yet another reason to keep her mouth shut about what happened on that day. There might be those, her mother for instance, who would say that she had no right to complain, that she had in fact gotten about what she deserved. On the day before the eclipse, Jessie had found her father sitting on the deck outside his den and reading a paperback copy of Profiles in Courage, while his wife, son, and elder daughter laughed and swam in the lake below. He smiled at her when she took the seat next to him, and Jessie smiled back. She had brightened her mouth with lipstick for this interview, peppermint yum-yum, in fact, a birthday present from Mattie. Jessie hadn't liked it when she first tried it on. She thought it a baby shade, and that it tasted like Pepsodent. But Daddy had said he thought it was pretty, and that had transformed it into the most valuable of her few cosmetic resources, something to be treasured and used only on special occasions like this one. He listened carefully and respectfully as she spoke, but he made no particular attempt to disguise the glint of amused skepticism in his eyes. "Do you really mean to tell me you're still afraid of Adrian Gillette?" he asked, when she had finished rehashing the oft-told tale of how Mrs. Gillette had slapped her hand when she had reached for the last cookie on the plate. "That must have been back in... I don't know, I was still working for Dunninger, so it must have been before 1959. And you're still spooked all these years later? How absolutely Freudian, my dear." "Well, you know, just a little." She widened her eyes, trying to communicate the idea that she was saying a little but meaning a lot. In truth, she didn't know if she was still scared of old poo-poo breath or not, but she did know she considered Mrs. Gillette a boring old blue-haired booger, and she had no intention of spending the only total eclipse of the sun she'd probably ever see in her company if she could possibly work things around so she could watch it with her daddy, whom she adored beyond the power of words to tell. She evaluated his skepticism and concluded with relief that it was friendly, perhaps even conspiratorial. She smiled and added, "But I also wanted to stay with you." He raised her hand to his mouth and kissed her fingers like a French monsieur. He hadn't shaved that day. He often didn't when he was at camp, and the rough scrape of his whiskers sent a pleasurable shiver of goosebumps up her arms and back. "Comme tu es douce," he said. "Ma jolie mademoiselle, je t'aime." She giggled, not understanding his clumsy French, but suddenly sure it was all going to work out just the way she had hoped it would. "It'd be fun," she said happily. "Just the two of us. I could make an early supper and we could eat it right here on the deck." He grinned. "Eclipse burgers à deux?" She laughed, nodding and clapping her hands with delight. Then he had said something that struck her as a little odd even at the time, because he was not a man who cared much about clothes and fashions. "You could wear your pretty new sundress." "Sure, if you want," she said, although she had already made a mental note to ask her mother to try and exchange the sundress. It was pretty enough, if you weren't offended by red and yellow stripes almost bright enough to shout, that was. But it was also too small and too tight. Her mother had ordered it from Sears, going mostly by guess and by gosh, filling in a single size larger than that which had fit Jessie the year before. As it happened, she had grown a little faster than that, in a number of ways. Still, if Daddy liked it, and if he would come over to her side of this eclipse business and help her push. He did come over to her side, and pushed like Hercules himself. He began that night, suggesting to his wife after dinner, and 2 or 3 mellowing glasses of vin rouge, that Jessie be excused from tomorrow's eclipse watch outing to the top of Mount Washington. Most of their summer neighbors were going. Just after Memorial Day, they'd begun having informal meetings on the subject of how and where to watch the upcoming solar phenomenon. To Jessie, these meetings had seemed like ordinary run-of-the-mill summer cocktail parties, and had even given themselves a name, the Dark Score's Sun Worshippers. The Sun Worshippers had rented one of the school district's minibuses for the occasion, and were planning to voyage to the top of New Hampshire's tallest mountain, equipped with box lunches, Polaroid sunglasses, specially constructed reflector boxes, specially filtered cameras, and champagne, of course. Lots and lots of champagne. To Jessie's mother and older sister, all this had seemed to be the very definition of frothy, sophisticated fun. To Jessie, it had seemed the essence of all that was boring, and that was before you added poo-poo breath into the equation. She had gone out on the deck after supper on the evening of the 19th, presumably to read 20 or 30 pages of Mr. C.S. Lewis's Out of the Silent Planet before the sun went down. Her actual purpose was a good deal less intellectual. She wanted to listen as her father made their pitch, and to silently root him on. She and Mattie had been aware for years that the combination living-room-dining room of the summer house had peculiar acoustical qualities, probably caused by its high, steeply angled ceiling, Jessie had an idea that even Will knew about the way sound carried from in there to out here on the deck. Only their parents seemed unaware that the room might as well have been bugged, and that most of the important decisions they had made in that room as they sipped after-dinner cognac or cups of coffee were known, to their daughters at least, long before the marching orders were handed down from staff headquarters. Jessie noticed that she was holding the Lewis novel upside down, and made haste to rectify that situation before Mattie happened by and gave her a big, silent horse laugh. She felt a little guilty about what she was doing. It was a lot closer to eavesdropping than to rooting when you got right down to it, but not quite guilty enough to stop. And in fact, she considered herself still to be on the right side of a thin moral line. After all, it wasn't as if she were hiding in the closet or anything. She was sitting right out here in full view, bathed in the bright light of the westering sun. She was sitting out here with her book, and wondering if there were ever eclipses on Mars, and if there were Martians up there to watch them if there were. If her parents thought no one could hear what they were saying just because they were sitting at the table in there, was that her fault? Was she supposed to go in and tell them? "I don't think so, my dear," Jessie whispered in her snottiest Elizabeth Taylor cat-on-a-hot-tin roof voice, and then cupped her hands over a big, goofy grin. And she guessed she was also safe from her big sister's interference, at least for the time being. She could hear Mattie and Will below her in the rumpus room, squabbling good-naturedly over a game of cootie or parcheesi or something like that. "I really don't think it would hurt her to stay here with me tomorrow, do you?" her father was asking in his most winning, good-humored voice. "No, of course not," Jessie's mother replied. "But it wouldn't exactly kill her to go someplace with the rest of us this summer, either. She's turned into a complete daddy's girl. She went down to the puppet show in Bethel with you and Will last week. In fact, didn't you tell me that she stayed with Will, even bought him an ice cream out of her own allowance, while you went into that auction barn?" "That was no sacrifice for our Jessie," Sally replied. She sounded almost grim. "What do you mean?" "I mean she went to the puppet show because she wanted to, and she took care of Will because she wanted to." Grimness had given way to a more familiar tone, exasperation. "How can you understand what I mean?" that tone asked. "How can you possibly, when you're a man?" This was a tone Jessie had heard more and more frequently in her mother's voice these last few years. She knew that was partly because she herself heard more and saw more as she grew up, but she was pretty sure it was also because her mother used that tone more frequently than she once had. Jessie couldn't understand why her father's brand of logic always made her mother so crazy. All of a sudden, the fact that she did something because she wanted to is a cause for concern? Tom was now asking. Maybe even a mark against her? What do we do if she develops a social conscience as well as a family one, Sal? Put her in a home for wayward girls? Don't patronize me, Tom. You know perfectly well what I mean. Nope. This time you've lost me in the dust, sweet one. This is supposed to be our summer vacation, remember? And I've always sort of had the idea that when people are on vacation, they're supposed to do what they want to do and be with who they want to be with. In fact, I thought that was the whole idea. Jessie smiled, knowing it was all over but the shouting. When the eclipse started tomorrow afternoon, she was going to be here with her daddy instead of on top of Mount Washington with poo-poo breath and the rest of the dark score sun worshippers. Her father was like some world-class chess master who had just given a talented amateur a run for her money and was now polishing her off. You could come too, Tom. Jessie would come if you did. That was a tricky one. Jessie held her breath. Can't, my love. I'm expecting a call from David Adams on the Brookings pharmaceutical portfolio. Very important stuff. Also very risky stuff. At this stage, handling Brookings is like handling blasting caps. But let me be honest with you. Even if I could, I'm not really sure I would. I'm not nuts about the Gillette woman, but I can get along with her. That asshole Sleaford, on the other hand.
Hush, Tom.
Don't worry, Mattie and Will are downstairs, and Jessie's way out on the front deck. See her? At that moment, Jessie suddenly became sure that her father knew exactly what the acoustics of the living room dining room were like. He knew that his daughter was hearing every word of this discussion, wanted her to hear every word. A warm little shiver traced its way up her back and down her legs. I should have known it came down to Dick Sleaford. Her mother sounded angrily amused, a combination that made Jessie's head spin. It seemed to her that only adults could combine emotions in so many daffy ways. If feelings were food, adult feelings would be things like chocolate-covered steak, mashed potatoes with pineapple bits, Special K with chili powder sprinkled on it instead of sugar. Jessie thought, and not for the first time, that being an adult seemed more like a punishment than a reward. This is really exasperating, Tom. The man made a pass at me 6 years ago. He was drunk. Back in those days, he was always drunk, but he's cleaned up his act. Polly Bergeron told me he goes to AA and... Bully for him, her father said dryly. Do we send him a get-well card or a merit badge, Sally? Don't be flip. You almost broke the man's nose. Yes, indeed. When a fellow comes into a kitchen to freshen his drink and finds the rum-dum from up the road with one hand on his wife's behind and the other down the front of her... Never mind, she said primly. But Jessie thought that for some reason her mother sounded almost pleased. Curiouser and curiouser. The point is, it's time you discovered that Dick Sleaford isn't a demon from the deeps. And it's time Jessie discovered Adrian Gillette is just a lonely old woman who once slapped her hand at a lawn party as a little joke. Now, please don't get all crazy on me, Tom. I'm not claiming it was a good joke. It wasn't. I'm just saying that Adrian didn't know that. There was no bad intent. Jessie looked down and saw her paperback novel was bent almost double in her right hand. How could her mother, a woman who'd graduated cum laude, whatever that meant, from Vassar, possibly be so stupid? The answer seemed clear enough to Jessie. She couldn't be. Either she knew better or she refused to see the truth, and you arrived at the same conclusion no matter which answer you decided was the right one. When forced to choose between believing the ugly old woman who lived up the road from them in the summertime and her own daughter, Sally Mayhood had chosen poo-poo breath. Good deal, huh? If I'm a daddy's girl, that's why. That and all the other stuff she says that's like that. That's why. But I could never tell her, and she'll never see it on her own. Never, in a billion years. Jessie forced herself to relax her grip on the paperback. Mrs. Gillette had meant it. There had been bad intent. But her father's suspicion that she had ceased being afraid of the old crow had probably been more right than wrong, just the same. Also, she was going to get her way about staying with her father, so none of her mother's SHIT really mattered, did it? She was going to be here with her daddy. She wouldn't have to deal with old poo-poo breath, and these good things were going to happen because he sticks up for me, she murmured. Yes, that was the bottom line. Her father stuck up for her, and her mother stuck it to her. Jessie saw the evening star glowing mildly in the darkening sky, and suddenly realized she had been out on the deck, listening to them circle the subject of the eclipse, and the subject of her, for almost 3/4 of an hour. She discovered a minor but interesting fact of life that night. Time speeds by fastest when you are eavesdropping on conversations about yourself. With hardly a thought, she raised her hand and curled it into a tube, simultaneously catching the star and sending it the old formula, wish I may, wish I might. Her wish, already well on the way to being granted, was that she be allowed to stay here tomorrow with her daddy. To stay with him no matter what. Just two folks who knew how to stick up for each other, sitting out on the deck and eating eclipse burgers à deux, more like an old married couple than father and daughter. As for Dick Sleaford, he apologized to me later, Tom. I don't remember if I ever told you that or not. You did, but I don't remember him ever apologizing to me. He was probably afraid you'd knock his block off, or at least try to, Sally replied, speaking again in that tone of voice Jessie found so peculiar. It seemed to be an uneasy mixture of happiness, good humor, and anger. Jessie wondered for just a moment if it was possible to sound that way and be completely sane, and then she squashed the thought quickly and completely. Also, I want to say one more thing about Adrienne Gillette before we leave the subject entirely. Be my guest. She told me, in 1959, this was 2 whole summers later, that she went through the change that year. She never specifically mentioned Jessie and the cookie incident, but I think she was trying to apologize. Oh. It was her father's coolest, most lawyerly oh. And did either of you ladies think to pass that information on to Jessie and explain to her what it meant? Silence from her mother. Jessie, who still had only the vaguest notion of what going through the change meant, looked down and saw she had once again gripped the book tight enough to bend it, and once again forced herself to relax her hands. Or to apologize? His tone was gentle, caressing, deadly. "Stop cross-examining me!" Sally burst out after another long, considering silence. "This is your home, not Part 2 of Superior Court, in case you hadn't noticed." "You brought the subject up, not me," he said. "I just asked—" "Oh, I get so tired of the way you twist everything around," Sally said. Jessie knew from her tone of voice that she was either crying or getting ready to. For the first time that she could remember, the sound of her mother's tears called up no sympathy in her own heart, no urge to run and comfort, probably bursting into tears herself in the process. Instead, she felt a queer, stony satisfaction. "Sally, you're upset. Why don't we just—" "Arguments with my husband have a way of doing that. Isn't that strange? Isn't that just the weirdest thing you ever heard? And do you know what we're arguing about? I'll give you a hint, Tom. It's not Adrienne Gillette, and it's not Dick Sleaford, and it's not the eclipse tomorrow. We're arguing about Jessie, about our daughter. And what else is new?" She laughed through her tears. There was a dry hiss as she scratched a match and lit a cigarette. "Don't they say it's the squeaky wheel that always gets the grease? And that's our Jessie, isn't it? The squeaky wheel. Never quite satisfied with the arrangements until she gets a chance to put on the finishing touches. Never quite happy with someone else's plans. Never able to let well enough alone." Jessie was appalled to hear something very close to hate in her mother's voice. "Sally, never mind, Tom. She wants to stay here with you, fine. She wouldn't be pleasant to have along anyway. All she'd do is pick fights with her sister and whine about having to watch out for Will. All she'd do is squeak, in other words. Sally, Jessie hardly ever whines, and she's very good about—" "Oh, you don't see her!" Sally Mayhout cried, and the spite in her voice made Jessie cringe back in her chair. "I swear to God, sometimes you behave as if she was your girlfriend instead of your daughter." This time the long pause belonged to her father, and when he spoke, his voice was soft and cold. "That's a lousy, underhanded, unfair thing to say," he finally replied. Jessie sat on the deck, looking at the evening star and feeling dismay deepening toward something like horror. She felt a sudden urge to cup her hand and catch the star again, this time to wish everything away, beginning with her request to her daddy that he fix things so she could stay at Sunset Trails with him tomorrow. Then the sound of her mother's chair being pushed back came. "I apologize," Sally said. And although she still sounded angry, Jessie thought she now sounded a little afraid as well. "Keep her tomorrow if that's what you want. Fine, good. You're welcome to her." Then the sound of her heels tapping rapidly away, and a moment later the snick of her father's Zippo as he lit his own cigarette. On the deck, Jessie felt warm tears spring to her eyes, Tears of shame, hurt, and relief that the argument had ended before it could get any worse. For hadn't both she and Mattie noticed that their parents' arguments had gotten both louder and hotter just lately? That the coolness between them afterward was slower to warm up again? It wasn't possible, was it, that they... No, she interrupted herself before the thought could be completed. No, it's not. It's not possible at all, so just shut up. Perhaps a change of scene would induce a change of thought. Jessie got up, trotted down the back steps, then walked down the path to the lakefront. There she sat, throwing pebbles into the water, until her father came out to find her half an hour later. "Eclipse burgers for 2 on the deck tomorrow," he said, and kissed the side of her neck. He had shaved, and his chin was smooth, but that small, delicious shiver went up her back again just the same. "It's all fixed." Was she mad? "Nope," said her father cheerfully. "Said it was fine by her either way, since you'd done all your chores this week, and..." She had forgotten her earlier intuition that he knew a lot more about the acoustics of the living-room dining room than he had ever let on, and the generosity of his lie moved her so deeply that she almost burst into tears. She turned to him, threw her arms around his neck, and covered his cheeks and lips with fierce little kisses. His initial reaction was surprise. His hands jerked backward, and for just a moment they were cupping the tiny nubs of her breasts. That shivery feeling passed through her again, but this time it was much stronger, almost strong enough to be painful, like a shock. And with it, like some weird déjà vu, came that recurring sense of adulthood's strange contradictions. A world where you could order blackberry meatloaf or eggs fried in lemon juice whenever you wanted to, and where some people actually did. Then his hands slipped all the way around her. They were pressed safely against her shoulder blades, hugging her warmly against him. And if they had stayed where they shouldn't have been, a moment longer than they should have done, she barely noticed. "I love you, Daddy." "Love you too, Punkin. 100 million bunches." The day of the eclipse dawned hot and muggy, but relatively clear. The weather forecaster's warnings that low-hanging clouds might obscure the phenomenon were going to prove groundless, it seemed, at least in western Maine. Sally, Mattie, and Will left to catch the dark score sun worshippers' bus at around 10 o'clock. Sally gave Jessie a stiff, silent peck on the cheek before leaving, and Jessie responded in kind, leaving Tom Mayhoop with a girl his wife had called the Squeaky Wheel the night before. Jessie changed out of her shorts and Camp Ossipee t-shirt and into her new sundress, the one which was pretty, if you weren't offended by red and yellow stripes almost bright enough to shout, that was, but too tight. She put on a dab of Mattie's Mycin perfume, a little of her mother's Eudora deodorant, and a fresh application of peppermint yum-yum lipstick. And although she had never been one to linger before the mirror, fussing with herself, that was her mother's term, as in, "Mattie, stop fussing with yourself and come out of there." She took time to put her hair up that day, because her father had once complimented her on that particular style. When she had put the last pin into place, she reached for the bathroom light switch, then paused. The girl looking back at her from the mirror didn't seem like a girl at all, but a teenager. It wasn't the way the sundress accentuated the tiny swellings that wouldn't really be breasts for another year or two, and it wasn't the lipstick, and it wasn't her hair held up in a clumsy but oddly fetching chignon. It was all of these things together, a sum greater than its parts because of what? She didn't know. Something in the way the upsweep of her hair accented the shape of her cheekbones, perhaps, or the bare curve of her neck, so much sexier than either the mosquito bumps on her chest or the hipless tomboy's body. Or maybe it was just the look in her eyes, some sparkle that either had been hidden before today or had never been there at all. Whatever it was, it made her linger a moment longer, looking at her reflection, and suddenly she heard her mother saying, "I swear to God, sometimes you behave as if she was your girlfriend instead of your daughter." She bit her pink lower lip, brow furrowing a little, remembering the night before, the shiver that had gone through her at his touch, the feel of his hands on her breasts. She could feel that shiver trying to happen again, and she refused to let it. There was no sense shivering over stupid stuff you couldn't understand, or even thinking about it. Good advice, she thought, and turned off the bathroom light. She found herself growing more and more excited as noon passed and the afternoon drew along toward the actual time of the eclipse. She turned the portable radio to WNCH, the rock and roll station in North Conway. Her mother abhorred NCH, and after 30 minutes of Del Shannon and Dee Dee Sharp and Gary U.S. Bonds, would make whoever had tuned it in, usually Jessie or Mattie, but sometimes Will, change to the classical music station which broadcast from the top of Mount Washington. But her father actually seemed to enjoy the music today, snapping his fingers and humming along. Once, during the Dupree's version of You Belong to Me, he swept Jessie briefly into his arms and danced her along the deck. Jessie got the barbecue going around 3:30, with the onset of the eclipse still an hour away, and went to ask her father if he wanted 2 burgers or just 1. She found him on the south side of the house, below the deck on which she stood. He was wearing only a pair of cotton shorts. Yale Phys Ed was printed on one leg, and a quilted oven mitten. He had tied a bandana around his forehead to keep the sweat out of his eyes. He was crouched over a small, smoky sod fire. The combination of shorts and bandana gave him an odd but pleasant look of youth. Jessie could, for the first time in her life, see the man with whom her mother had fallen in love during her senior summer. Several squares of glass, panes cut carefully out of the crumbling putty in an old shed window, were piled up beside him. He was holding one in the smoke rising from the fire, using the barbecue tongs to turn the glass square this way and that like some sort of weird camp delicacy. Jessie burst out laughing. It was mostly the oven mitt that struck her as funny, and he turned around, also grinning. The thought that the angle made it possible for him to look up her dress crossed her mind, but only fleetingly. He was her father, after all, not some cute boy like Dwayne Corson from down at the marina. "What are you doing?" she giggled. "I thought we were having hamburgers for lunch, not glass sandwiches." "Eclipse viewers, not sandwiches, Pumpkin," he said. "If you put 2 or 3 of these together, you can look at the eclipse for the whole period of totality without damaging your eyes. You have to be really careful, I've read. You can burn your retinas and not even know you've done it until later." "Ugh," Jessie said, shivering a little. The idea of burning yourself without knowing you were doing it struck her as incredibly gross. "How long will it be total, Daddy?" "Not long. A minute or so." "Well, make some more of those glass whatchamacallums. I don't want to burn my eyes. 1 eclipse burger or 2? 1 will be fine, if it's a big one." "Okay." She turned to go. "Pumpkin?" She looked back at him. A small, compact man with fine beads of sweat standing out on his forehead. A man with as little body hair as the man she would later marry, but without either Gerald's thick glasses or his paunch. And for a moment, the fact that this man was her father seemed the least important thing about him. She was struck again by how handsome he was, and how young he looked. She looked back at his face and was suddenly exquisitely aware of his eyes on her. Even narrowed against the smoke as they were now, those eyes were absolutely gorgeous, the brilliant gray of daybreak on winter water. Jessie found she had to swallow before she could answer. Her throat was dry. Possibly it was the acrid smoke from his sod fire. Or possibly it was not. "Yes, Daddy?" For a long moment he said nothing, only went on looking up at her with sweat running slowly down his cheeks and forehead and chest and belly, and Jessie was suddenly frightened. Then he smiled again, and all was well. "You look very pretty today, Pumpkin. In fact, if it doesn't sound too yucky, you look beautiful." "Thank you. It doesn't sound yucky at all." And it didn't. In fact, his comment pleased her so much, especially after her mother's angry editorial comments of the night before, or perhaps because of them, that a lump rose in her throat and she felt like crying for a moment. She smiled instead, and sketched a curtsy in his direction, and then hurried back to the barbecue with her heart pounding a steady drum roll in her chest. One of the things her mother had said, the most awful thing, tried to rise into her mind. "You behave as if she was your—" And Jessie squashed it ruthlessly, as she would have squashed a bad-tempered wasp. Still, she felt gripped by one of those crazy adult mixes of emotion, ice cream and gravy, roast chicken stuffed with sour balls, and could not seem to entirely escape it. Nor was she sure she even wanted to. In her mind she kept seeing that single drop of sweat tracking lazily down his stomach, being absorbed by the soft cotton of his shorts, leaving that tiny dark place. It was from that image that the emotional turmoil seemed chiefly to arise. She kept seeing it and seeing it and seeing it. It was crazy. Well, so what? It was a crazy day, that was all. Even the sun was going to do something crazy. Why not leave it at that? Yes, the voice that would one day masquerade as Ruth Neary agreed. Why not? The Eclipse burgers, garnished with sautéed mushrooms and mild red onion, were nothing short of fabulous. They certainly eclipsed the last batch your mother made, her father told her. And Jessie giggled wildly. They ate on the deck outside Tom Mayhoot's den, balancing metal trays on their laps. A round deck table, littered with condiments, paper plates, and eclipse-watching paraphernalia, stood between them. The observation gear included Polaroid sunglasses, 2 homemade cardboard reflector boxes of the sort which the rest of the family had taken with them to Mount Washington, panes of smoked glass, and a stack of hot pads from the drawer beside the kitchen stove. The panes of smoked glass weren't hot anymore, Tom told his daughter, but he wasn't terribly competent with a glass cutter, and he was afraid there still might be nicks and jagged spots along the edges of some of the panes. "The last thing I need," he told her, "is for your mother to come home and find a note saying I've taken you to the emergency room at Oxford Hills Hospital so they can try to sew a couple of your fingers back on." Mom really wasn't exactly crazy about this idea, was she? Jessie asked. Her daddy gave her a brief hug. "No," he said. "But I was. I was crazy enough about it for both of us." And he gave her a smile so bright she just had to smile back. It was the reflector boxes they used first as the time of the eclipse, 4:29 p.m. EDT, neared. The sun lying in the center of Jessie's reflector box was no bigger than a bottle cap, but it was so fiercely bright that she groped a pair of the sunglasses from the table and put them on. According to her Timex, the eclipse should have already started. It said 4:30. "I guess my watch is fast," she said nervously. "Either that or there's a bunch of astronomers all over the world with egg on their faces." "Check again," Tom said, smiling. When she looked back into the reflector box, she saw that the brilliant circle was no longer a perfect circle. A crescent of darkness now dented the right-hand side. A shiver slipped down her neck. Tom, who had been watching her instead of the image inside his own reflector box, saw it. "Pumpkin? All right?" "Yes, but it's a little scary, isn't it?" "Yes," he said. Glanced at him and was deeply relieved to see he meant it. He looked almost as scared as she felt, and this only added to his winning boyishness. The idea that they might be afraid of different things had never entered her mind. "Want to sit on my lap, Jess?" "Can I?" "You bet." She slipped onto his lap, still holding her own reflector box in her hands. She wiggled around to get comfortable against him, liking the smell of his faintly sweaty, sun-warmed skin, and a faint trace of some aftershave. Redwood, she thought it was called. The sundress rode up on her thighs. It could hardly do anything else, as short as it was, and she barely noticed when he put his hand on one of her legs. This was her father, after all, Daddy, Not Dwayne Corson from down at the marina, or Richie Ashlock, the boy she and her friends moaned and giggled over at school. The minutes passed slowly. Every now and then she squirmed around, trying to get comfortable. His lap seemed strangely full of angles this afternoon, and at one point she must have dozed off for 3 or 4 minutes. It might have been even longer, because the puff of breeze that came strolling down the deck and woke her up was surprisingly cold against her sweaty arms, and the afternoon had changed somehow. Colors which had seemed bright before she leaned back against his shoulder and closed her eyes were now pale pastels, and the light itself had weakened somehow. It was as if she thought the day had been strained through cheesecloth. She looked into her reflector box and was surprised, almost stunned actually, to see that only half the sun was there now. She looked at her watch and saw it was 9 minutes past 5. "It's happening, Daddy! The sun's going out!" "Yes," he agreed. His voice was odd somehow, deliberate and thoughtful on top, somehow blurry down below. Right on schedule. She noticed in a vague sort of way that his hand had slipped higher, quite a bit higher actually, on her leg while she had been dozing. "Can I look through the smoked glass yet, Dad?" "Not yet," he said, and his hand slid higher still along her thigh. It was warm and sweaty, but not unpleasant. She put her own hand over it, turned to him, and grinned. "It's exciting, isn't it?" "Yes," he said in that same odd, blurry tone. "Yes, it is, Punkin. Quite a bit more than I thought it would be, actually." More time passed. In the reflector box, the moon continued to nibble away at the sun as 5:25 passed, and then 5:30. Almost all of her attention was now focused on the diminishing image in the reflector box, but some faint part of her became aware once again of how oddly hard his lap was this afternoon. Something was pressing against her bottom. It wasn't painful, but it was insistent. To Jessie, it felt like the handle of some tool, a screwdriver, or maybe her mother's tack hammer. Jessie wriggled again, wanting to find a more comfortable spot on his lap, and Tom drew in a quick, hissing mouthful of air over his bottom lip. "Daddy, am I too heavy? Did I hurt you?" "No, you're fine." She glanced at her watch. 5:35 now. 4 minutes to totality, maybe a little more if her watch was running fast. "Can I look at it through the glass yet?" "Not yet, Punkin, but very soon." She could hear Debbie Reynolds singing something from the Dark Ages, courtesy of WNCH. The old hooty owl, hooty-hoos to the dove, Tammy, Tammy, Tammy's in love. It finally drowned in a sticky swirl of violins, and was replaced by the disc jockey, who told them it was getting dark in Ski-Town, USA. This was the way the NCH DJs almost always referred to North Conway, but that the skies were too cloudy over on the New Hampshire side of the border to actually see the eclipse. The DJ told them there were a lot of disappointed folks wearing sunglasses across the street on the town common. "We're not disappointed folks, are we, Daddy?" "Not a bit," he agreed, and shifted beneath her again. "We're about the most happy folks in the universe, I guess." Jessie peered into the reflector box again, forgetting everything except the tiny image which she could now look at without narrowing her eyes down to protective slits behind the heavily tinted Polaroid sunglasses. The dark crescent on the right, which had signaled the onset of the eclipse, had now become a blazing crescent of sunlight on the left. It was so bright it almost seemed to float over the surface of the reflector box. "Look out on the lake, Jessie." She did, and behind the sunglasses her eyes widened. In her rapt examination of the shrinking image in the reflector box, she had missed what was going on all around her. Pastels had now faded to ancient watercolors. A premature twilight, both entrancing and horrifying to the 10-year-old girl, was slipping across Dark Score Lake. Somewhere in the woods an old hooty owl cried out softly, and Jessie felt a sudden hard shudder bend its way through her body. On the radio, an AMCO transmission ad ended, and Marvin Gaye began to sing. "Ow! Listen, everybody, especially you girls. Is it right to be left alone when the one you love is never home?" The owl hooted again in the woods to the north of them. It was a scary sound, Jessie suddenly realized. A very scary sound. This time when she shivered, Tom slipped an arm around her. Jessie leaned gratefully back against his chest. "It's creepy, Dad." "It won't last long, honey, and you'll probably never see another one. Try not to be too scared to enjoy it." She looked into her reflector box. There was nothing there. "I love too hard, my friends sometimes say." "Dad? Daddy, it's gone. Can I—" "Yes. Now it's okay. But when I say you have to stop, you have to stop. No arguments, understand?" She understood all right. She found the idea of retinal burns you apparently didn't even know you were getting until it was too late to do anything about them, a lot scarier than the hooty owl off in the woods. But there was no way she wasn't going to at least have a peek, now that it was actually here, actually happening. No way. "But I believe," Marvin sang with the fervor of the converted. "Yes, I believe that a woman should be loved that way." Tom Mayhoot gave her one of the oven pot holders, then 3 panes of smoked glass in a stack. He was breathing fast, and Jessie suddenly felt sorry for him. The eclipse had probably given him the creeps too, but of course he was an adult and wasn't supposed to let on. In a lot of ways, adults were sad creatures. She thought about turning around to comfort him, then decided that would probably make him feel even worse, make him feel stupid. Jessie could sympathize. She hated to feel stupid worse than anything. Instead, she held the smoked panes of glass up in front of her, then slowly raised her head from her reflector box to look through them. "Now you chicks should all agree," Marvin sang. "This ain't the way it's supposed to be. So lemme hear ya, yeah. Lemme hear ya say, yeah, yeah." What Jessie saw when she looked through the makeshift viewer. At this point, the Jessie handcuffed to the bed in the summer house on the shore of Kashwakamak Lake, the Jessie who was not 10 but 39 and a widow of almost 12 hours, suddenly realized 2 things: that she was asleep, and that she was not so much dreaming about the day of the eclipse as reliving it. She had gone on a while thinking it was a dream, only a dream, like her dream of Will's birthday party, where most of the guests had either been dead or people she wouldn't actually meet for years. This new mind movie had the surreal but sensible quality of the earlier one, but that was an untrustworthy yardstick, because that whole day had been surreal and dreamlike. First the eclipse, and then her father. "No more," Jessie decided. "No more. I'm getting out of this." She made a convulsive effort to rise out of the dream or recollection or whatever it was. Her mental effort translated into a whole-body twitch, and the handcuff chains jingled mutedly as she twisted violently from side to side. She almost made it. For a moment she was almost out. And she could have made it, would have made it, if she hadn't thought better of it at the last moment. What stopped her was an inarticulate but overwhelming terror of a shape. Some waiting shape that might make what had happened that day on the deck seem insignificant by comparison. If she had to face it, that was. Maybe I don't have to. Not yet. And perhaps the urge to hide and sleep wasn't all. There might have been something else as well. Some part of her that intended to have this out in the open once and for all, no matter what the cost. She sank back down on the pillow, eyes closed, arms held up and sacrificially spread, her face pale and tight with strain. "Especially you girls," she whispered into the darkness. "Especially all you girls." She sank back on the pillow, and the day of the eclipse claimed her again. What Jessie saw through her sunglasses and her homemade filter was so strange and so awesome that at first her mind refused to grasp it. There seemed to be a vast round beauty mark, like the one below the corner of Anne Frances's mouth, hanging there in the afternoon sky. "If I talk in my sleep, 'cause I haven't seen my baby all week." It was at this point that she first felt her father's hand on the nub of her right breast. It squeezed gently for a moment, drifted across to the left one, then returned to the right again, as if he were making a size comparison. He was breathing very fast now. The respiration in her ear was like a steam engine, and she was again aware of that hard thing pressing against her bottom. "Can I get a witness?" Marvin Gaye, that auctioneer of soul, was shouting. "Witness! Witness!" "Daddy? Are you all right?" She felt a delicate tingle in her breasts again. Pleasure and pain. Roast turkey with a knee-high glaze and chocolate gravy. But this time she also felt alarm and a kind of startled confusion. "Yes," he said. But his voice sounded almost like the voice of a stranger. "Yes, fine. But don't look around." The hand which had been on her breasts went somewhere else. The one on her thigh moved up further, pushing the hem of the sundress ahead of it. "Daddy, what are you doing?" Her question was not exactly fearful. Mostly it was curious. Still, there was an undertone of fear there, something like a length of fine red thread. Above her, a furnace of strange light glowed fiercely around the dark circle hanging in the indigo sky. "Do you love me, Pumpkin?" "Yes, sure." "Then don't worry about anything. I'd never hurt you. I want to be sweet to you. Just watch the eclipse and let me be sweet to you." "I'm not sure I want to, Daddy." That sense of confusion was growing deeper. The red thread was fattening. "I'm afraid of burning my eyes, burning my whatchamacallums." "But I believe," Marvin sang, "a woman's a man's best friend, and I'm going to stick by her to the very end." "Don't worry." He was panting now. "You have another 20 seconds. At least that. So don't worry. And don't look around." She heard the snap of elastic, but it was his, not hers. Her underpants were where they were supposed to be, although she realized that if she looked down she would be able to see them. That was how far up he had pushed her dress. "Do you love me?" he asked again. And although she was gripped by a terrible premonition that the right answer to this question had become the wrong one, she was 10 years old, and it was still the only answer she had to give. She told him that she did. "Witness! Witness!" Marvin pleaded, fading out now. Her father shifted, pressing the hard thing more firmly against her bottom. Jessie suddenly realized what it was. Not the handle of a screwdriver or the tack hammer from the toolbox in the pantry, that was for sure. And the alarm she felt was matched by a momentary spiteful pleasure, which had more to do with her mother than with her father. "This is what you get for not sticking up for me," she thought, looking at the dark circle in the sky through the layers of smoked glass, and then, "I guess this is what we both get." Her vision suddenly blurred, and the pleasure was gone. Only the mounting sense of alarm was left. Oh, geez, she thought. It's my retinas. It must be my retinas starting to burn. The hand on her thigh now moved between her legs, slid up until it was stopped by her crotch, and cupped her firmly there. He shouldn't be doing that, she thought. It was the wrong place for his hand, unless... He's goosing you, a voice inside suddenly spoke up. In later years, that voice, which she eventually came to think of as that of the good wife, frequently filled her with exasperation. It was sometimes the voice of caution, often the voice of blame, and almost always the voice of denial. Unpleasant things, demeaning things, painful things, they would all go away eventually if you ignored them enthusiastically enough. That was the good wife's view. It was a voice apt to stubbornly insist that even the most obvious wrongs were actually rights, parts of a benign plan too large and complex for mere mortals to grasp. There would be times, mostly during her 11th and 12th years, when she called that voice Miss Petrie after her second-grade teacher, when she would actually raise her hands to her ears to try and blot out that quacking, reasonable voice, useless, of course, since it originated on the side of her ears she couldn't get to. But in that moment of dawning dismay, while the eclipse darkened the skies over western Maine, and reflected stars burned in the depths of Dark Score Lake, that moment when she realized, sort of, what the hand between her legs was up to, she heard only kindness and practicality, and she seized upon what the voice was saying with panicky relief. "It's just a goose, that's all it is, Jessie." "Are you sure?" she cried back. "Yes," the voice replied firmly. As the years went by, Jessie would discover that this voice was always sure, wrong or right. "He means it as a joke, that's all. He doesn't know he's scaring you, so don't open your mouth and spoil a lovely afternoon. This is no big deal." "Don't you believe it, Toots," the other voice, the tough voice, responded. "Sometimes he behaves as if you're his goddamn girlfriend instead of his daughter, and that's what he's doing right now. He's not goosing you, Jessie. He's fucking you." She was almost positive that was a lie. Almost positive that strange and forbidden schoolyard word referred to an act that could not be accomplished with just a hand. But doubts remained. With sudden dismay, she remembered Karen Aucoin telling her not to ever let a boy put his tongue in her mouth, because it could start a baby in her throat. Karen said it sometimes happened that way, but that a woman who had to vomit her baby to get it out almost always died, and usually the baby died too. "I ain't ever going to let a boy French kiss me," Karen said. "I might let one feel me on top if I really loved him, but I don't ever want a baby in my throat. How would you eat?" At the time, Jessie had found this concept of pregnancy so crazy it was almost charming. And who but Karen Aucoin, who worried about whether or not the light stayed on when you shut the refrigerator door, could have come up with such a thing? Now, however, the idea shimmered with its own weird logic. Suppose, just suppose, it was true. If you could get a baby from a boy's tongue, if that could happen, then... And there was that hard thing pressing into her bottom, that thing that wasn't the handle of a screwdriver or her mother's tack hammer. Jessie tried to squeeze her legs together, a gesture that was ambivalent to her but apparently not to him. He gasped, a painful, scary sound, and pressed his fingers harder against the sensitive mound just beneath the crotch of her underpants. It hurt a little. She stiffened against him and moaned. It occurred to her much later that her father very likely misinterpreted that sound as passion, and it was probably just as well that he did. Whatever his interpretation, it signaled the climax of this strange interlude. He arched suddenly beneath her, sending her smoothly upward. The movement was both terrifying and strangely pleasurable, that he should be so strong, that she should be so moved. For one moment she almost understood the nature of the chemicals at work here, dangerous yet compelling, and that control of them might lie within her grasp, if she wanted to control them, that was. I don't, she thought. I don't want anything to do with it. Whatever it is, it's nasty and horrible and scary. Then the hard thing pressed against her buttock, the thing that wasn't the handle of a screwdriver or her mother's tack hammer, was spasming, and some liquid was spreading there, soaking a hot spot through her pants. It's sweat, the voice which would one day belong to the goodwife said promptly. That's what it is. He sensed you were afraid of him, afraid to be on his lap, and that made him nervous. You ought to be sorry. Sweat my eye, the other voice, the one which would one day belong to Ruth, returned. It spoke quietly, forcefully, fearfully. You know what it is, Jessie. It's the stuff you heard Maddie and those other girls talking about the night Maddie had her slumber party, after they thought you were finally asleep. Cindy Lessard called it spunk. She said it was white, and that it squirts out of a guy's thing like toothpaste. That's the stuff that makes babies, not French kissing. For a moment she balanced up there on the stiff lift of his wave, confused and afraid and somehow excited, listening to him snatch one harsh breath after another out of the humid air. Then his hips and thighs slowly relaxed, and he lowered her back down. Don't look at it any longer, Pumpkin, he said, and although he was still panting, his voice was almost normal again. That scary excitement had gone out of it, and there was no ambivalence about what she felt now. Deep, simple relief. Whatever had happened, if anything really had, it was over. Daddy? Nope, don't argue. Your time is up. He took the stack of smoked glass panes gently from her hand. At the same time, he kissed her neck, even more gently. Jessie stared out at the weird darkness cloaking the lake as he did it. She was faintly aware that the owl was still calling, and that the crickets had been fooled into beginning their evensongs 2 or 3 hours early. An after-image floated in front of her eyes like a round black tattoo surrounded by an irregular halo of green fire, and she thought, if I looked at it too long, if I burned my retinas, I'll probably have to look at that for the rest of my life, like what you see after someone shoots off a flashbulb in your eyes. Why don't you go inside and change into jeans, Pumpkin? I guess maybe the sundress wasn't such a good idea after all. He spoke in a dull, emotionless voice that seemed to suggest that wearing the sundress had been all her idea. Even if it wasn't, you should have known better, the Miss Petrie voice said instantly, and a new idea suddenly occurred to her. What if he decided he had to tell Mom about what had happened? The possibility was so horrifying that Jessie burst into tears. I'm sorry, Daddy, she wept, throwing her arms around him and pressing her face into the hollow of his neck, smelling the vague and ghostly aroma of his aftershave or cologne or whatever it was. If I did something wrong, I'm really, really, really sorry. God, no, he said. But he still spoke in that dull, preoccupied voice, as if he was trying to decide if he should tell Sally what Jessie had done, or if it could perhaps be swept under the rug. You didn't do anything wrong, Pumpkin. Do you still love me? She persisted. It occurred to her that she was mad to ask, mad to risk an answer which might devastate her, but she had to ask. Had to. Of course, he replied at once. A little more animation came into his voice as he said it, enough to make her understand that he was telling the truth, and oh, what a relief that was. But she still suspected things had changed, and all because of something she barely understood. She knew the goose. It was a goose, just a kind of goose. had had something to do with sex, but she had had no idea just how much or how serious it might have been. It probably wasn't what the girls at the slumber party had called going all the way, except for the strangely knowledgeable Cindy Lessert. She had called it deep-sea diving with a long white pole, a term which had struck Jessie as both horrible and hilarious. But the fact that he hadn't put his thing in her thing still might not mean she was safe from being what some of the girls, even at her school, called PG. What Karen Aucoin had told her last year when they were walking home from school recurred to her, and Jessie tried to shut it out. It almost certainly wasn't true, and he hadn't stuck his tongue in her mouth even if it was. In her mind, she heard her mother's voice, loud and angry. "Don't they say it's always the squeaky wheel that always gets the grease?" She felt the hot, wet spot against her buttocks. It was still spreading. Yes, she thought. I guess that's right. I guess the squeaky wheel does get the grease. "Daddy." He raised his hand, a gesture he often made at the dinner table, when her mother or Mattie, usually her mother, started getting hot under the collar about something. Jessie couldn't remember Daddy ever making this gesture to her, and it reinforced her feeling that something had gone horribly awry here, and that there were apt to be fundamental, unappealing changes as the result of some terrible error, probably agreeing to wear the sundress she had made. This idea caused a feeling of sorrow so deep it felt like invisible fingers working ruthlessly inside her. In the corner of her eye, she noticed that her father's gym shorts were askew. Something was poking out, something pink, and it sure as hell wasn't the handle of a screwdriver. Before she could look away, Tom Mayhoot caught the direction of her glance and quickly adjusted his shorts, causing the pink thing to disappear. His face contracted in a momentary moue of disgust, and Jessie cringed inside again. He had caught her looking, and had mistaken her random glance for unseemly curiosity. "What just happened?" he began, then cleared his throat. "We need to talk about what just happened, Punkin. But not right this minute. Dash inside and change your clothes. Maybe take a quick shower while you're at it. Hurry up so you don't miss the end of the eclipse." She had lost all interest in the eclipse, although she would never tell him that in a million years. She nodded instead, then turned back. "Daddy, am I all right?" He looked surprised, unsure, wary. A combination which increased the feeling that angry hands were at work inside her, kneading her guts. And she suddenly understood that he felt as badly as she did, perhaps worse. And in an instant of clarity, untouched by any voice save her own, she thought, "You ought to! Jeepers, you started it!" "Yes," he said. But his tone did not entirely convince her. "Right as rain, Jess. Now go on inside and fix yourself up." "All right." She tried to smile, tried hard, and actually succeeded a little. Her father looked startled for a moment, and then he returned her smile. That relieved her somewhat, and the hands which had been working inside her temporarily loosened their grip. By the time she had reached the big upstairs bedroom she shared with Mattie, however, the feelings had begun to return. The worst by far was the fear that he would feel he had to tell her mother about what had happened. And what would her mother think? "That's our Jessie, isn't it? The squeaky wheel." The bedroom had been divided off girls at camp style with a clothesline strung down the middle. She and Mattie had hung some old sheets their mother had given them on this line, and then colored bright designs on them with Will's Crayolas. Coloring the sheets and dividing the room had been great fun at the time, but it seemed stupid and kiddish to her now. And the way her overblown shadow danced on the center sheet was actually scary. It looked like the shadow of a monster. Even the fragrant smell of pine resin, which she usually liked, seemed heavy and cloying to her, like an air freshener you sprayed around heavily to cover up some unpleasant stink. That's our Jessie. Never quite satisfied with arrangements until she gets to put on the finishing touches. Never quite happy with someone else's plans. Never able to let well enough alone. She hurried into the bathroom, wanting to outrun that voice, rightly guessing she wouldn't be able to. She turned on the light and pulled the sundress over her head in one quick jerk. She threw it into the laundry hamper, glad to be rid of it. She looked at herself in the mirror, wide-eyed, and saw a little girl's face surrounded by a big girl's hairdo, one which was now coming loose from the pins in strands and puffs and locks. It was a little girl's body, too, flat-chested and slim-hipped, but it wouldn't be that way for long. It had already started to change, and it had done something to her father it had no business doing. I never want boobs and curvy hips, she thought dully. If they make things like this happen, who would? The thought made her aware of that wet spot on the seat of her underpants again. She slipped out of them. Cotton pants from Sears, once green, now so faded they were closer to gray, and held them up curiously, her hands inside the waistband. There was something on the back of them all right, and it wasn't sweat, nor did it look like any kind of toothpaste she had ever seen. What it looked like was pearly gray dish detergent. What she smelled was a faint, flat odor which she associated with a lake after a run of hot, still weather, and with their well water all the time. She once took her father a glass of water which smelled particularly strong to her, and asked if he could smell it. He had shaken his head. "Nope," he said cheerfully, "but that doesn't mean it isn't there. It just means I smoke too damn much. My guess is that it's the smell of the aquifer punkin'. Trace minerals, that's all. A little smelly, and it means your mother has to spend a fortune on fabric softener. But it won't hurt you. Swear to God." Trace minerals, she thought now, and sniffed that bland aroma again. She was unable to think why it fascinated her, but it did. The smell of the aquifer, that's all, the smell of... Then the more assertive voice spoke up. On the afternoon of the eclipse, it sounded a bit like her mother's voice. It called her Tootsie, for one thing, as Sally sometimes did when she was irritated with Jessie for shirking some chore or forgetting some responsibility. But Jessie had an idea it was really the voice of her own adult self. If its combative bray was a little distressing, that was only because it was too early for that voice, strictly speaking. It was here just the same, though. It was here, and it was doing the best it could to put her back together again. She found its brassy loudness oddly comforting. "It's the stuff Cindy Lessard was talking about, that's what it is. It's his spunk, Tootsie. I suppose you ought to be grateful it ended up on your underwear instead of someplace else. But don't go telling yourself any fairy tales about how it's the lake you smell, or trace minerals from deep down in the aquifer, or anything else. Karen Ocwen is a dipshit. There was never a woman in the history of the world who grew a baby in her throat, and you know it. But Cindy Lessard is no dipshit. I think she's seen this stuff. And now you've seen it, too. Man stuff. Spunk." Suddenly revolted, not so much by what it was as from whom it had originated, Jessie threw the underpants into the hamper on top of the sundress. Then she had a vision of her mother, who emptied the hampers and did the wash in the dank basement laundry room, fishing this particular pair of panties out of this particular hamper, and finding this particular deposit. And what would she think? Why, that the family's troublesome squeaky wheel had gotten the grease, of course. What else? Her revulsion turned to guilty horror, and Jessie quickly fished the underpants back out. All at once the flat odor seemed to fill her nose, thick and bland and sickening. Oysters and copper, she thought, and that was all it took. She fell on her knees in front of the toilet, the underpants wadded up in one clenched hand, and vomited. She flushed quickly, before the smell of partly digested hamburger could get into the air, then turned on the cold sink tap and rinsed her mouth out. Her fear that she was going to spend the next hour or so in here, kneeling in front of the toilet and puking, began to subside. Her stomach seemed to be settling. If she could just keep from getting another whiff of that bland, copper-creamy smell. Holding her breath, she thrust the panties under the cold tap, rinsed them, wrung them out, and flung them back in the hamper. Then she took a deep breath, pushing her hair away from her temples with the backs of her damp hands at the same time. If her mother asked her what a damp pair of panties was doing in the dirty clothes, "Already you're thinking like a criminal," the voice that would one day belong to the good wife mourned. "Do you see what being a bad girl gets you, Jessie? Do you? I certainly hope you do." "Be quiet, you little creep," the other voice snarled back. "You can nag all you want later on, but right now we're trying to take care of a little business here, if you don't mind, okay?" No answer. That was good. Jessie brushed nervously at her hair again, although very little of it had fallen back down against her temples. If her mother asked what the damp panties were doing in the dirty clothes hamper, Jessie would simply say it was so hot that she went for a dip without changing out of her shorts. All three of them had done that on several occasions this summer. "Then you better remember to run your shorts and shirt under the tap, too. Right, Toots?" "Right," she agreed. "Good point." She slipped into the robe hanging on the back of the bathroom door and returned to the bedroom to get the shorts and the T-shirt she'd been wearing when her mother, brother, and older sister left that morning. 1,000 years ago it now seemed. She didn't see them at first, and got down on her knees to look under the bed. "The other woman is on her knees, too," a voice remarked. "And she smells that same smell. That smell that's like copper and cream." Jessie heard but didn't hear. Her mind was on her shorts and her T-shirt, on her cover story. As she had suspected, they were under the bed. She reached for them. "It's coming out of the well," the voice remarked further. "The smell from the well." Yes, Jessie thought, grabbing the clothes and starting back to the bathroom. "The smell from the well. Very good. You're a poet and you don't know it." "She made him fall down the well," the voice said. And that finally got through. Jessie came to a dead stop in the bathroom doorway, her eyes widening. She was suddenly afraid in some new and deadly way. Now that she was actually listening to it, she realized that this voice was not like any of the others. This one was like a voice you might pick up on the radio late at night, when conditions were exactly right. A voice that might come from far, far away. "Not that far, Jessie. She is in the path of the eclipse, too." For one moment, the upper hallway of the house on Dark Score Lake seemed to be gone. What replaced it was a tangle of blackberry bushes, shadowless under the eclipse-darkened sky, and a clear smell of sea salt. Jessie saw a skinny woman in a house dress with her salt and pepper hair put up in a bun. She was kneeling by a splintered square of boards. There was a puddle of white fabric beside her. Jessie was quite sure it was the skinny woman's slip. "Who are you?" Jessie asked the woman. But she was already gone. If she had ever been there in the first place, that was. Jessie actually glanced over her shoulder to see if perhaps that spooky skinny woman had gotten behind her. But the upstairs hallway was deserted. She was alone. She looked down at her arms and saw they were rippled with goose flesh. "You're losing your mind," the voice that would one day be Goodwife Burlingame mourned. "Oh, Jessie, you've been bad. You've been very bad. And now you're going to have to pay by losing your mind." "I'm not," she said. She looked at her pale, strained face in the bathroom mirror. "I'm not." Jessie waited for a moment in a kind of horrified suspension to see if any of the voices, or the image of the woman kneeling by the splintered boards with her slip puddled on the ground beside her, would come back. But she neither heard nor saw anything. That creepy other who had told Jessie some she had pushed some he down some well was apparently gone. Strain, Toots, the voice that would one day be Ruth advised. And Jessie had a clear idea that while the voice didn't exactly believe that, it had decided Jessie had better get moving again, and right away. You thought about a woman with a slip beside her because you've got underwear on the brain this afternoon, that's all. I'd forget the whole thing if I were you. That was great advice. Jessie quickly dampened her shorts and shirt under the tap, wrung them out, and then stepped into the shower. She soaped, rinsed, dried, hurried back to the bedroom. She ordinarily wouldn't have bothered with a robe again for the quick dash across the hall, but this time she did, only holding it shut instead of taking time to belt it closed. She paused in the bedroom again, biting her lip, praying that the weird other voice wouldn't come back, praying that she wouldn't have another of those crazy hallucinations or illusions or whatever they were. Nothing came. She dropped the robe on her bed, hurried across to her bureau, pulled on fresh underwear and shorts. She smells that same smell, she thought. Whoever that woman is, she smells the same smell coming out of the well she made the man fall into. And it's happening now during the eclipse. I'm sure. She turned, a fresh blouse in one hand, and then froze. Her father was standing in the doorway, watching her. Jessie awoke in the mild, milky light of dawn, with a perplexing and ominous memory of the woman still filling her mind. The woman with her graying hair pulled back in that tight countrywoman's bun. The woman who had been kneeling in the blackberry tangles with her slip puddled beside her. The woman who had been looking down through broken boards and smelling that awful bland smell. Jessie hadn't thought of that woman in years, and now, fresh from her dream of 1963 that hadn't been a dream but a recollection, it seemed to her that she had been granted some sort of supernatural vision on that day, a vision that had perhaps been caused by stress and then lost again for the same reason. But it didn't matter. Not that. Not what happened with her father out on the deck. Not what had happened later, when she had turned around to see him standing in the bedroom door. All that had happened a long time ago. And as for what was happening right now, I'm in trouble. I think I'm in very serious trouble. She lay back against the pillows and looked up at her suspended arms. She felt as dazed and helpless as a poisoned insect in a spider's web, wanting no more than to be asleep again, dreamlessly this time if possible, with her dead arms and dry throat in another universe. No such luck. There was a slow, somnolent buzzing sound somewhere close by. Her first thought was alarm clock. Her second, after 2 or 3 minutes of dozing with her eyes open, was smoke detector. That idea caused a brief, groundless burst of hope, which brought her a little closer to real waking. She realized that what she was hearing didn't really sound very much like a smoke detector at all. It sounded like, well, like... It's flies, Toots, okay? The no-bullshit voice now sounded tired and wan. You've heard about the boys of summer, haven't you? Well, these are the flies of autumn, and their version of the World Series is currently being played on Gerald Burlingame, the noted attorney and handcuff fetishist. Jesus, I gotta get up, she said in a croaking, husky voice she barely recognized as her own. What the hell does that mean, she thought. And it was the answer, not a goddamn thing, thanks very much, that finished the job of bringing her back to full wakefulness. She didn't want to be awake, but she had an idea that she had better accept the fact that she was, and do as much with it as she could while she could. And you probably better start by waking up your hands and arms. If they will wake up, that is. She looked at her right arm, then turned her head on the rusty armature of her neck, which was only partially asleep, and looked at her left. Jessie realized with sudden shock that she was looking at them in a completely new way, looking at them as she might have looked at pieces of furniture in a showroom window. They seemed to have no business with Jessie Burlingame at all, and she supposed there was nothing so odd about that, not really. They were, after all, utterly without feeling. Sensation only started a little below her armpits. She tried to pull herself up and was dismayed to find the mutiny in her arms had gone further than she suspected. Not only did they refuse to move her, they refused to move themselves. Her brains were totally ignored. She looked up at them again, and they no longer looked like furniture to her. Now they looked like pallid cuts of meat hanging from butcher's hooks, and she let out a hoarse cry of fear and anger. Never mind, though. The arms weren't happening, at least for the time being, and being mad or afraid or both wasn't going to change that a bit. How about the fingers? If she could curl them around the bedpost, then maybe... or maybe not. Her fingers seemed as useless as her arms. After nearly a full minute of effort, Jessie was rewarded only by a single numb twitch from her right thumb. "Dear God," she said in her grating, dust-in-the-cracks voice. There was no anger in it now, only fear. People died in accidents, of course. She supposed she had seen hundreds, perhaps even thousands of death clips on the TV news during her lifetime. Body bags carried away from wrecked cars or winched out of the jungle in medevac slings, feet sticking out from beneath hastily spread blankets while buildings burned in the background, white-faced, stumble-voiced witnesses pointing to pools of sticky dark stuff in alleys or on barroom floors. She had seen the white-shrouded shape that had been John Belushi, toted out of the Chateau Marmont Hotel in Los Angeles. She had seen aerialist Carl Wallenda lose his balance, fall heavily to the cable he had been trying to cross. It had been strung between two resort hotels, she seemed to remember, clutch it briefly, and then plunge to his death below. The news programs had played that one over and over, as if obsessed with it. So she knew people died in accidents. Of course she knew it. But until now she had somehow never realized there were people inside those people just like her, people who hadn't the slightest idea they would ever eat another cheeseburger, watch another round of Final Jeopardy, and please make sure your answer is in the form of a question, or call their best friends to say that penny poker on Thursday night or shopping on Saturday afternoon seemed like a great idea. No more beer, no more kisses, and your fantasy of making love in a hammock during a thunderstorm was never going to be fulfilled, because you were going to be too busy being dead. Any morning you rolled out of bed might be your last. It's a lot more than a case of might this morning, Jessie thought. I think now it's a case of probably. The house, our nice, quiet lakeside house, may very well be on the news Friday or Saturday night. It'll be Doug Rowe wearing that white trench coat of his I hate so much, and talking into his microphone and calling it the house where prominent Portland lawyer Gerald Burlingame and his wife Jessie died. And he'll send it back to the studio and Bill Green will do the sports. And that isn't being morbid, Jessie. That isn't the good wife moaning or Ruth ranting. It's... But Jessie knew. It was the truth. It was just a silly little accident, the kind of thing you shook your head over when you saw it reported in the paper at breakfast. You said, "Listen to this, honey," and read the item to your husband while he ate his grapefruit. Just a silly little accident, only this time it was happening to her. Her mind's constant insistence that it was a mistake was understandable, but irrelevant. There was no complaint department where she could explain that the handcuffs had been Gerald's idea, and so it was only fair that she should be let off. If the mistake was going to be rectified, she would have to be the one to do it. Jessie cleared her throat, closed her eyes, and spoke to the ceiling. God, listen a minute, would you? I need some help here. I really do. I'm in a mess, and I'm terrified. Please help me get out of this, okay? I pray in the name of Jesus Christ. She struggled to amplify this prayer and could only come up with something Nora Callaghan had taught her, a prayer which now seemed to be on the lips of every self-help huckster and dipshit guru in the world. God grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. Amen. Nothing changed. She felt no serenity, no courage, most certainly no wisdom. She was still only a woman with dead arms and a dead husband, cuffed to the posts of this bed like a cur-dog chained to a ring-bolt, and left to die unremarked and unlamented in a dusty backyard, while his tossed-up master serves 30 days in the county clink for driving without a license and under the influence. "Oh, please don't let it hurt," she said in a low, trembling voice. "If I'm going to die, God, please don't let it hurt. I'm such a baby about pain." "Thinking about dying at this point is probably a really bad idea, Toots." Ruth's voice paused, then added, "On second thought, strike the probably." Okay, no argument. Thinking about dying was a bad idea. So what did that leave? Living. Ruth and Goodwife Burlingame said it at the same time. All right, living. Which brought her around full circle to her arms again. "They're asleep because I've been hanging on them all night. I'm still hanging on them. Getting the weight off is step one." She tried to push herself backward and upward with her feet again, and felt a sudden weight of black panic when they at first also refused to move. She lost herself for a few moments then, and when she came back she was pistoning her legs rapidly up and down, pushing the coverlet, the sheets, and the mattress pad down to the foot of the bed. She was gasping for breath like a bicycle racer topping the last steep hill in a marathon race. Her butt, which had also gone to sleep, sang and zipped with wake-up needles. Fear had gotten her fully awake, but it took the half-assed aerobics which accompanied her panic to kick her heart all the way up into passing gear. At last she began to feel tingles of sensation, bone-deep and as ominous as distant thunder, in her arms. "If nothing else works, Toots, keep your mind on those last 2 or 3 sips of water. Keep reminding yourself that you're never going to get hold of that glass again unless your hands and arms are in good working order, let alone drink from it." Jessie continued to push with her feet as the morning brightened. Sweat plastered her hair against her temples and streamed down her cheeks. She was aware, vaguely, that she was deepening her water debt every moment she persisted in this strenuous activity, but she saw no choice. Because there is none, Toots. None at all. "Toots this and Toots that," she thought distractedly. "Would you please put a sock in it, you mouthy bitch?" At last her bottom began to slide up toward the head of the bed. Each time it moved, Jessie tensed her stomach muscles and did a mini sit-up. The angle made by her upper and lower body slowly began to approach 90 degrees. Her elbows began to bend, and as the drag of her weight began to leave her arms and shoulders, the tingles racing through her flesh increased. She didn't stop moving her legs when she was finally sitting up, but continued to pedal, wanting to keep her heart rate up. A drop of stinging sweat ran into her left eye. She flicked it away with an impatient shake of her head and went on pedaling. The tingles continued to increase, darting upward and downward from her elbows, and about 5 minutes after she had reached her current slumped position, she looked like a gawky teenager draped over a movie theater seat. The first cramp struck. It felt like a blow from the dull side of a meat cleaver. Jessie threw her head back, sending a fine mist of perspiration flying from her head and hair, and shrieked. As she was drawing breath to repeat the cry, the second cramp struck. This one was much worse. It felt as if someone had dropped a glass-crusted noose of cable around her left shoulder and then yanked it tight. She howled, her hands snapping shut into fists with such sudden savagery that 2 of her fingernails splintered away from the quick and began to bleed. Her eyes, sunk into brown hollows of puffy flesh, were squeezed tightly shut, but tears escaped nevertheless and went trickling down her cheeks, mixing with the runnels of sweat from her hairline. "Keep pedaling, Toots. Don't stop now." "Don't you call me Toots!" Jessie screamed. The stray dog had crept back to the rear stoop just before first light, and at the sound of her voice its head jerked up. There was an almost comical expression of surprise on its face. "Don't you call me that, you bitch, you hateful bitch!" Another cramp. This one as sharp and sudden as a thunderbolt coronary, punched through her left tricep all the way to the armpit, and her words dissolved into a long, wavering scream of agony. Yet she kept on pedaling. Somehow she kept on pedaling. When the worst of the cramps had passed, at least she hoped the worst of them had, she took a breather, leaning back against the slatted mahogany crossboards which formed the head of the bed, her eyes closed and her breath gradually slowing down, first to a lope, then a trot, and finally to a walk. Thirst or no thirst, she felt surprisingly good. She supposed part of the reason lay in that old joke, the one with a punchline that went, "It feels so good when I stop." But she had been an athletic girl and an athletic woman until 5 years ago. Well, all right. Maybe it was closer to 10. And she could still recognize an endorphin rush when she was having one. Absurd, given the circumstances, but also very nice. Maybe not so absurd, Jess. Maybe useful. Those endorphins clear the mind, which is one reason why people work better after they've taken some exercise. And her mind was clear. The worst of her panic had blown away like industrial smogs before a strong wind, and she felt more than rational. She felt wholly sane again. She never would have believed it possible, and she found this evidence of the mind's tireless adaptability and almost insectile determination to survive a little spooky. All of this, and I haven't even had my morning coffee, she thought. The image of coffee, black, and in her favorite cup with the blue flowers around its middle, made her lick her lips. It also made her think of the Today program. If her interior clock was right, Today would be coming on just about now. Men and women all over America, unhandcuffed for the most part, were sitting at kitchen tables, drinking juice and coffee, eating bagels and scrambled eggs, or maybe one of those cereals that are supposed to simultaneously soothe your heart and excite your bowels. They were watching Bryant Gumbel and Katie Couric yuck it up with Joe Garagiola. A little later, they would watch Willard Scott wish a couple of centenarians a happy day. There would be guests, one who would talk about something called the prime rate, something else called the Fed, one who would show viewers how they could keep their pet chows from chewing up their slippers, and one who would plug his latest movie. And none of them would realize that over in western Maine there was an accident in progress, that one of their more or less loyal viewers was unable to tune in this morning because she was handcuffed to a bed less than 20 feet from her naked, dog-chewed, fly-blown husband. She turned her head to the right and looked up at the glass Gerald had set down carelessly on his side of the shelf shortly before the festivities had commenced. 5 years ago, she reflected, that glass probably wouldn't have been there. But as Gerald's nightly Scotch consumption increased, so had his daily intake of all other liquids, mostly water. But he also drank tons of diet soda and iced tea. For Gerald, at least, the phrase drinking problem seemed to have been no euphemism, but the literal truth. Well, she thought drearily, If he did have a drinking problem, it's certainly cured now, isn't it? The glass was exactly where she had left it, of course. If her visitor of the previous night had not been a dream. "Don't be silly. Of course it was a dream," the good wife said nervously. "It must not have been thirsty." "I'm going to get that glass," Jessie thought grimly. "I'm also going to be extremely careful, in case there are more muscle cramps. Any questions?" There weren't. And this time getting the glass turned out to be a cakewalk, because it was a lot easier to reach. There was no need for the balancing act. She discovered an added bonus when she picked up her makeshift straw. As it dried, the blow-in card had curled up along the folds she had made. This strange geometrical construct looked like free-form origami, and worked much more efficiently than it had the previous night. Getting the last of the water was even easier than getting the glass. And as Jessie listened to the malt shop crackle from the bottom of the glass, as her weird straw tried to suck up the last couple of drops, it occurred to her that she would have lost a lot less water to the coverlet if she had known she could cure the straw. Too late now, though, and no use crying over spilled water. The few sips did little more than wake up her thirst, but she would have to live with that. She put the glass back on the shelf, then laughed at herself. Habit was a tough little beast. Even under bizarre circumstances such as these, it was a tough little beast. She had risked cramping up all over again to return the empty glass to the shelf, instead of just bombing it over the side of the bed to shatter on the floor. And why? Because neatness counts, that's why. That was one of the things Sally Mayhoot had taught her little Tootsie, her little squeaky wheel who never got quite enough grease, and who was never able to let well enough alone. Her little Tootsie who had been willing to go to any lengths, including seducing her own father, to make sure that things would continue to go the way she wanted them to go. In the eye of her memory, Jessie saw the Sally Mayhoot she had seen so often back then. Cheeks flushed with exasperation, lips pressed tightly together, hands rolled into fists and planted on her hips. "And you would have believed it, too," Jessie said softly. "Wouldn't you, you bitch?" "Not fair," part of her mind responded uneasily. "Not fair, Jessie." Except it was fair, and she knew it. Sally had been a long way from the ideal mother, especially during those years when her marriage to Tom had been laboring along like an old car with dirt in the transmission. Her behavior during those years had often been paranoid and sometimes irrational. Will had for some reason been almost completely spared her tirades and suspicions, but she had sometimes frightened both of her daughters badly. That dark side was gone now. The letters Jessie got from Arizona were the banal, boring notes of an old lady who lived for Thursday night bingo and saw her child-rearing years as a peaceful, happy time. She apparently did not remember screaming at the top of her lungs that the next time Maddie forgot to wrap her used tampons in toilet paper before throwing them in the trash, she would kill her. Or the Sunday morning when she had, for no reason Jessie had ever been able to understand, stormed into Jessie's bedroom, thrown a pair of high-heeled shoes at her, and then stormed out again. Sometimes when Jessie got her mother's notes and postcards, "All well here, sweetheart. Heard from Maddie," she writes so faithfully. "My appetite's a little better since it cooled off." Jessie felt an urge to snatch up the telephone and call her mother and scream, "Did you forget everything, Mom? Did you forget the day you threw the shoes at me and broke my favorite vase and I cried because I thought you must know that he must have finally broken down and told you, even though it had been 3 years since the day of the eclipse by then? Did you forget how often you scared us with your screams and your tears? That's unfair, Jessie. Unfair and disloyal." Unfair it might be, but that did not make it untrue. If she had known what happened that day. The image of the woman in stocks recurred to Jessie again, there and gone almost too fast to be recognized, like subliminal advertising. The pinned hands, the hair covering the face like a penitent's shroud, the little knot of pointing, contemptuous people, mostly women. Her mother might not have come right out and said so, but yes, she would have believed it was Jessie's fault, and she really might have thought it was a conscious seduction. It wasn't that much of a stretch from Squeaky Wheel to Lolita, was it? And the knowledge that something sexual had happened between her husband and her daughter very likely would have caused her to stop thinking about leaving and actually do it. Believed it? You bet she would have believed it. This time the voice of propriety didn't bother with even a token protest, and a sudden insight came to Jessie. Her father had grasped instantly what it had taken her almost 30 years to figure out. He had known the true facts, just as he had known about the odd acoustics of the living-room dining room in the lake house. Her father had used her in more ways than one on that day. Jessie expected a flood of negative emotions at this sorry realization. She had, after all, been played for a sucker by the man whose primary jobs had been to love and protect her. No such flood came. Perhaps this was partly because she was still flying on endorphins, but she had an idea it had more to do with relief. No matter how rotten that business had been, she had finally been able to get outside it. Her dreams had not been dreams at all, not really, but thinly disguised recollections. Her chief emotions were amazement that she had held on to the secret for as long as she had, and a kind of uneasy perplexity. How many of the choices she had made since that day had been directly or indirectly influenced by what had happened during the final minute or so she had spent on her daddy's lap, looking at a vast round mole in the sky through 2 or 3 pieces of smoked glass. And was her current situation a result of what had happened during the eclipse? Oh, that's too much, she thought. If he'd raped me, maybe it would be different. But what happened on the deck that day was really just another accident, and not a very serious one at that. If you want to know what a serious accident is, Jess, look at the situation you're in here. I might as well blame old Mrs. Gillette for slapping my hand at that lawn party in her gazebo the summer I was 4, or a thought I had coming down the birth canal, or sins from some past life that still needed expiation. Besides, what he did to me on the deck wasn't anything compared to what he did to me in the bedroom. And there was no need to dream that part of it. It was right there, perfectly clear and perfectly accessible. When she looked up and saw her father standing in the bedroom doorway, her first instinctive gesture had been to cross her arms over her breasts. Then she saw the sad and guilty look on his face and dropped them again, although she felt heat rising in her cheeks and knew that her own face was turning the unlovely, patchy red that was her version of a maidenly blush. She had nothing to show up there. Well, almost nothing. But she still felt more naked than naked, and so embarrassed she could almost swear she felt her skin sizzling. She thought, suppose the others come back early. Suppose she walked in right now and saw me like this with my shirt off. Embarrassment became shame. Shame became terror. And still, as she shrugged into the blouse and began to button it, she felt another emotion underlying these. That feeling was anger. And it was not much different from the drilling anger she would feel years later when she realized that Gerald knew she meant what she was saying but was pretending he didn't. She was angry because she didn't deserve to feel ashamed and terrified. After all, he was the grown-up. He was the one who had left that funny-smelling crud on the back of her underpants. He was the one who was supposed to be ashamed, and that wasn't the way it was working. That wasn't the way it was working at all. By the time her blouse was buttoned and tucked into her shorts, the anger was gone, or, same difference, banished back to its cave. And what she kept seeing in her mind was her mother coming back early. It wouldn't matter that she was fully dressed again. The fact that something bad had happened was on their faces, just hanging out there, big as life and twice as ugly. She could see it on his face, and feel it on her own. "Are you all right, Jessie?" he asked quietly. "Not feeling faint or anything?" "No." She tried to smile, but this time couldn't quite manage it. She felt a tear slip down one cheek and wiped it away quickly, guiltily, with the heel of her hand. "I'm sorry." His voice was trembling, and she was horrified to see tears standing in his eyes. Oh, this just got worse and worse and worse. "I'm so sorry." He turned abruptly, ducked into the bathroom, grabbed a towel off the rack, and wiped his face with it. While he did this, Jessie thought fast and hard. "Daddy?" He looked at her over the towel. The tears in his eyes were gone. If she hadn't known better, she would have sworn they had never been there at all. The question almost stuck in her throat, but it had to be asked. Had to be. Do we have to tell Mom about it?" He took a long, sighing, trembling breath. She waited, her heart in her mouth, and when he said, "I think we have to, don't you?" it sank all the way to her feet. She crossed the room to him, staggering a little. Her legs seemed to have no feeling in them at all, and wrapped her arms around him. "Please, Daddy, don't. Please don't tell. Please don't. Please." Her voice blurred, collapsed into sobs, and she pressed her face against his bare chest. After a moment, he slipped his arms around her, this time in his old fatherly way. "I hate to," he said, "because things have been pretty tense between the two of us just lately, hon. I'd be surprised if you didn't know that, actually. A thing like this could make them a lot worse. She hasn't been very affectionate lately, and that was most of the problem today. A man has certain needs. You'll understand about that someday." "But if she finds out, she'll say it was my fault." "Oh, no, I don't think so," Tom said. But his tone was surprised, considering, and to Jessie as dreadful as a death sentence. "No, I'm sure, fairly sure that she..." She looked up at him, her eyes streaming and red. "Please don't tell her, Daddy. Please don't. Please don't." He kissed her brow. "But Jessie, I have to. We have to." "Why? Why, Daddy?" "Because..." Jessie shifted a little. The chains jingled. The cuffs themselves rattled on the bedposts. The light was now streaming in through the east windows. "Because you couldn't keep it a secret," she said dully. "Because if it's going to come out, Jessie, it's better for both of us that it should come out now, rather than a week from now, or a month from now, or a year from now, even 10 years from now." How well he had manipulated her. First the apology, then the tears, and finally the hat trick, turning his problem into her problem. Brer Fox, whatever else y'all do, don't throw me in that briar patch." Until finally she had been swearing to him that she would keep the secret forever, that torturers couldn't drag it out of her with tongs and hot coals. She could, in fact, remember promising him something just like that through a rain of hot, frightened tears. Finally he had stopped shaking his head, and had only looked across the room with his eyes narrowed and his lips pressed tightly together. This she saw in the mirror, as he almost surely knew she would. "You could never tell anyone," he'd said at last.
and Jessie remembered the swooning relief she'd felt at those words. What he was saying was less important than the tone in which he was saying it. Jessie had heard that tone a good many times before, and knew it drove her mother crazy, that she, Jessie, could cause him to speak that way more often than Sally herself. "I'm changing my mind," it said. "I'm doing it against my better judgment, but I am changing it. I'm swinging around to your side." "No," she had agreed. Her voice was wavery, and she had to keep gulping back tears. "I wouldn't tell Daddy. Not ever. Not just your mother," he said, "but anyone, ever. That's a big responsibility for a little girl, Punkin. You might be tempted. For instance, if you were studying with Carolyn Klein or Tammy Ho after school, and one of them told you a secret of hers, you might want to tell them? Never, never, never!" And he must have seen the truth of it on her face. The thought of either Carolyn or Tammy finding out that her father had touched her had filled Jessie with horror. Satisfied on that score, he had pushed on to what she now guessed must have been his chief concern. "Or your sister." He pushed her back from him and looked sternly down into her face for a long moment. "There could come a time, you see, when you wanted to tell her." "Daddy, no, I'd never." He gave her a gentle shake. "Keep quiet and let me finish, Punkin. You two are close, I know that. And I know that girls sometimes feel an urge to share things they ordinarily wouldn't tell. If you felt that way with Maddie, could you still manage to keep quiet?" "Yes!" In her desperate need to convince him, she had begun to cry once more. Of course, it was more likely that she would tell Maddie. If there was anyone else in the world to whom she might one day confide such a desperate secret, it would be her big sister. Except for one thing. Maddie and Sally shared the same sort of closeness Jessie and Tom had shared. And if Jessie ever told her sister about what had happened on the deck, the chances that their mother would know before the day was out were very good. Given that insight, Jessie thought she could quite easily withstand the temptation to tell Maddie. "Are you really sure?" he had asked doubtfully. "Yes, really." He'd begun to shake his head again in a regretful way that terrified her all over again. "I just think, Punkin, that it might be better to get it out in the open right away. Take our medicine. I mean, she can't kill us." Jessie, however, had heard her anger when Daddy had asked that she be excused from the trip to Mount Washington. And anger wasn't all. She didn't like to think of it, but at this point she could not afford the luxury of denial. There had been jealousy, and something very close to hatred in her mother's voice as well. A vision, momentary but of paralyzing clarity, had come to Jessie as she stood with her father in the bedroom doorway, trying to persuade him to hold his peace. The two of them cast out on the road like Hansel and Gretel, homeless, tramping back and forth across America. And sleeping together, of course. Sleeping together at night. She had broken down utterly then, weeping hysterically, begging him not to tell, promising him she would be a good girl forever and ever if he just wouldn't tell. He had let her cry until he must have felt the moment was exactly right, and then he said gravely, "You know, you've got an awful lot of power for a little girl, Punkin." She had looked up at him, cheeks wet and eyes full of fresh hope. He nodded slowly, then began to dry her tears with the towel he had used on his own face. "I've never been able to refuse you anything that you really wanted, and I can't this time either. We'll try it your way." She threw herself into his arms and began covering his face with kisses. Somewhere far back in her mind she had been afraid this might get him going, start trouble again, but her gratitude had completely overwhelmed such caution, and there had been no trouble. Thank you, Daddy, thank you." He had taken her by the shoulders and held her at arm's length again, smiling instead of grave this time, But that sadness had still been on his face, and now, almost 30 years later, Jessie didn't think that expression had been part of the show. The sadness had been real, and that somehow made the terrible thing he had done worse instead of better. "I guess we have a bargain," he said. "I say nothing, you say nothing. Right?" "Right. Not to anyone else, not even to each other. Forever and ever, amen. When we walk out of this room, Jess, it never happened. Okay?" She had agreed at once, but at the same time the memory of that smell had recurred to her, and she had known there was at least one question she had to ask him before it never happened. "And there's something I need to say once more. I need to say I'm sorry, Jess. I did a shabby, shameful thing." He had looked away when he had said that, she remembered. All the time he had been deliberately driving her into hysterics of guilt and fear and impending doom. All the time he had been making sure she would never say anything by threatening to tell everything. He had looked right at her. When he offered that last apology, however, his gaze had shifted to the crayon designs on the sheets which divided the room. This memory filled her with something that felt simultaneously like grief and rage. He had been able to face her with his lies. It was the truth which had finally caused him to look away. She remembered opening her mouth to tell him he didn't have to say that, then closing it again, partly because she was afraid anything she said might cause him to change his mind back again, but mostly because, even at 10, she had realized she had the right to an apology. "Sally's been cold. It's the truth. But as an excuse, it's pretty sad shit. I don't have the slightest idea what came over me." He had laughed a little, still not looking at her. "Maybe it was the eclipse. If it was, thank God we'll never see another one." Then, as if speaking to himself, "Christ, if we keep our mouths shut and then she finds out anyway later on." Jessie had put her head against his chest and said, "She won't. I'll never tell Daddy." She paused, then added, "What could I tell anyway?" "That's right," he smiled, "because nothing happened." "And I couldn't be." She had looked up, hoping he might tell her what she needed to know without her asking, but he only looked back at her, eyebrows raised in a silent interrogative. The smile had been replaced by a wary, waiting expression. "I couldn't be pregnant then?" she blurted. He winced, and then his face had tensed as he worked to suppress some strong emotion. Horror or grief, she thought then. It was only all these years later that it occurred to her that what he might actually have been trying to control was a burst of wild, relieved laughter. At last he had gotten himself under control and kissed the tip of her nose. "No, honey, of course not. The thing that makes women pregnant didn't happen. Nothing like that happened. I was wrestling with you a little, that's all." "And you goosed me." She remembered saying that very clearly now. "You goosed me, that's what you did." He had smiled. "Yep, that's close enough. You're just as fine as ever, Pumpkin. Now, what do you think? Does that close the subject?" She had nodded. "Nothing like this is ever going to happen again. You know that, don't you?" She nodded again, but her own smile had faltered. What he was saying should have relieved her, and it did, a little, but something in the gravity of his words and the sorrow on his face had almost sparked her panic again. She remembered taking his hands and squeezing them as hard as she could. "You love me, though, don't you, Daddy?" "You still love me, right?" He had nodded and told her he loved her more than ever. "Then hug me. Hug me hard." And he did. But now Jessie could remember something else. His lower body had not touched hers. Not then, and never again, Jessie thought. Not that I remember, anyway. Even when I graduated from college, the only other time I saw him cry over me, he gave me one of those funny old maid hugs, the kind you do with your ass pooching out so there isn't even a chance you can bump crotches with the person you're hugging. Poor, poor man. I wonder if any of the people he did business with over the years ever saw him as rattled as I saw him on the day of the eclipse. All that pain, and over what? A sexual accident, about as serious as a stubbed toe. Jesus, what a life it is. What a fucking life. She began to pump her arms slowly up and down again, almost without being aware of it, only wanting to keep the blood flowing into her hands, wrists, and forearms. She guessed it was probably 8 o'clock by now, or almost. She had been chained to this bed for 18 hours. Incredible, but true. Ruth Neary's voice spoke up so suddenly that it made her jump. It was filled with disgusted wonder. You're still making excuses for him, aren't you? Still letting him off the hook and blaming yourself after all these years. Even now. Amazing. Quit it, she said hoarsely. None of that has the slightest goddamn thing to do with the mess I'm in now. What a piece of work you are, Jessie. And even if it did, she went on, raising her voice slightly, even if it did, it doesn't have the slightest goddamn thing to do with getting out of the mess I'm in now, so just give it a rest. You weren't Lolita, Jessie, no matter what he might have made you think. You were about 9 country miles from Lolita. Jessie refused to reply. Ruth went one better. She refused to shut up. If you still think your dear old daddy was a parfait-genteel knight who spent most of his time shielding you from the fire-breathing mommy dragon, you'd better think again. Shut up. Jessie began to pump her arms up and down faster. The chains jingled. The cuffs rattled. Shut up, you're horrible. He planned it, Jessie. Don't you understand? It wasn't just some spur-of-the-moment thing, a sex-starved father copping a quick feel. He planned it. You lie, Jessie snarled. Sweat rolled down from her temples in large, clear droplets. Do I? Well, ask yourself this. Whose idea was it for you to wear the sundress? The one that was both too small and too tight? Who knew you'd be listening and admiring while he maneuvered around your mother? Who had his hands on your tits the night before? And who was wearing gym shorts and nothing else on the day of? Suddenly she imagined Bryant Gumbel in the room with her, natty in a 3-piece suit and gold wrist chain, standing here by the bed while a guy with a minicam stood beside him, panning slowly up her almost naked body before focusing on her sweaty, blotchy face. Bryant Gumbel doing a live remote with the incredible handcuffed woman, leaning forward with a microphone to ask her, "When did you first realize your father might have had the hots for you, Jessie?" Jessie stopped pumping her arms and closed her eyes. There was a closed, stubborn look on her face. No more, she thought. I guess I can live with the voices of Ruth and the good wife if I have to, even with the assorted UFOs who chip in their 2 cents worth every once in a while. But I draw the line at doing a live interview with Bryant Gumbel while dressed in nothing but a pair of pea-stained panties. Even in my imagination, I draw the line at that. Just tell me one thing, Jessie, another voice said. No UFO here. It was the voice of Nora Callaghan. One thing, and we'll consider the subject closed, at least for now, and probably forever. Okay? Jessie was silent, waiting, wary. When you finally lost your temper yesterday afternoon, when you finally kicked out, who were you kicking at? Was it Gerald? Of course it was she began, and then broke off as a single image, perfectly clear, filled her mind. It was the white string of drool which had been hanging from Gerald's chin. She saw it elongate, saw it fall to her midriff just above the navel. Only a little spit, that was all. No big deal after all the years and all the passionate kisses with their mouths open and their tongues dueling. She and Gerald had swapped a fair amount of lubrication, and the only price they'd ever paid was a few shared colds. No big deal, that was, until today, when he refused to let her go when she needed to be let go. No big deal until she'd smelled that flat, sad mineral smell, the one she associated with the well water at Dark Score, and with the lake itself on hot summer days. Days like July 20th, 1963, for instance. She had seen spit. She had thought spunk. No, that's not true, she thought. But she didn't need to summon Ruth to play devil's advocate this time. She knew it was true. It's his goddamn spunk. That had been her exact thought, and after that she had ceased thinking altogether, at least for a while. Instead of thinking, she had launched that reflexive countering movement, driving one foot into his stomach and the other into his balls. Not spit, but spunk. Not some new revulsion at Gerald's game, but that old stinking horror suddenly surfacing like a sea monster. Jessie glanced at the huddled, mutilated body of her husband. Tears pricked her eyes for a moment, and then the sensation passed. She had an idea that the survival department had decided tears were a luxury she could not afford, at least not for the time being. Still, she was sorry. Sorry Gerald was dead, yes, of course, but even sorrier she was here in this situation. Her eyes shifted to thin air a little above Gerald, and Jessie produced a shabby, pained smile. I guess that's all I've got to say right now, Bryant. Give my best to Willard and Katie. And by the way, would you mind unlocking these handcuffs before you go? I'd really appreciate it. Bryant didn't answer. Jessie wasn't all that surprised. If you're going to live through this experience, Jess, I suggest you stop rehashing the past and start deciding what you're going to do with the future, starting with the next 10 minutes or so. I don't think that dying of thirst on this bed would be very pleasant, do you? No, not very pleasant. And she thought that thirst would be far from the worst of it. Crucifixion had been in the back of her mind almost since she'd awakened, floating up and down like some nasty drowned thing which is just a little too waterlogged to come all the way to the surface. She had read an article about this charming old method of torture and execution for a college history class, and had been surprised to learn that the old nails-through-the-hands-and-feet trick was only the beginning. Like magazine subscriptions and pocket calculators, crucifixion was the gift that kept on giving. The real hardships began with the cramps and muscle spasms. Jessie reluctantly recognized that the pain she had suffered so far, even the paralyzing Charlie horse which had put an end to her first panic attack, were only tweaks compared to the ones which were waiting. They would rack her arms, diaphragm, and abdomen, growing steadily worse, more frequent, and more widespread as the day passed. Numbness would eventually begin to creep into her extremities, no matter how hard she worked to keep the blood flowing, but numbness would bring no relief. By then she would almost certainly have begun suffering excruciating chest and stomach cramps. There were no nails in her hands and feet, and she was lying down instead of hanging from a cross at the side of the road like one of the defeated gladiators in Spartacus. But those variations might only draw out her agony. So what are you doing right now, while you're still pretty much free of pain and able to think? Whatever I can, she croaked. So why don't you just shut up and let me think for a minute? Go ahead. Be my guest. She would start with the most obvious solution and work her way down from there, if she had to. And what was the most obvious solution? The keys, of course. They were still lying on top of the bureau where he had left them. 2 keys, but both exactly the same. Gerald, who could be almost endearingly corny, had often referred to them as the primary and the backup. Jessie had clearly heard those capital letters in her husband's voice. Suppose, just for the sake of argument, she could somehow slide the bed across the room to the bureau. Would she be able to actually get hold of one of those keys and put it to use? Jessie reluctantly realized that there were 2 questions there, not one, She supposed she might be able to pick up one of the keys in her teeth. But then what? She still wouldn't be able to get it into the lock. Her experience with a water glass suggested there was going to be a gap no matter how much she stretched. Okay, scratch the keys. Descend to the next rung on the ladder of probability. What might that be? She thought about it for almost 5 minutes without success, turning it around and around in her mind like the sides of a Rubik's Cube, pumping her arms up and down as she did so. At some point during her ruminations, her eyes wandered to the phone sitting on the low table by the east window. She had dismissed it earlier as being in another universe, but perhaps she had been too hasty. The table, after all, was closer than the bureau, and the phone was a lot bigger than a handcuff key. If she could move the bed over to the telephone table, might she not be able to lift the receiver off the cradle with her foot? And if she could do that, maybe she could use her big toe to push the operator button at the bottom, between the keys marked star and pound. It sounded like some crazy sort of vaudeville act, but push the button, wait, then start screaming my head off. Yes, and half an hour later, either the big blue Medq van from Norway or the big orange one marked Castle County Rescue would turn up and trundle her off to safety. A crazy idea, all right, but so was turning a magazine subscription card into a straw. It could work, crazy or not, that was the point. It certainly had more potential than somehow pushing the bed all the way across the room and then trying to find a way to get one of the keys into one of the handcuff locks. There was one big problem with the idea, however. She would somehow have to find a way to move the bed to the right, and that was a heavy proposition. She guessed that with its mahogany head and footboards, it had to weigh at least 300 pounds, and that estimate might be conservative. But you can at least try it, babe, and you might get a big surprise. The floor's been waxed since Labor Day, remember? If a stray dog with its ribs sticking out can move your husband, maybe you can move this bed. You haven't got anything to lose by trying, do you? A good point.